Chapter 1 God Level System Activated. Buzz. The second-hand copycat phone in his trouser pocket made Qin Feng's thigh numb. He fumbled for it and took a look. On the screen, the landlady's WeChat profile picture with the word "mean" written all over it popped up, followed by a voice message. He clicked on it and saw Qin Feng. The rent is due next week. If you don't pay, I'll throw your junk on the street. Do you hear me? The sharp and piercing sound seemed to be able to penetrate the screen and directly pierce Qin Feng's eardrum. The impatience and contempt in his tone were not concealed at all. Hold. Qin Feng cursed softly and threw his phone hard onto the broken table next to him that looked like it could fall apart at any time. The phone hit the edge of the table with a crisp clang sound, the screen went dark, and the world finally became a little quiet. He raised his head and threw himself back onto the single bed that creaked every time he moved, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. The cheap rental house was less than 10 square meters, and the air was filled with a strange smell mixed with dampness and instant noodles. The mold spot in the corner of the ceiling was like an ever-expanding abstract painting, dark, ugly and stubborn, just like his current life. 3 months after graduation, the resume I sent out has fallen into oblivion and I haven't even found a job. His pockets are cleaner than his face. His deposit balance has long been cleared, and he even owes money on Huabei. To make matters worse, last week, his girlfriend of 3 years broke up with him. Qin Feng, I can't see any future with you. The look in his girlfriend's eyes when she looked at him was full of disappointment and a hint of relief. Let's just forget it. Future? Qin Feng pulled a bitter smile from the corner of his mouth. The fucking future is that I might really have to roll up my bedding and sleep under the overpass next week. Is this the only way I can live my life, being a loser and rotting away in this kind of hellish place? A strong sense of unwillingness and anger suddenly erupted from the bottom of my heart like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time. Why? Why can others get jobs in big companies, earn high salaries, and own luxury cars and beautiful women after graduation? Why should I stay here and wait to die? He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, causing a sharp pain, but it was far less intense than the frustration and despair in his heart. Just at this moment. Without any warning, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice exploded in the depths of his mind. Ding. Detected the host's strong reluctant emotional fluctuations and extreme desire to change his fate. Determining the soul compatibility. Meets the system binding requirements. The God level sign-in system is binding. 10%. 30%. 70%. 100%. Binding successful. Welcome host Qin Feng, bind to the God level sign-in system. This system is dedicated to collecting sign-in points, issuing God level rewards, and assisting the host to change his fate, pretend to be awesome, and reach the pinnacle of life. Qin Feng suddenly sat up from the bed as if he was struck by lightning. His eyes widened, his face looked as if he had seen a ghost, and he looked around in confusion. Who's talking? The room was empty, with only the sound of his heavy breathing. Hallucination? Damn, is this because of too much stress and I'm hallucinating? Have you been eating too much instant noodles recently and are malnourished? Ding. The novice gift package has been automatically opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following novice benefits. 1. Stunning female CEO identity, host's personal assistant Su Qingyue, 1. 2. Personal startup capital, 1 million yuan RMB. What the hell? Qin Feng's eyes almost popped out, his heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible big hand, and then he punched it a few times, bang 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 beating wildly, almost jumping out of his throat. A gorgeous female CEO? And also a personal assistant? 1 million? This fucking... What is happening? He raised his hand fiercely and slapped his own thigh with a crisp slap sound. Hiss. The burning pain was so clear that he grimaced in pain. It's not a dream. All this. It's actually true? System prompt: the reward's stunning female CEO personal assistant Su Qingyue is expected to arrive at the host's current location within 10 minutes. Please prepare to welcome her in advance. System prompt: the reward's startup capital of 1 million yuan has been transferred to the host's default bank card account. Please check the SMS or bank app notification. Bank card? Qin Feng was in a panic and almost fell to the table to pick up the copycat phone that he almost broke. The screen had several cracks from the blow he had just made, but he couldn't care less about that now. With trembling fingers, I unlocked the phone and opened the banking app that I hardly ever used. A bank text message popped up. Dear user with the last digit XXXX, your account received a transfer of 1 million yuan on XXXXXX at XXXX, and the current available balance is 1,005.32 yuan. XX Bank. I looked at the string of 1 followed by 6 zeros in the text message, then opened the app and saw the 7-digit number displayed in the balance column. Qin Feng's breathing suddenly became rapid and hot, and his cheeks turned red due to excessive excitement. 1 million. 1 million in real money. In his entire life, he had never even thought that he could have so much money, let alone see it. Rent? Fuck the rent. I'm rich now. However, what made his heart beat faster and his mouth dry was more than the shock of the 1 million. That stunning female president. Arriving in 10 minutes? Arrival. Here? Qin Feng suddenly looked around his doghouse like rental house yellowed walls, piles of instant noodle boxes, dirty clothes scattered on the floor, and the creaking broken bed. A huge feeling of panic instantly overwhelmed him. Let a stunning female president come to a place like this? This fucking. It's more painful than killing him. He tried to clean it up in a hurry, but found that he had no idea where to start, and the more he cleaned, the messier it became. Boom. 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 At this moment, 3 crisp and rhythmic knocks on the door sounded, neither fast nor slow, but seemed to knock on Qin Feng's heart. Coming? So fast? Qin Feng felt his throat was a little dry. He took a deep breath and exhaled heavily, trying to calm himself down. Then, like a puppet, he moved forward step by step, grasped the cold door handle, and suddenly opened the door. Outside the door, a beautiful figure stood quietly. With just one glance, Qin Feng felt as if his breath was taken away in an instant. The woman in front of me was about 25 or 26 years old. She was wearing a well-cut and high-quality white suit that perfectly outlined her almost perfect and amazing curves. Any more would make her look plump, and any less would make her look skinny. The exposed skin is as white as the finest mutton fat jade, and so delicate that not even a single pore can be seen. An impeccably beautiful face with delicate features like God's most perfect masterpiece, yet her temperament is as cold as the bright moon on the top of a snowy mountain, with a kind of nobility and aloofness that keeps people at a distance. Especially her eyes, which were clear and deep, yet with a hint of indifference, as if they could see through people's hearts, and as if nothing in the world could leave a trace in her eyes. In her hand, she was also carrying a silver metal suitcase that looked very valuable. Her red lips parted slightly, and her voice was clear, like an icy spring dripping on a jade plate, pleasant to the ear, but also with a hint of unquestionable distance. Hello, Mr. Qin Feng. I am Su Qingyue, and from today on, I will be your personal assistant. Qin Feng stared blankly at the woman in front of him. She was more than 10 times more beautiful than those so-called goddesses he had treasured in his hard drive. Vivid, with an almost unreal dreamlike feeling. My brain is blank. The heart is still beating wildly. That outrageous newbie gift pack. It's actually fucking true. Chapter 2: The President's Assistant descends from the sky. Boom boom boom. The slightly hurried knock on the door interrupted Qin Feng's thoughts. He had just gotten used to the incredible god-level sign-in system in his mind and hadn't yet completely digested the shock brought by the novice gift pack, when something happened again. He walked to the door and looked out through the blurry peephole. Damn. Standing outside the door was a tall woman with an extraordinary temperament. She was wearing a well-tailored white women's suit, which outlined her devilish curves. Her face was as delicate as if it was carved from ice and snow, with a cold and aloof air that kept strangers away, as if she was a fairy who had strayed into the mortal world. This woman. Who is it? Did you find the wrong door? Qin Feng muttered to himself and opened the door with some caution. The woman outside the door opened her red lips slightly. Her voice was like the sound of broken ice hitting jade, clear and pleasant, but without any emotional ups and downs. Hello, are you Mr. Qin Feng? It's me, who are you? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and looked her up and down. This woman was so beautiful that it seemed unreal, and there was an indescribable feeling about her. She seemed calm, but she seemed to contain tremendous energy. I'm Su Qingyue, and I'm here to report to you under the command of the system. The woman nodded slightly, her tone flat as if she was stating a fact. System, instructions? Qin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that? Is that the system? He subconsciously stepped aside and said, Miss Su. Miss Su? Come in first. Although his heart was in turmoil, he looked calm, but his movements were a little stiff. Without any hesitation, Su Qingyue walked into the rental house, which was less than 15 square meters, dimly lit, and filled with the smell of instant noodles, with elegant and standard steps. Xin Feng noticed that her eyes were like a scanner with the highest precision, quickly scanning every corner of the room, the worn-out single bed, the paint-chipped wardrobe, the desk piled with clutter. But her expression did not change from beginning to end. She showed neither disgust nor surprise, as if all this was within her expectations. She gently placed the silver suitcase in her hand, which looked very valuable, next to the only relatively clean wall with smooth and precise movements. Mr. Qin. Su Qingyue turned around and looked at Xin Feng. There was no emotion in her clear eyes, like two bottomless cold pools. According to the system and host binding supplementary agreement, from now on, I will be fully responsible for your daily life, itinerary planning, resource allocation, and assist you in handling all system-related matters. Her voice was still cold, but it carried an unquestionable professionalism and authoritative? Wait, system protocol? Xin Feng was a little confused. The system also brings my wife. Ba, sent to the assistant? And from the sound of it, the authority seems to be frighteningly large? Su Qingyue seemed to see through his doubts and stretched out her white, slender hand, which looked like a work of art, with her palm facing up. But there was a slight vibration in the air, and a soft, pale golden light gathered in her palm. In an instant, it formed a translucent virtual file with mysterious runes flowing on it. This is a dedicated binding contract generated by the system. It has the highest priority for execution. You can check it out in detail. Su Qingyue's voice was calm. Xin Feng. He widened his eyes, staring at the virtual contract floating in the air, then looked at Su Qingyue's breathtakingly beautiful yet calm face like a doll, and finally had to accept this surreal and even a little outrageous situation before him. Damn, this system. What a fun time. He forced himself to calm down, took a deep breath, and focused on the virtual contract. The above terms are clear. Su Qingyue, codenamed Moon God, former president of XX Company, is an exclusive senior intelligent assistant bound to the host by the system, with an independent personality and extremely high authority, with capabilities covering multiple areas such as life, combat, information, resources, etc. Its core instructions are: assist the host Xin Feng to reach the pinnacle of life, and absolutely loyal and never betray. Absolute loyalty. Seeing the last four words, Xin Feng's heartbeat accelerated again. This is much more reliable than any oath of love. Well, I see. Xin Feng suppressed the shock and a hint of joy in his heart, and tried to make his voice sound calmer. Su, assistant, right? I'll trouble you a lot in the future. Serving the host is my core responsibility. Su Qingyue nodded slightly, her attitude still impeccable. Mr. Qin, given that your current living environment is seriously incompatible with your current status and future development potential, I suggest that you give priority to improving it. In addition, the system has activated the daily sign-in function for you. According to the rules, you can sign in for the first time now. Do you want to do it? Sign in? Yes, there is also a sign-in. Xin Feng suddenly remembered that this was the core function of the system. The novice gift pack is so awesome, how can daily sign-in be bad? System prompt: daily sign-in location has been updated. Host's current location: rental room 401, building 3, Sunshine Community. Do you want to sign in? The system prompt sounded in my mind. Sign in. Sign in now. Xin Feng recited it in his heart without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully at rental room 401, building 3, Sunshine Community. Reward: 100,000 yuan in cash. The reward has been automatically sent to the host's bound bank card, please check it. Give another 100,000. Although it's much less than the 1 million in the novice gift package, it's still free money. Xin Feng felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, and the haze brought by the previous frustration and poverty was swept away, and his mood instantly soared. He has a system, money, and a pretty assistant who looks awesome. This life is simply about to be turned on. Assistant Su. Xin Feng looked at Su Qingyue, his eyes burning with curiosity. How much do you know about this system? For example, what are the rules for signing in? I have all the database information given to me by the system. Su Qingyue's answer was brief but contained a huge amount of information. The system will refresh the sign-in opportunity at a specific time, specific location, or when the host meets specific conditions. Sign-in rewards are all-encompassing, including but not limited to money, physical enhancement, rare skills, magic weapons, connections, special permissions, etc. Generally speaking, the higher the rarity, importance, or special significance of the sign-in location, the higher the level and value of the reward triggered. Qin Feng felt his heart burning with excitement when he heard this and nodded repeatedly. Isn't this just forcing yourself to move higher and explore more unknown and awesome places? Interesting. Okay. I understand. Qin Feng's eyes were gleaming with excitement as he glanced across the small and cramped rental house. He felt like he didn't want to stay there for even a second longer. I had no money before and no other options, but now I'm a millionaire, although just barely. Why am I still living in this shabby place? Price drop. Assistant Su, you are right. Improve the living environment first. Qin Feng waved his hand with full confidence. Do you have any good suggestions? Su Qingyue walked to the window, her cold eyes indifferently glanced at the densely packed, old and messy residential buildings outside the window, then turned around and looked at Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, based on your current identity and the unlimited potential given by the system, I suggest you directly purchase or rent a property in the top luxury residential area in the city center. I have initially selected several optimal options for you based on the real-time real estate data of this city. Please take a look. Before she finished speaking, she took out an ultra-thin transparent tablet full of futuristic technology from somewhere and tapped it with her fingers smoothly. The next second, information about several of the city's top real estate projects appeared clearly in front of Qin Feng. Kowloon Bay No. 1, Tianyue Mansion, Yunding Palace. Each name is well known and represents the pinnacle of wealth and status. Detailed information, 3D floor plans, surrounding facilities, property service introductions, and even the latest transaction prices and rental prices are all available. Qin Feng was amazed by the efficiency. He glanced at the selling prices that were often in the tens of millions, or even easily over 100 million. Even though he had just made a fortune, he couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. Grass. Is this the world of the rich? It's so fucking inhumane. But the corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of heat flashed in his eyes. I am now a person with a system. Although the 1 million yuan in the card is still a long way from buying these top luxury houses, with this amazing sign-in system, all of this. Can it be far? Let's rent one for now. Qin Feng made a decision quickly. He had to take one step at a time and enjoy himself first. Find a place with the best configuration, top security, high privacy, close to the city center, and convenient for signing in later. He added the last sentence. As you command. Su Qingyue seemed to have anticipated his choice, and tapped her finger on the tablet again. According to your requirements, combined with cost-effectiveness, convenience of immediate move-in and comprehensive score, the best rental plan is Yunding Tiangong Community, top-floor sky duplex apartment building, area of 588 square meters, smart decoration throughout the house, with a private sky pool and exclusive butler service, and the highest security level in the city, S level. I have contacted the owner through an encrypted channel and completed preliminary negotiations. The other party agreed to rent it out at 80% off the market price, effective immediately. If you have no objection, we can make an appointment to view the house now, and it is expected to be completed at 3 p.m. Cloudtop Palace? Qin Feng's heart was shocked. He was well known for this place, which was known as the crown of the city's wealthy areas. Only the rich or noble could live there. It was said that the value of any apartment there was enough to sustain an ordinary person's hard work for 10 lifetimes. And isn't Su Qingyue's efficiency too terrifying? I just said I wanted to rent it, and she has even negotiated the price? Okay. That's it. Qin Feng's eyes flashed, and he made a prompt decision. Make an appointment now. Let's go to see the house this afternoon. He couldn't wait to experience what it was like to live the life of a top wealthy person. Chapter 3, the first time I got slapped in the face, I felt proud. Qin Feng stood in front of the mirror and tugged at the shirt on his body, which was known as his treasured shirt. All the clothes on his body, added together, probably cost only a few $100s, and they have turned a little white after being washed. Compared with Su Qingyue, who had an extraordinary temperament and was as beautiful as an iceberg and snow lotus, Qin Feng felt like a loser follower who carried the goddess's bag. Damn, I didn't feel that before, but now that I have the comparison, it's really shabby. As if seeing through the embarrassment in his heart, Su Qingyue glanced at him with a cold gaze. Her voice was calm, but with an unquestionable professional tone. Mr. Qin, external image is an important part of establishing social identity. After completing the handover of the property today, I will accompany you to purchase clothes and necessary daily necessities that match your current and future identity positioning. Good. Qin Feng nodded, and in his heart he felt an inexplicable fondness for this incredibly efficient and thoughtful beautiful assistant. It is worthy of being a system product, it is professional. The two of them walked out of the corridor of this dilapidated residential building, one in front of the other, and the pungent smell of cheap perfume hit them in the face. Coming towards me, a woman wearing a tight dress, heavy makeup, and dressed up fancy was walking towards me with her waist twisted. When the woman saw Qin Feng, she was stunned for a moment, then her carefully drawn eyebrows raised, and her face was instantly filled with undisguised contempt and harsh sarcasm. It was none other than Li Qian, the ex-girlfriend who dumped him last week and turned around to hook up with a small boss who drove a second-hand BMW. Hey! Isn't this Qin Feng? Li Qian raised her voice, which was so sharp that it seemed to cut through glass. Her eyes swept over him like X-rays. What's the matter? Have you not left this crappy place yet? Have you found a job that can support yourself? Are you ready to sell blood to pay for next month's rent? Qin Feng's brows tightened instantly, and a nameless anger rose up. This woman is really a dog that can't change its bad nature. Before he could open his mouth, Li Qian's attention was drawn to Su Qingyue, who was standing next to Qin Feng. When she saw Su Qingyue's peerless beauty that could make any woman feel ashamed, and the custom-made suit that was obviously worth a lot of money and outlined her figure to near perfection, Li Qian's eyes instantly erupted with strong flames of jealousy, and her tone became more sarcastic, almost gritting her teeth as she said, I was wondering why you still have the time to hang around here. So you've managed to climb up the social ladder? Miss, I have to remind you to keep your eyes open. Don't be fooled by this poor guy. He's a complete loser who can't even pay the rent for next month. What do you want from following him? Do you want him to be rich? Or do you want him to make promises to you? Su Qingyue's eyes, like cold ponds, finally fell on Li Qian. She didn't say anything, and even her expression didn't change at all, but the cold aura that emanated from her was like a mountain pressing down on her. Li Qian, who originally wanted to continue talking, unconsciously softened her voice and even sounded a little weak. Qin Feng sneered in his heart. If it were a few days ago, Li Qian's words would have definitely hurt him to pieces, making him wish he could find a hole to crawl into. But now. It's a different time now. He took a step forward and stood in front of Su Qingyue, his tone as indifferent as if he was talking about the weather. Li Qian, I don't want you, my ex-girlfriend, to worry about my affairs. We still have business to do, please make way. Stop. Li Qian was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She immediately got angry. She opened her arms arrogantly and stood in front of the two men. She stared at Qin Feng with a provocative and superior look. Qin Feng. Stop pretending here. I broke up with you because you were incompetent, had no future, and couldn't give me the life I wanted. Look at your current state. Apart from this face, what else do you have? This beauty. She turned to Su Qingyue again, with a look of false sympathy on her face. Why do you follow this poor loser? Qin Feng's face darkened completely, and he clenched his fists subconsciously. This woman really refreshed his understanding of the word cheap. At this moment, Su Qingyue's white and slender fingers gently touched Qin Feng's arm, signaling him to be patient. Then, she opened her red lips slightly, and her cold voice was not loud, but every word was clearly heard by Li Qian. Madam, there are 2 points I need to clarify with you. First, before you make value judgments about others, please make sure that your own level of cognition is sufficient to support your conclusion. Second, Mr. Qin's future, its height, is far beyond your current level of imagination. Her voice clearly had no emotion, but it carried a kind of indifference and majesty, as if she was looking down from the clouds at an ant. Li Qian's heart inexplicably shrank, and she even had the illusion of being humble and insignificant. Future? What future can he have? Li Qian tried to hide her guilty conscience by forcing herself to refute, but she looked so timid that even she herself felt she lacked the confidence. Qin Feng looked at her clown-like appearance and suddenly felt that getting angry with her would lower his status. He sneered, took out his old cell phone with a scratched screen, and called his landlord, Aunt Wang, directly in front of Li Qian. The call was connected quickly. Hello, Aunt Wang, it's me, Qin Feng. Qin Feng's voice was calm and steady. It's like this. I have something to do here, so I'm going to move out today. I'll transfer this month's rent to you now. In addition, you don't have to return the deposit you paid before. Just consider it as compensation for the trouble I caused you by terminating the contract early. Aunt Wang on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned by the sudden news, but when she heard that the deposit was not required, her unhappiness instantly disappeared, and she immediately smiled and said repeatedly on the phone, "Okay, okay, Xiao Qin, you were so polite." Xin Feng said and hung up the phone. He quickly operated his fingers on the screen and directly opened the mobile banking. Ignoring Li Qian's wide eyes beside him, he completed the transfer quickly and neatly. After doing all this, he raised his head and his eyes fell on Li Qian's face, whose face had turned pale and blue. The corners of his mouth curled up with an undisguised arc of sneer. "Did you see clearly? Not only can I afford the rent, but I won't live in such a shabby place anymore." Li Qian stared at the successful transfer notification on Xin Feng's mobile phone screen, and was completely stunned by his nonchalant attitude, as if what he threw away was not a month's salary and deposit, but a few pieces of waste paper. How is this possible? It's only been a few days since they last met. How come this poor loser who was useless in her eyes seems to have been reborn? Not only is there a fairy-like beauty around him, but spending money has also become so tough? Where did you get so much money? Li Qian asked in a lost voice, her voice full of disbelief and a hint of panic that she herself didn't even notice. "Oh, it seems that there is no need to report this to your ex-girlfriend?" Xin Feng was too lazy to waste words with her. He turned his head and nodded slightly to Su Qingyue. "Assistant Su, let's go. Don't let the driver wait anxiously." "Okay, Mr. Qin." Su Qingyue turned gracefully, her movements smooth and natural. Xin Feng didn't even look at Li Qian and followed her. At this moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, which was completely black and gleaming with the highest quality paint in the sun, slid silently to the side of the road like a ghost and stopped steadily. A middle-aged driver in a neat black suit and snow-white gloves got out of the car quickly, respectfully opened the back door, and bowed slightly. "Mr. Qin, Miss Su, please get in the car." Xin Feng paused and subconsciously glanced at Su Qingyue. Su Qingyue seemed to know what he was thinking. She looked at him with her cold eyes and nodded slightly, almost imperceptibly. Xin Feng took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Under Li Qian's gaze, as if she had seen a ghost and her eyes were about to pop out, he straightened his back and calmly sat in the back seat of this top-of-the-line luxury car that symbolized ultimate luxury and status, together with Su Qingyue. The heavy car door slammed shut, instantly blocking out all the noise from the outside world and the face filled with shock, regret, confusion, and deep disbelief. The Rolls-Royce engine emitted a very slight low hum, and like an elegant and powerful beast, it drove away from the dilapidated neighborhood very smoothly, leaving Li Qian alone, standing stiffly in place as if stupid, looking at the rear of the luxury car going farther and farther away, and the profile of Xin Feng that flashed through the car window, which seemed to have a hint of mockery. An indescribable regret instantly grabbed her heart like a poisonous snake. She seemed to have really missed 100 million. No, maybe I missed the whole world. Inside the car, the soft and comfortable leather seats wrap the body perfectly, the air is filled with the faint fragrance of high-grade leather and wood, and the cabin is so quiet that it seems like another world. Xin Feng looked at the once very familiar dilapidated street scene rapidly receding outside the window, feeling the unparalleled stability and luxury of the Rolls-Royce. An indescribable sense of pleasure instantly swept through his body like an electric current. Is it the feeling of counterattack? How does it feel to rub your ex-girlfriend's face on the ground? Damn, that feels so fucking good. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at Su Qingyue beside him. I don't know when she took out the high-tech tablet and was browsing something attentively. Her perfect profile seemed to have its own soft light under the light and shadow, and her long eyelashes were like two small fans, trembling slightly, which was breathtakingly beautiful. Assistant Su. Xin Feng's Adam's apple rolled, and his voice was filled with a hint of sincere gratitude. Thank you for just now. Su Qingyue put down the tablet and turned to look at him. In her cold eyes, a trace of imperceptible smile? But it was so fast that it seemed like an illusion. It is my responsibility to protect the image and dignity of my employer. Her voice remained steady, without much emotion. Xin Feng grinned, said no more, leaned back in the comfortable chair, and felt more relaxed than ever before. A new life has begun. Moreover, the start seems to be quite exciting. Chapter 4: Hentang Palace, a top-notch luxury residence. The Rolls-Royce Phantom, this land beast that represents ultimate luxury and power, makes almost no noise when driving on the wide and flat asphalt road. The scene outside the window passed by quickly, and soon we arrived at the destination of this trip, Hentang Palace. Just by looking at the grand gate at the entrance of the community, which was large enough for 4 cars to drive side by side, and the security guards in black suits standing on both sides like javelins with eyes as sharp as hawks, Xin Feng knew that this place and the pigeon cage where he lived before were two completely different worlds. Such grandeur and solemnity isolate not only the noise, but also the classes. The vehicle did not stop at all. After passing through an extremely strict iris and license plate dual recognition system that only non-community owners or specially invited visitors could pass, it slid silently into this legendary top wealthy area like a fish into flowing water. Fuck. Sheen Fong couldn't help but swear in his heart. The scene inside the community completely overturned his understanding of residential area. Where is this residential area? It is clearly a vast and meticulously crafted private royal garden. The towering ancient trees cast a canopy of green shade, and many rare species with unique shapes that are obviously worth a lot of money are dotted among them. The gurgling stream meanders along the river channel made of white marble, and you can even see colorful koi swimming leisurely under the water. Every step you take brings you a new view, and low-key luxury and ultimate taste are evident everywhere. Single-family villas and high-rise apartments with different styles and designs are scattered in the garden like chess pieces, separated by large green spaces or water features, taking the word privacy to the extreme. TSK, this place, the air I breathe smells like money. Sheen Fong couldn't help but smacking his lips and exclaimed sincerely. I had only seen pictures and legends on the internet before, but when I was there in person, I truly felt the majestic aura of the upper class. The Hentang Palace was designed by a top international design firm and cost tens of billions of dollars to build. It is recognized as the city's top luxury home benchmark. Its security system is similar to military grade, and its property services are based on European royal standards. Su Qingyue's voice sounded at the right time, calmly stating the facts, as if introducing her own backyard. The house we reserved is located on the top floor of Building A, the king unit with the best view. It is a treasure reserved by the developer. The vehicle slowly came to a stop at the foot of a skyscraper that was estimated to be over 50 stories high and looked like a work of art made of glass and steel. Almost at the moment the car door opened, a gold medal real estate agent wearing an Armani suit and with meticulously combed hair, and a middle-aged man with a calm temperament who looked like a senior representative of the owner, came up quickly with smiles on their faces. Their attitude was respectful to the core. Mr. Qin. Ms. Su. Welcome. Thank you for your hard work. The smile on the agent's face was so warm that it could melt ice. Obviously, before they arrived, Su Qingyue had arranged everything properly with her mysterious methods. Even their identities were probably packaged to be extremely extraordinary. Mr. Qin, Miss Su, this way please, the exclusive elevator is ready for you. The agent led the way in front, nodding and bowing, with an attitude that looked as if he wanted to kneel down and polish their shoes. Take the ultra-high-speed elevator that requires a special key to start and has an interior comparable to a 5-star hotel suite, and go directly to the top floor, penthouse. Ding! The elevator door slid open silently. At that moment, Sheen Fong felt that his breathing stagnated for half a second. The scene before him made him experience the meaning of poverty limits imagination. The first thing that catches your eye is a giant living room with a ceiling height of nearly 10 meters and an area of at least 200 square meters. The entire wall, no, it should be said that 3 walls, were replaced by huge bulletproof floor-to-ceiling windows that dropped from the ceiling to the ground. Standing here, it feels like you are floating above the city. At your feet are rows of high-rise buildings, and in the distance are winding rivers and rolling mountain outlines. The entire bustling city is now spread out at your feet like a painting, ready for you to take whatever you want. This ultimate vision, which seems to dominate the world, brings an unparalleled impact. The interior decoration style is not the kind of nouveau riche splendor, but a kind of restrained luxury to the extreme. The seemingly simple lines reveal the ingenuity of top design everywhere. The floor is made of imported marble that is as smooth as jade, the walls are painted with special paint with a unique texture, the furniture and electrical appliances are all the latest models from top international brands, and there is even a Steinway grand piano in the corner of the living room. Not to mention the sparkling indoor heated infinity pool in the distance, and the private screening room next to it with an extra large screen and comfortable sofas, comparable to a professional cinema. Mr. Qin, Miss Su. The owner's representative introduced the apartment with a respectful smile. The sky-high duplex apartment was originally intended by our boss to be used as a private club. The decoration materials and design were all done by a national treasure-level Italian master, and it took 2.5 years to complete. All the furniture and appliances are brand new and unused. If the boss had not decided to immigrate with his family at the last minute, he would definitely not have been willing to rent it out. Take a look, are you satisfied? Satisfy? Qin Fong was so satisfied that he wanted to kowtow to this boss he had never met on the spot. Where is this house? This is simply the palace of his dreams. 100 times more luxurious than anything he could imagine. How is the rent calculated? Although he was extremely excited inside, Qin Feng remained calm. He glanced at Su Qingyue and asked casually. Although there was more than 1 million yuan in the card, the habit he developed since childhood made him subconsciously ask the price. Cough. The agent cleared his throat and carefully observed the expressions of Qin Feng and Su Qingyue before quoting the price. Mr. Qin, the monthly rent for this top-floor skylight is 200,000 yuan. Hiss. 200,000 a month? The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. This price is enough for the down payment on a 2-bedroom apartment in the small county town where he grew up. It is indeed a den of spending money for the top wealthy people. However, on second thought, he still had 1.1 million in cash in his card, and he could pay for several months' rent without even blinking an eye. Moreover, with the system in place, will money still be a problem? The pattern needs to be opened up. He was about to nod when Su Qingyue, who was standing beside him, spoke in her cold and pleasant voice, which carried an unquestionable aura. Okay. The contract is for a year, with a deposit of 3 months and a payment of 1 month. If there is no problem, you can sign the contract now and check in immediately. No problem. No problem at all. The agent and the owner's representative were overjoyed when they heard this and were so excited that they almost jumped up on the spot. Tenants of top-notch luxury homes are often very picky. It is rare to find such straightforward sponsors as the two in front of you who make the decision without saying a word. Su Qingyue took out a carefully drafted electronic lease contract from somewhere and displayed it on her futuristic tablet. She quickly scanned it and confirmed that the key terms were correct before handing it to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, please take a look. You can sign it after confirming that it is correct. Qin Feng took a symbolic glance. They were all standard clauses, and Su Qingyue was in charge. He felt 100% assured and signed his name in the electronic signature column with great fanciness. The next second, Su Qingyue had completed the operation on the tablet. Qin Feng's mobile phone received a text message almost at the same time. Your savings card account with the last digit XXXX has spent 800,000 renminbi, and the current balance is 300,005 renminbi and 32 cents. 800,000. Just like flowing water, it went out. Qin Feng's heart couldn't help but twitch a little, but more of it was an indescribable sense of heroism and refreshment. The contract took effect immediately. The smart door lock recorded Qin Feng and Su Qingyue's biometric information, and the keys, although they were more symbolic cards and permissions, were also handed over. When the agent and the owner's representative saw them off with smiles on their faces, bowing and nodding, and considerately closed the door, this extremely luxurious penthouse apartment worth hundreds of millions of dollars was truly marked with the Qin-style mark in the coming year. Qin Feng walked slowly to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, put his hands in his pockets, and looked down at the bustling city below where thousands of lights were gradually lighting up. The hustle and bustle of traffic is like a tiny ant colony, and the skyscrapers that we once had to look up to are now right at our feet. An unprecedented sense of ambition and passion surged and rose in his chest. How does it feel? A cold voice sounded beside me. Su Qingyue had walked up to his side at some point, stood side by side with him, and looked at the brilliant night view outside the window together. The last rays of the setting sun shone gently onto her perfectly contoured profile through the huge glass window, as if coating her delicate facial features with a layer of hazy and holy golden light. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and the neon lights of the city were reflected in her clear eyes, so beautiful that it made one's heart stop. Feel. Qin Feng's Adam's apple rolled, and his voice was a little hoarse, which he himself did not even notice. It feels like a fucking dream. No, it's even more exciting than a dream. This is not a dream. Su Qingyue turned her head, her eyes as cold as glass, looking at him very seriously, as if she could see through his soul. Mr. Qin, please remember the feeling at this moment. But this is just the starting point of your brilliant life. Your future is far more than this, and more than this city. Her eyes were deep and firm, as if containing some mysterious magic, which made Qin Feng's heart skip a beat. An indescribable throbbing instantly spread throughout his limbs. The two of them were very close at this moment. Qin Feng could even clearly smell the faint fragrance emanating from her body, which was incomparable to any perfume. It was as clear as the first sunny day after the snow, with a faint orchid-like fragrance. There seems to be a subtle and charming factor spreading in the air. Qin Feng's eyes fell uncontrollably on her plump, pink lips that were so close to him, and his throat became dry and dry again. Su Qingyue seemed to have sensed the unusual ambiguity in the atmosphere. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly like the wings of a frightened butterfly. She turned her face slightly to avoid his somewhat burning gaze. An extremely subtle, light blush, like the finest rouge, quietly stained her jade-like ears. Cough. She coughed lightly, breaking the brief, almost suffocating silence, and resumed her professional and capable tone. Mr. Chin, according to the plan, we need to buy the necessary clothes and daily necessities for you next. Okay. It's time to do some shopping. Chin Feng woke up as if from a dream, and nodded quickly in response, while secretly cursing himself for being useless. Damn, the lethality of this icy beauty assistant is even more powerful than RPG. I almost couldn't hold on any longer. Chapter 5 Special Check-in Location, CBD in the city center. Under the arrangement of Su Qingyue, a top assistant who can be called a human shopping navigator, Chin Feng went through an image upgrade project with an incredibly high efficiency. Place? Naturally, it is the Shangjia Center where the city's highest-end luxury brands are concentrated. Process? Simple and crude. Su Qingyue took Chin Feng with her, like a queen inspecting her territory, and swept through several flagship stores of top luxury brands that she thought were barely suitable for Mr. Chin's current status: Armani Haute Couture, Zegna, Patek Philippe. She didn't even need Chin Feng to try on too many clothes. She only relied on her sharp and accurate vision and the instant scanning and analysis of Chin Feng's body data. Chin Feng seriously doubted that she had this ability to make the final decision, from casual t-shirts costing tens of thousands of yuan, to handmade custom suits costing hundreds of thousands of yuan, to watches, leather shoes, cufflinks, tie clips costing millions. Everything she considered necessary was packed up. This cashmere coat from Brioni is cut to fit your shoulders. This Vacheron Constantin Heritage Series is low-key and restrained, which fits your initial image positioning. Do I need to wait a month for this pair of Berluti custom leather shoes? No, I'll pay more and have them delivered to Hentang Sky Palace within a week. Throughout the whole process, Su Qingyue didn't even frown, as if what she was buying was not a luxury item, but cabbage from a roadside stall. Those luxury store clerks who usually look down on others, in front of her cold and powerful aura and her unhesitating card-swiping action, the card she used was naturally Chin Feng's newly received card that was not even warm yet, became as obedient as grandchildren, and their service attitude was attentive to the point of fawning. When Chin Feng first looked at those astronomical price tags, his heart skipped a beat. After all, he used to be reluctant to buy clothes that cost even a few $100s. But when he changed into an Italian handmade custom suit worth hundreds of thousands of dollars that fit his body perfectly, and stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling mirror, even he was amazed by the strange yet familiar man in the mirror. Oh shit. Is this still me? The man in the mirror had an upright posture and his face was still handsome, but with the contrast of top-notch clothing, his brows looked sharper and more confident, and his eyes became deeper. The nobility and composure emanating from the inside out are like two completely different people. Clothes make the man, gold makes the Buddha, the ancients were right. Chin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It fits perfectly, Mr. Chin. Your temperament is perfectly matched with this set of Zegna's Sartoria series. Su Qingyue stood aside, and a rare, almost imperceptible gleam of appreciation flashed across her cold eyes. Even judging by her top standards, Chin Feng at this moment did have some qualities that made him a superior person. Well, it's mainly because Assistant Su has a sharp eye. Chin Feng grinned, feeling so happy. This feeling of being reborn and refreshed, coupled with the extreme pleasure brought by the beep sound when swiping the card just now. Cool. It feels so fucking good. Especially since the money you spend is given by the system, you don't have any psychological burden when spending it. The shopping is over with great results. The trunk and back seat of the Rolls-Royce were filled to the brim with shopping bags printed with luxury brand logos. The driver tactfully sent the trophies back to Hentang Sky Palace first, while Chin Feng and Su Qingyue prepared to find a high-end restaurant near Shangjia Center for dinner. However, just when Chin Feng was pondering whether to eat at a Michelin 3-star restaurant or try top-notch Japanese food, the familiar, heavenly system prompt sound rang again in his mind. Ding! A special check-in location has been detected, and the check-in task has been triggered. Sign-in location, CBD in the city center, Longting Financial Street. Location rarity, location description, the heart of Donghai City's economy, the ultimate arena of wealth and power. The funds that flow here every second are enough for ordinary people to struggle for a lifetime. Controlling this place means controlling the economic lifeline of the city. Sign-in reward, unknown sign-in at high-rarity locations, rewards will be greatly increased, there will be surprises. Task time limit, arrive and complete sign-in within 1 hour. Do you want to accept the task and sign in immediately? Longtung Financial Street? Chin Feng's eyes suddenly froze. Of course he knew this place. It was not far from Xingjia Center and only about 10 minutes walk. Moreover, it has a rarity of 4.5 stars. The reward is unknown, but does it come with a surprise? This must go. Assistant Su, let's change the plan. We won't go to dinner yet. Qin Feng spoke almost immediately, his tone carrying a hint of unquestionable determination. Let's go to the nearby Longting Financial Street. Okay, Mr. Qin. Su Qinyue was very smart. Although she didn't know why Qin Feng suddenly changed his mind, she didn't ask any questions. She immediately used the headset to instruct the driver on standby to change the route in a concise and efficient manner. This is the professionalism of a top assistant. The Rolls-Royce Phantom started silently, merged smoothly into the traffic flow, and soon drove into the financial district with tall buildings, glass curtain walls reflecting golden light in the sunset, and a sense of futuristic technology. This is the financial power center of Donghai City and even the entire southeast region. On the streets, you can see people everywhere wearing well-tailored suits, walking hurriedly, with faces that say "I'm busy, don't block my way." Financial elite. The air seemed to be filled with the smell of money, ambition, and hormones. The Rolls-Royce slowly stopped in front of the iconic skyscraper World Financial Center, which is shaped like a giant dragon flying into the sky and is hundreds of stories high. It's around here. Qin Feng closed his eyes and carefully sensed the guidance of the system in his mind. The check-in location was in this majestic building and its surrounding area. System prompt: you have arrived at the core area of the sign-in location Longting Financial Street. Do you want to sign in immediately? Sign in. Qin Feng recited in his heart without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the 4.5-star rarity location Longting Financial Street. The host's current needs and location characteristics have been detected, and the reward type this time tends to be strength and appearance. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following rewards. 1. God-level driving skills. Passive skill: instantly master and integrate the driving skills of all known models, including but not limited to extreme control, anticipation and avoidance, and the unity of man and car. Let you become the absolute king on the road. 2. A limited edition super sports car King of the Night with a full set of legal identity documents, exemption from inspection privileges and the right to use the exclusive platinum parking space in the basement of the World Financial Center. What the hell? God-level driving skills? Besides, limited edition supercar King of the Night? Qin Feng's heart suddenly shrank, and then he was overwhelmed by great ecstasy. As soon as I changed my outfit and upgraded my software, the system immediately sent me a top-notch hardware vehicle. And it's a global limited edition. This system really understands men, doesn't it? It's just a sweet little cotton jacket. No, it's a carrying nuclear weapon. Almost at the moment the reward was distributed, an indescribable, complex, yet extremely clear and sophisticated flood of driving information poured into Qin Feng's mind like an epiphany. The roar of the engine, the scream of the tires, the depth of the throttle, the timing of braking, the shifting of gears, the transfer of the center of gravity, the calculation of wind resistance, the prediction of road conditions. He has countless knowledge, skills and experiences about driving, as if he has practiced hard for decades, driven all types of cars from tractors to F1 cars, and experienced countless life and death speed tests. All of this, in just 1 second, was imprinted deeply into his soul like an instinct. He even had a strong self-confidence that as long as he was given a car, even a broken van, he could drive it like the god of driving of Akina Mountain. Mr. Qin? Su Qingyue's cold voice awakened Qin Feng from the wonderful feeling of oneness of man and car. She found Qin Feng standing there, his eyes changing, as if he was undergoing some unknown transformation. Oh, it's nothing. I just lost myself. Qin Feng came back to his senses, his eyes flashing with excitement and passion. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of neat white teeth. Assistant Su, good news. The system just rewarded me with a super sports car, and it seems, it's parked in the underground garage of this building. Su Qinyue seemed to have anticipated this, or rather, in her opinion, the system rewards were not worth making a fuss about. She just nodded calmly, took out the high-tech tablet, and quickly swiped her fingers across it a few times. Data streams flashed in her cold eyes. According to the real-time synchronization information of the system, the reward vehicle King of the Night has been parked on the 3rd floor of the underground parking lot of the World Financial Center, the exclusive platinum parking space PA001. The relevant electronic key and ownership certificate have been synchronized to your personal terminal. The security system has lifted the access restrictions on you. So efficient. Qin Feng praised and waved his hand impatiently. Let's go. Let's go see my new car. The two walked into the parking lot entrance of the World Financial Center, which was decorated like a five-star hotel lobby, and took the sightseeing elevator directly to the third floor below ground. As soon as the elevator door opened, a cold and murderous atmosphere hit me in the face. Qin Feng's gaze was instantly attracted by the black beast lying dormant in the exclusive platinum parking space not far away, which was illuminated by special lights and clearly separated from other parking spaces. Oh my god! It was a supercar that Qin Feng had never seen in any magazine or on the internet. The whole body is as black as ink, as if it can absorb all the light around it. The lines of the car body are extremely smooth, full of a sense of the future and an indescribable sense of power. Every curve and every edge seem to be born to tear through the air. The chassis that is so low that it is almost touching the ground, the wide rear wing, and the front face design that is like the fangs of a beast, all exude a suffocating wild atmosphere full of extreme aggressiveness. Even if it is just standing there quietly, it looks like a king from the dark abyss, looking down upon everything around it. Qin Feng had never seen the logo on the front of the car, which looked like it was carved from obsidian and had a strange and domineering shape, but he instinctively felt that it was extraordinary. This is the King of the Night? Qin Feng felt his throat was a little dry, and he walked over uncontrollably. He stretched out his hand and gently touched the cold, smooth car body with his fingertips, which seemed to contain explosive power. Dark Knight is an extremely mysterious supercar brand that only provides private customized cars for the world's top dignitaries. Su Qingyue's voice was also filled with a rare sense of amazement. This King of the Night is the pinnacle of its brand. It is said that the core technology is derived from military aviation technology. Only 10 units are available worldwide and have never been sold publicly in any form. Its performance parameters are enough to crush all currently known mass-produced sports cars, and can even compete with modified top F1 cars. As for its value, it can no longer be measured in money. It might be more appropriate to call it a walking work of art or a mobile fortress. Limited to 10 units worldwide. You can't buy it even if you have money. Performance crushes everything. Qin Feng's heart felt like it was hit hard by a heavy hammer, and it was beating wildly. The blood is rushing faster in the blood vessels. System, you are awesome. Dad loves you so much. The vehicle was not locked, and Qin Feng opened the door that opened upwards like an eagle's wing. The cockpit is filled with a fighter-like sense of technology, with various buttons and screens laid out in a reasonable and cool way. A car key with a unique shape, as if made of black crystal, is lying quietly on the leather-wrapped racing seat. Qin Feng picked up the key, feeling its cool and heavy texture, took a deep breath, and sat in the driver's seat. The seat fit his body perfectly, as if it was tailor-made for him. He inserted the key into the start port and pressed it lightly. Buzz boom. A low, violent roar, as if from the depths of hell, echoed throughout the empty underground parking lot. The terrifying sound even caused other luxury cars parked nearby to sound slight alarms. The sleeping king of darkness awakens in the hands of its new master. Chapter 6: God-level driving skills, sports car turmoil. Okay, let us inject some soul into this classic urban racing and face-slapping scene to make it more exciting and more thrilling. A polished excerpt from the novel, Mr. Qin. According to safety protocols, when driving an unfamiliar high-performance vehicle for the first time, it is recommended that you be accompanied by a professional or a designated driver. Do you need me to drive for you? Su Qingyue was standing outside the car, and her cold voice came through the half-open window. Although the system information clearly told her that Qin Feng had instantly mastered God-level driving skills, out of the rigorous duties of a top assistant, she still asked a routine question. No. I can do it myself. At this moment, Qin Feng felt his blood boiling and his confidence was unprecedentedly high. The God-level driving skills were screaming in my mind. It felt like an experienced driver who had been holding back for decades and finally touched the steering wheel of his dreams. How could he resist? He couldn't wait to experience it himself. What kind of earth-shaking power could be unleashed by this amazing driving skill coupled with this top-notch supercar that looked so awesome? He opened the car door skillfully as if he had done it countless times, and his body seemed to be attracted by a magnet, fitting perfectly into the highly enveloping, futuristic, and technological cockpit. Buzz the seat sensed his weight and body shape and made fine adjustments instantly, achieving the most ergonomic and most suitable support state for extreme driving. The dashboard and the huge central control screen in front of you light up one after another, the faint blue light flows, and all kinds of parameters and icons that have never been seen before are jumping, full of adrenaline-pumping sci-fi and fighting atmosphere. Seeing this, Su Qingyue said no more, elegantly opened the passenger door and got in. The way she fastened her seatbelt was as smooth and natural as a carefully choreographed dance, but there seemed to be a hint of subtle curiosity hidden in her cold eyes. Qin Feng took a deep breath, and his hands seemed to be welded together as he tightly gripped the uniquely shaped and excellently felt carbon fiber steering wheel. An indescribable wonderful feeling, as if blood was connected, instantly surged throughout my body. At this moment, he felt that he was no longer sitting in the car, but had completely merged with this black beast called King of the Night. Every part of it, every inch of steel, seemed to be an extension of his body and he could control it at will. The corners of his mouth curled up with excitement, and his right foot gently placed on the accelerator pedal, as if caressing the skin of his lover, and slowly probed downwards. Boom! The engine responded with an instant, deafening, wild roar. The voice was deep and powerful, as if an ancient beast that had been imprisoned for 1,000 years had finally broken free and announced its return to the world. The black car body suddenly rushed forward as if it was infused with soul lightning. The strong push on the back instantly pressed Qin Feng and Su Qingyue against the seatbacks. In just the moment of starting, this King of the Night displayed extreme violence and speed, which was completely different from the calm and luxury of Rolls-Royce. The scenery outside the window was rapidly receding. The Rolls-Royce that was originally following behind the driver looked at his boss's car in confusion as it disappeared at the end of his sight, was left far behind in the blink of an eye and turned into a small black dot. Fuck! Awesome! Qin Feng couldn't help but roar, his scalp was tingling with excitement. God-level driving skills are indeed not to be underestimated. His control over the vehicle has reached an incredible, exquisite level, like an antelope hanging its horns. Accelerate, merge, cut corners, overtake. Every movement is as smooth as flowing water, as precise as if measured with a ruler, and as smooth as an artistic performance. There is not a single unnecessary operation, yet the vehicle's performance is squeezed to the limit. The performance of the King of Darkness is so terrifying that it is outrageous. The speed was so fast that Qin Feng felt like his soul was about to be thrown out. But the strange thing is that no matter how fast the speed is, the car body is always as stable as a rock, sticking tightly to the ground, giving people a strong sense of absolute control. Qin Feng was getting more and more excited as he drove, his adrenaline was secreted like crazy, and he couldn't help but increase the speed little by little. The roar of the engine became louder and louder, like the devil's hideous grin, transforming into a frightening black phantom in the traffic of the bustling city. Just at this moment. Buzz buzz buzz. A sharp, obviously modified engine roar came from the side and rear. Then, a bright red Ferrari 488, which was extremely flashy in color, suddenly accelerated and rushed up as if it had been injected with chicken blood, violently squeezing out the vehicles beside it and driving side by side with the King of the Night. The car window rolled down, revealing a young face with smoky makeup, eye-catching yellow hair, and frog-shaped sunglasses. His face was full of arrogance and domineering, as if he was the best in the world. "Hey, man, is this the new car you picked up?" The yellow-haired young man was holding a cigarette in his mouth, tilting his head, and looking up and down at the King of the Night with its hard and aggressive lines in an extremely frivolous tone. "What brand is this? Have you never seen it before? Did you modify it yourself? It's quite intimidating." Qin Feng frowned instantly and tightened his grip on the steering wheel. He was too lazy to pay attention to this second-generation rich man who was obviously out to cause trouble. However, the yellow-haired young man obviously did not intend to give up. His gaze quickly passed Qin Feng and fell on Su Qingyue, who was sitting in the passenger seat and was as beautiful as a fairy and had a cool and elegant temperament. In an instant, the yellow-haired young man's eyes widened. My saliva almost flowed out. He blew a loud and rogue whistle, and his tone became more obscene and provocative. "Fuck. Brother. It's okay. The car is not very good, but the girl is very hot. She is the best. Lend it to me for 2 days? I promise to return her to you in good condition, he. Before he finished speaking, Qin Feng's face suddenly darkened, and his eyes instantly became icy cold. A strong murderous aura emanated from him almost uncontrollably. Dare to flirt with his woman in front of him? Court death. Su Qingyue, who was standing next to her, had a pretty face that had been frozen for thousands of years, and a layer of frost suddenly covered it. His slender brows were tightly furrowed, and in his cold eyes, there flashed a hint of extremely dangerous chill. Anyone who knows her well, if any, would know that this is a sign that she is really angry. Roll. Qin Feng's voice was like being squeezed out from the netherworld, icy cold, and without a trace of emotion. Hey! Who the hell are you with? You're such a tough guy. The yellow-haired young man was choked by Qin Feng's words. He felt that he had lost face and immediately became angry and said, "Don't leave if you dare. Do you dare to run a lap with me? If you lose, you have to leave the car and the girl to me." A bloodthirsty sneer flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Compare cars? I'm just worried that I have nowhere to display my god-level driving skills. This idiot just delivered himself to my door. How do you want to compete? Qin Feng's voice was still cold, but his suppressed anger was filled with a hint of playful ridicule. Simple. The yellow-haired young man raised his hand and pointed at the river in the distance, where a majestic cross-river bridge could be vaguely seen. Do you see the Longting Bridge in front? Let's see who gets to the bridge first. Do you dare to bet? He looked very confident, as if he had already defeated Qin Feng. In his opinion, it would be easy for his modified Ferrari to beat this unknown brand car that came out of nowhere, right? Can. Qin Feng raised his lips in a sinister arc, like a cheetah showing its fangs, but the bet has to be changed. Oh? Tell me about it? Want to lose less? The yellow-haired young man sneered, thinking Qin Feng was scared. It's very simple. Qin Feng's eyes cut across the yellow-haired young man's face like a knife, and then he pointed at Su Qingyue beside him and said word by word, "I won, your broken Ferrari belongs to me." Then, you kneel on the ground, kowtow to me 3 times, and then apologize to my girlfriend. The moment the word girlfriend came out of her mouth, Su Qingyue's body, which had always maintained an elegant sitting posture, trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. A touching blush, like the finest rouge, quietly climbed up her fair jade-like cheeks, and even her ears turned pink. But she quickly adjusted her breathing and returned to her cold and indifferent expression, and did not refute Qin Feng's statement. The yellow-haired young man was stunned at first, and then he laughed exaggeratedly as if he had heard a huge joke, and he almost cried with laughter. Fuck. Boy, are you fucking crazy? Your tone is worse than athlete's foot. All right. I'll bet with you. What if you lose? I lost? Qin Feng's eyes flashed with absolute confidence, and his tone was indifferent as if he was talking about a trivial matter. This car belongs to you. I will also kowtow to you 3 times. Good. You're brave. I like idiots like you who won't cry until they see the coffin. The yellow-haired young man slapped the steering wheel excitedly. In his opinion, this was simply a piece of cake. Although we don't know the performance of this cool-looking modified car, its appearance alone is impressive enough, not to mention the fairy-like girl next to it. I really found a treasure when I went out today. Then stop talking nonsense. The yellow-haired young man could not wait to push up his sunglasses, revealing bloodshot and excited eyes, and raised 3 fingers towards Qin Feng. 3, 2, 1. Go! Before he finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Hiss! The modified engine of the Ferrari 488 let out a sharp and piercing roar, and like an angry bull, it instantly turned into a red lightning and rushed out violently into the gap in the traffic ahead. The starting speed is amazing. However, just at the moment when the Ferrari rushed out, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly became as sharp as an eagle. The sneer on the corner of his mouth disappeared instantly, replaced by an extreme concentration. His right foot, as if calculated precisely, stepped hard on the accelerator with perfect strength and timing. Buzz boom! The deep and explosive engine roar of the King of the Night instantly rose octaves. It was no longer a roar, but a dragon roar that came from ancient times and was powerful enough to tear the sky apart. The black car body seemed to break free from the constraints of the laws of physics and turned into a black afterimage that could not be captured by the naked eye. Whoosh! Just a moment to breathe. The black afterimage instantly surpassed the red Ferrari that was just feeling proud with a completely crushing and devastating posture. The strong airflow even caused the Ferrari's body to shake violently. The smile on the yellow-haired young man's face froze instantly, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What the hell? This. What the hell is this speed? Chapter 7, Crush. Kneel down and apologize. F. Watching the black phantom disappear in the traffic ahead as if by teleportation, the yellow-haired young man's hands holding the Ferrari's steering wheel trembled violently, his mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in, and his eyeballs almost popped out of his sockets. This. Is this a fucking rocket? My modified Ferrari can't even get the taillights of other people's cars? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Damn it. Chase him. The yellow-haired young man was instantly aroused to ferocity, like a gambler who has lost all his money. He stepped on the accelerator directly into the fuel tank. The Ferrari's engine roared hysterically, trying to save a little face. However, the reality is cruel. In front of the King of Darkness, his Ferrari was as weak as a baby who had just learned to walk, facing the world champion of the 100-meter sprint. No matter how frantically he squeezed the engine or how hard he tried to weave in and out of traffic, the distance between the two not only did not shorten, but instead became farther and farther, like an insurmountable chasm. Qin Feng had an icy, playful smile on his face, like a cat playing with a mouse. At this moment, God-level driving skills are no longer just a skill, but more like an art that dances on the edge of a knife and controls everything to the limit, an art that makes people intoxicated. Ahead is the famous Devil's Curve in the urban area, a series of sharp S-shaped bends with narrow roads and heavy traffic. If you are not careful, the car will be destroyed and people will die. The yellow-haired young man's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously slammed on the brakes and turned the steering wheel carefully, fearing that he would rush out of the guardrail if he went too fast. Just as he was frantically moving at a snail's pace swoosh. That black king of the night was like a ghost that completely ignored the laws of physics. It was seen drifting in an extremely cool and smooth arc at a speed that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, as if it was sliding along the center of the curve, completing a perfect drifting turn at textbook level, or even beyond the textbook. The whole process was smooth and fast as lightning. The car body has almost no roll and is as stable as if it was welded to the ground. The tires make a slight and pleasant friction sound with the ground, but it is not a scream of loss of control, but an ultimate declaration of being under control. Oh fuck, is this a car driven by a human? The yellow-haired young man was stunned as he watched the black lightning disappear into the distance. His mind went blank and he even forgot to turn the steering wheel. He almost crashed into the isolation belt next to him. Is this guy possessed by the god of cars? No. Even if Schumacher were reborn or Fujiwara Takumi came, they wouldn't be able to perform such a perverted operation. This is simply against physics. The rest of the journey turned into a nightmare, like one-sided torture and beating for the yellow-haired young man. Qin Feng drove the king of the night and completely let himself go. Whether there is a traffic jam like a sardine can ahead, a narrow and complex interchange ramp, or a long queue at a red light, the King of Darkness can always find the only, best and fastest breakthrough path in advance, as if he has the ability to predict the future. Sometimes it passes through the narrow gap between two cars at high speed like a ghost. Sometimes, with an incredible tailspin, it would pass the stop line at the last second before the red light comes on. Sometimes he would use short bursts of acceleration to forcibly tear a hole in the dense traffic. The whole process is thrilling to the extreme, yet it also has a kind of smoothness and freedom that is pleasing to the eye. It seems that it is not racing, but a thrilling high-speed ballet is being performed in the busy urban jungle. Will Ferrari? He had been left behind so long ago that not even his shadow could be seen. The yellow-haired young man could only watch the black lightning from afar as it galloped ahead, ignoring all the vehicles. His heart was filled with despair and a deep sense of powerlessness. In the passenger seat, Su Qingyue's pair of cold eyes that had been frozen for thousands of years now sparkled with a light that had never been seen before. She pursed her red lips tightly, looking at the focused and confident profile of the man beside her, feeling the intense stimulation brought by the vehicle at the maximum speed, and the neon lights of the city passing by like a stream of light outside the window. An inexplicable emotion that she had never experienced before quietly grew in her heart. She knew that the skills granted by the system must be extraordinary, but she never expected that Qin Feng would be able to use them to such a superb level, even to the level of Tao, the moment he obtained the skills. This man. How many secrets are hidden in him? What kind of unimaginable potential does he hide behind his seemingly ordinary appearance? At this moment, Su Qingyue discovered that her curiosity and admiration for this nominal employer seemed to go far beyond the scope of her job duties. A few minutes later, the majestic Longting Bridge was right in front of us. Qin Feng, as if strolling in the garden, was the first to easily cross the agreed finish line, the first lamppost at the bridge head. He even had the leisure to do an ice drift, and parked the King of the Night sideways on the roadside in an extremely arrogant manner, with the front of the car facing the direction of the oncoming car. The engine let out a satisfied roar, as if mocking the loser. Nearly a full minute later, the flashy red Ferrari finally arrived, panting like a defeated rooster. After a sharp brake, it stopped just a dozen meters behind the King of the Night. The car door opened, and the yellow-haired young man rolled down from the car in a daze. His face was as pale as paper, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. The look he gave Qin Feng was filled with horror, disbelief, and a trace of fear from the depths of the soul. He lost. A complete defeat. Completely bruised and battered. No suspense. I couldn't even think of resisting. Qin Feng pushed open the car door, standing tall and graceful, the evening breeze blowing his expensive clothes, and with the king of the night behind him that looked like the king of darkness, his whole body exuded an indescribable powerful aura. Su Qingyue also gracefully walked down from the passenger seat and stood quietly beside Qin Feng, like the most perfect foil, yet also a beautiful landscape in her own right. I'm willing to accept the loss. Qin Feng's eyes fell on the yellow-haired young man. His voice was indifferent, but it was filled with unquestionable majesty. According to the bet, the car, stay. The people, kneel down. Apologize. The yellow-haired young man's face suddenly became as colorful as a color palette, alternating between blue, white, and red. His family has some money, but this modified Ferrari cost his father nearly 5 million. If this really is gone, my legs will be broken when I go back. What's even worse is that in front of so many passers-by, although there weren't many, but there were always a few who were just there to watch the fun, he had to kneel down and kowtow to a kid who appeared out of nowhere? Do I have to apologize to that girl? If this gets out to his circle of bad friends, how can he, Mr. Huang, hold his head high in the future? Do you still want to save your face? Boy! You, don't go too far. The yellow-haired young man shouted in a timid way, trying to make a final struggle. Car. I can give you a car. But if you kneel down and apologize, can you let it go? I can give you money. 1 million. No. 3 million. 3 million in cash. I'll transfer it to you right now. Oh. Qin Feng sneered with great contempt. He slowly walked up to the yellow-haired young man and looked down at him, as if he was looking at a humble ant. Do you think I am someone who needs your money? He pointed at the terrifying king of the night behind him and said, Open your dog eyes and see, do you think your shabby Ferrari is worthy of my car? Yellow-haired young man. He was speechless. Although he did not know the king of dark night, the completely unreasonable, overwhelming and terrifying performance that this car had just demonstrated had been deeply imprinted in his mind. Compared to this black monster, his Ferrari is indeed not even worthy of carrying his shoes. It can even be said to be garbage. I'll give you 2 choices. Qin Feng's voice suddenly turned cold, and a trace of undisguised coldness flashed in his eyes. First, fulfill the bet immediately, kowtow, apologize, and then get out. Second. He paused, then moved his wrist slightly, and the joints made a teeth-grinding crackling sound. I don't mind. I'll do it myself and let you try to see which is harder, your bones or my fists. A bone-chilling murderous aura, as if coming from a sea of corpses and blood, instantly enveloped the yellow-haired young man. The yellow-haired young man felt his hair stand on end and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He had no doubt that if he dared to say another word, this young man in front of him, who looked handsome but was actually scarier than the devil, would definitely break his neck without hesitation. That look is so scary. It's not something ordinary people can have. I kneel. I apologize. The strong desire to survive eventually overcame that pitiful self-esteem. The yellow-haired young man's legs went limp, and he knelt down on the cold ground with a plop. He didn't dare to look at Qin Feng. He could only kowtow in the direction of Su Qingyue, begging for mercy incoherently while trembling. Auntie. Goddess. Fairy. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I didn't recognize the great man. I'm a bad mouth. I'm not a human. I beg you to be magnanimous and just let me go. Woo. By the end, I was actually scared and crying. Su Qingyue frowned slightly, as if feeling a little disgusted, and turned slightly to avoid his kneeling. Qin Feng saw him kowtow 3 times, his forehead turned red, then he snorted coldly and nodded with satisfaction. Leave the car keys. Now, you can go away. Remember, don't let me see you in Donghai City again, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Aunt. The blond young man acted as if he had been pardoned. He hurriedly took out the Ferrari keys from his pocket and threw them on the ground like a hot potato. Then he crawled to his feet and ran towards the other end of the bridge without looking back. He didn't even care about his internet celebrity-looking girlfriend who was still sitting in the passenger seat of the Ferrari and trembling with fear. The way he fled in a panic looked like he had seen a ghost. Qin Feng walked over, bent down to pick up the Ferrari key that was still stained with sweat on his hands, and tossed it casually in his hand with a playful smile on his face. The car that I never dared to dream of in the past is now just a decoration. Mr. Qin, the handling was decisive and the deterrence was appropriate. Su Qingyue's cold and pleasant voice sounded beside him. That kid has a foul mouth and needs to be punished. Xin Feng shrugged, put the Ferrari key into his pocket, then turned to look at Su Qingyue with a slightly apologetic smile on his face. By the way, Assistant Su, just now in a hurry, I said you are my girlfriend. The emergency response was in line with the best strategy under the circumstances at the time, and I understand that. Su Qingyue interrupted him immediately, and her tone returned to her usual cold and calm tone, as if the person with rosy cheeks and pink ears just now was not her. However, her slightly averted gaze and the faint blush on her earlobe that had not yet completely faded under the nightlight clearly betrayed the depths of her heart, which could not be summed up by the word understanding and was like ripples on the surface of a lake caused by a stone thrown into it. Xin Feng looked at her cute appearance of being shy but pretending to be calm, and his heart felt itchy as if being scratched by a cat's claws. Hey, this beautiful assistant seems. It's not that emotionless. Quite interesting. Chapter 8 Sign and Reward, Combat Mastery. A thrilling car race and face-slapping ended with Qin Feng's complete victory. After winning a Ferrari worth 5 million as a bonus, and also scaring the hell out of that blind second-generation rich guy, Qin Feng just felt relaxed in all his 36,000 pores. Su Qingyue was extremely efficient. She made an encrypted call and within 10 minutes, a heavy-duty trailer truck with a special license plate arrived silently, took the Ferrari away and sent it directly to the exclusive garage in Hentang Palace, which was like an underground fortress. As for the subsequent series of procedures such as transfer, cleaning, and modification, Su Qingyue said that they would be properly handled and Qin Feng would not even have to lift a finger. After finishing everything, Qin Feng sat in the cockpit of the King of the Dark Night again, carrying the icy beauty assistant beside him, and sped towards their new home Yunding Palace. After the thrilling combat experience just now, Qin Feng became more adept at controlling the King of the Night. The god-level driving skills seemed to have been completely integrated into his blood and soul. Every acceleration and every turn were filled with the ultimate rhythm of the unity of man and car. Back in the outrageously large top-floor mansion, Qin Feng was like a child who had just gotten his favorite transformer. He surrounded the King of the Night that was quietly parked in the exclusive parking space, looking left and right, touching it, marveling at it, with love in his eyes almost overflowing. This look. This line. What aura. It just perfectly hits all of a man's G-spots. On the other hand, Su Qingyue demonstrated her amazing efficiency and coordination ability as a top assistant. She was seen calmly making phone calls, using concise and precise instructions to dispatch a housekeeping team that wore uniform and moved as efficiently as special forces. These people appeared quietly, sorting, ironing, hanging, and placing the piles of luxury clothes, shoes, bags, accessories, and various high-end daily necessities that Qin Feng couldn't even name after shopping at the shopping mall in the afternoon. In less than an hour, all the items were put back in their places, and the entire large and empty apartment was kept spotless and well organized, full of the warmth of home while remaining as clean as a 5-star hotel. Qin Feng leaned against the bar in the living room, watching Su Qingyue directing everything like a general planning a strategy, and his heart was filled with emotion again. This wave of benefits from the system is really great. This assistant Su is simply a superbug who combines beauty, wisdom, and ability. With her around, can't I just be a hands-off boss and focus on signing in and showing off? Assistant Su, thank you for your hard work. Seeing the housekeeping team leave as quietly as they came, Qin Feng took out a bottle of imported mineral water from the Alps glacier from the refrigerator behind the bar that was filled with the world's top drinks and handed it to Su Qingyue. This is my duty, Mr. Qin, you are welcome. Su Qingyue reached out to take it, and her fingertips accidentally touched Qin Feng's fingers, bringing a cool and delicate touch. She unscrewed the bottle cap gracefully and took a sip. Even her posture of drinking water was pleasing to the eye. Yes. Qin Feng thought of an important thing. Can we do the daily sign-in once a day? This is the key to whether you can continue to become stronger. Yes. Su Qingyue put down the water bottle and patiently explained, the daily sign-in function is refreshed on time at midnight every day. The host can sign in once at any time and any place after the refresh. The quality of the sign-in reward is related to the sign-in location, but it is generally random. Special sign-ins are different. They require meeting specific conditions or arriving at a special location designated by the system to trigger. The rewards are usually more generous and targeted, just like what you triggered in Financial Street today. Qin Feng nodded in understanding and thought about it in his mind. This daily sign-in is like receiving the minimum living allowance every day. Although it may not be as surprising as the special sign-in, it is more stable. Little by little, you can never fall behind. System prompt, today's daily check-in times have been refreshed. Current check-in location, Hentang Palace Tianmu No. 1 Top Luxury House. Do you want to check in? The system prompt sounded at the perfect moment. The reward for signing in at this top-notch mansion worth hundreds of millions of dollars shouldn't be too bad, right? Sign in. Qin Feng confirmed it in his heart without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Yunding Palace Tianmu No. 1. It is detected that the host's current living environment has greatly improved its safety factor, but its own combat ability is still insufficient. This reward tends to enhance the host's self-protection and counterattack capabilities. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, God-level combat mastery passive skill. Skill description: instantly master and integrate the essence of global mainstream and secret fighting techniques, including but not limited to military fighting techniques, Muay Thai, Jeet Kune Do, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Israeli Krav Maga, Wing Chun, Bajikwan, and automatically optimize the combination according to the actual combat situation to form the most suitable and efficient fighting instinct for the host. Let you become the top fighting master even with bare hands. Oh shit. God-level fighting technique? Qin Feng felt ecstatic again. I just acquired God-level driving skills, which solved the problem of traveling, and now I have God-level fighting skills, which solves the problem of fighting. The system is trying to train me to be the kind of gangster in a suit or all-round agent in the movies. I like. Almost at the moment when the reward was distributed, a vast yet subtle torrent of fighting information rushed into Qin Feng's mind like a flood that broke through a dam. Muscle force techniques, joint locking and anti-joint, distribution of vital points of the human body, breath adjustment and burst, footwork movement and avoidance, various boxing techniques, leg techniques, elbow strikes, knee strikes, ground fighting. He knew countless killing skills and self-defense techniques, as if he had practiced them for decades and experienced countless life and death battles. These knowledge and experience did not give him a splitting headache. Instead, they blended perfectly with his body's instincts like spring rain moistening the earth. He clearly felt that his body seemed to have been reprogrammed. The muscle lines seem to be smoother and stronger, the nerve reaction speed is more than one level faster, and the body's coordination and flexibility have also been visibly improved. He even developed a strong sense of self-confidence now. Even if he faced 3 or 5 strong men with sticks, he could easily knock them all to the ground while chatting and laughing. Call. Qin Feng couldn't help but throw a few punches into the air. The movements were swift and fierce, the fists were whistling, and they carried a heart-pounding explosive power. Compared with the previous helpless otaku, there is a world of difference. Mr. Qin? Su Qinyue cast a cold gaze over with a hint of inquiry. She was keenly aware that Qin Feng's aura seemed to have undergone an indescribable, even more dangerous and fierce change in just a few seconds. Oh, nothing. Qin Feng retracted his fist, grinned, stretched his muscles, and felt the unprecedented strong power surging in his body. I just signed in and got some gadgets. I feel, well, full of strength. It feels like I can kill a cow with one punch. A hint of understanding flashed across Su Qingyue's beautiful eyes, which were as clear as glass. She didn't ask what the gadget was, but just nodded calmly. In her opinion, any miracle that happened to Qin Feng seemed understandable. Night falls and the lights come on. Su Qinyue once again demonstrated her unfathomable reserve of abilities cooking skills. When Qin Feng saw her putting on the apron with a cute bear pattern that was incompatible with her icy temperament and walking into the luxurious kitchen that was comparable to a Michelin 3-star kitchen, he was still a little bit unbelieving. However, half an hour later, when 4 dishes and a soup were served on the luxurious dining table that could accommodate more than a dozen people, Qin was completely convinced. The steamed grouper is cooked to perfection, tender and smooth. The stewed chicken with matsutake mushrooms has a rich broth and a fragrant aroma. The broccoli with garlic is juicy green and crisp. The mapo tofu is even more delicious, spicy, and fresh, and goes well with rice. Although Su Qinyue said lightly that it was just standardized operations based on database information, and I know a little about basic cooking. But the taste is even better than those so-called 5-star hotel chefs. It even has an indescribable taste of home. Qin Feng's appetite was aroused, and he gobbled up 3 bowls of rice in no time. He was so satisfied with the meal and praised it highly. Assistant Su, tell me honestly, what else can't you do? Qin Feng put down his chopsticks and asked half jokingly and half seriously. This beautiful assistant is simply an omnipotent treasure. My knowledge base and ability modules will be adaptively unlocked and upgraded according to your needs at different stages, Mr. Qin. Su Qinyue wiped the corners of her mouth elegantly with a tissue and answered calmly. Her tone seemed to be stating a perfectly normal fact, but it made Qin Feng feel that she was unfathomable. After dinner, the two of them sat on the huge and comfortable L-shaped sofa in the living room, which was a rare occasion. Sheen Feng even had the luxury of turning on the ultra-thin TV that was comparable to an IMAX giant screen, and playing a Hollywood blockbuster as background music. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the most dazzling and prosperous night view of Donghai City. The lights of thousands of homes are like a shining galaxy, spreading out at your feet. The atmosphere was quiet, even with a rare hint of warmth. Sheen Feng would occasionally turn his head and secretly look at Su Qingyue beside him. She was not watching TV, but holding the high-tech tablet, sliding her fingers across it quickly, as if she was looking at some important documents. She was looking very seriously, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow under the warm light. Her focused and serious look lost some of her coldness and gained some intellectual charm. A single man and a single woman, although one is the boss and the other is the assistant, living together in such a luxurious and private house, and the other is such a stunning beauty who can turn everyone upside down. Sheen Feng felt that his heartbeat was always a little out of control, and the frequency seemed to be much faster than usual. Is he? You should take the initiative to find some topics to improve the relationship between the boss and the assistant. Well, pure revolutionary friendship? Just as Sheen Feng was racking his brains, wondering whether to talk about his ideal life or to discuss which dish was more delicious tonight, buzz. A slight vibration sound was heard. It is Su Qingyue's personal cell phone. It was a special mobile phone with an extremely simple shape, completely black and without any brand logo. Su Qingyue picked up the phone, glanced at the caller ID, and her cold, willow-shaped eyebrows frowned slightly, almost imperceptibly. This subtle change in expression was keenly captured by Sheen Feng, who had been secretly observing her. She did not answer the call immediately. Instead, she stood up, took her phone, and walked gracefully to the open-air balcony with a wide view away from the living room. Sheen Feng pricked up his ears, and relying on his hearing, which was now far superior to that of ordinary people, he vaguely heard her say a few words. Her voice was low, but her tone was colder than usual when she was speaking to him, and even had an unquestionable, commanding tone from a superior. A change of plan? No, let's proceed as planned. I don't need to know the process, I only need the result. The safety of the target is the highest priority and cannot be compromised. Clean up all traces. I don't want to leave any trouble. There's no need to report the details to me about this matter. Make sure everything goes well. The conversation was brief and seemed to be a one-sided order. Soon, she hung up the phone, stood quietly on the balcony for a moment, as if calming down, then turned and walked back to the living room. When she reappeared in front of Sheen Feng, her face had regained its calm and cold expression, as if the woman who was giving orders on the phone with a murderous aura was just Sheen Feng's illusion. Sheen Feng's heart was in great turmoil. Who's calling? Judging from the content, it seems to involve some secret plan? And it also mentioned target safety and cleaning up traces? This assistant Su. What kind of identity and secrets are hidden behind her? Is she more than just an assistant sent by the system? However, Sheen Feng did not ask any further questions. Although he was curious, he knew what was important. Everyone has their own secrets, especially a woman as mysterious and powerful as Su Qingyue. Since the system arranged for her to be by his side and endowed her with the attribute of absolute loyalty, then at least at this stage, she is safe and harmless to him and can be of great help. That's enough. As for the mystery surrounding her, Sheen Feng's lips curled up into a confident smile. As he continues to sign in and become stronger, one day, he will have enough strength and qualifications to uncover all the secrets. Now, it's better to first enjoy this rare, luxurious, and comfortable life in a mansion with the company of a beautiful assistant. Chapter 9, A Hero Saves a Beautiful Girl? A hero who fights against injustice. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and filled the luxurious living room of Hentang Palace. Sheen Feng woke up refreshed on the king-size bed that was big enough for 5 or 6 people. After integrating the god-level fighting techniques last night, he felt more energetic than ever before, and his whole body was filled with explosive power. After having an exquisite breakfast prepared by Su Qingyue, which was still comparable to the standard of a state banquet, Sheen Feng sat in the cockpit of the King of the Dark Night and the engine let out a low and powerful roar. His destination today is the university town on the other side of the city. The reason was simple. Su Qingyue, the humanoid system manual, reminded him, the university town area is one of the places with the highest density of young people, the most active cultural thoughts, and the highest frequency of potential special events in the city. According to Su Qingyue's analysis, there is a high probability of triggering special sign-ins or refreshing high-quality daily sign-in rewards. If you don't take advantage of a good opportunity, you're a bastard. Qin Feng naturally would not miss any opportunity to get awesome rewards. The King of the Night has a sci-fi appearance that seems to come from the future, and its low but very penetrating unique engine sound, making it like a firefly in the dark, instantly attracting everyone's attention no matter where it goes. Along the way, countless passers-by stopped to look and took out their mobile phones to take pictures frantically. Envy, jealousy, amazement, speculation. All kinds of gazes intertwined and converged on Qin Feng and the fairy-like Su Qingyue in the co-pilot seat. Qin Feng's initial slight discomfort with the feeling of being the center of attention quickly turned into, well, just accept it and even enjoy it a little. After all, which man doesn't like this kind of highlight moment of driving a top-of-the-line sports car, accompanied by a stunning beauty, and receiving thousands of attention? This is the appearance that the protagonist should have. The vehicle sped along, and just as it was about to enter the main road of the university town, it had to pass through a relatively secluded path lined with old sycamore trees. Just at this moment, a burst of crying and terrified screams from a girl, mixed with the extremely harsh, obscene and arrogant laughter of several men, faintly came from an inconspicuous alley on the side of the road. Qin Feng's brows furrowed instantly, and his fingers gripping the steering wheel tightened subconsciously. He slowed down the car almost instinctively and glanced sharply towards the source of the sound. I saw that the light was dim deep in the alley. 3 young men dressed in flashy and uncouth clothes, who looked like bad guys at first glance, were blocking a pretty girl who looked like a nearby college student and was wearing a clean white dress and holding a drawing board in her arms, in a corner covered with graffiti. The girl's face was full of fear and helplessness, and she tried desperately to break free, but one of the hooligans with disgusting yellow hair and a row of earrings on his ears stretched out his dirty hands with a lewd smile on his face, trying to pull the girl's slender arm. "Let me go." What do you want to do? If you don't let go, I'll call the police." The girl's voice was trembling, with an obvious cry tone, but she was still trying to maintain her last bit of stubbornness. "Call the police? He. The yellow-haired thug in the lead let out a disgusting laugh, his eyes like a venomous snake, wantonly scanning back and forth between the girl's chest that was rising and falling due to fear and her fair neck. "Little sister, don't be so nervous. The brothers won't eat you. It's just that you feel so pitiful being alone, so we want to invite you for a drink, chat about life, and make friends. Come on, follow me, I promise to make you comfortable." The other 2 thugs also laughed obscenely and approached step by step, blocking the girl's last chance to escape. Broad daylight. Bright and clear world. Right next to the university town. How could there be such an arrogant, lawless scum? What a scum of society. An uncontrollable rage, like a volcanic eruption, instantly rushed from the bottom of Qin Feng's heart to the top of his head. He had just acquired god-level fighting skills yesterday, and his terrifying fighting instincts were ready to go, but he was worried that he had no place to practice. These blind scumbags are simply throwing pillows at each other and walking into trouble. "Assistant Su, pull over." Qin Feng's voice suddenly became cold and without a trace of emotion. The King of the Night was like the most obedient hound, stopping silently and steadily on the roadside about 10 meters away from the alley entrance. "Mr. Qin?" Su Qingyue looked at him with cold eyes. Although she didn't ask, she had obviously guessed his intention. "If I encounter a few blind flies, I will swat them to death." Qin Feng unbuckled his seatbelt, his tone was indifferent, but it carried an unquestionable murderous aura. Su Qingyue did not stop him. With Qin Feng's current strength that had been integrated with god-level fighting skills, it would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut to deal with these thugs. She just calmly reminded, quickly resolve the issue and avoid unnecessary trouble. "Clear." Qin Feng pushed open the car door, spread his long legs, and walked towards the dark alley with a cold and murderous look on his face. He was wearing a well-tailored casual suit today. Although it was low-key, people who knew the business could tell at a glance that it was expensive. It also made his posture look tall and straight, and his demeanor look extraordinary. "Hey! Those guys in there! What are you doing?" Qin Feng's voice was not loud, but it exploded at the entrance of the alley like thunder, carrying the pressure of a superior. The 3 hooligans who were teasing the girl were startled by the sudden sound and turned their heads abruptly. When they saw Qin Feng walking slowly, they were first shocked by his obviously valuable clothes and his imposing aura, and their eyes were filled with doubt. Then, their eyes glanced at the top sports car that was parked quietly not far away, like a black monster. Jealousy, greed, and anger at having their good thing ruined instantly appeared on their faces. "Fuck! Where did this pretty boy come from?" The yellow-haired thug in the lead relied on his numbers to spit viciously and shouted in a timid manner, "Boy! I advise you to mind your own business." Get out of here right now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude to you. Let go of that girl. Xin Feng's footsteps did not pause at all. His eyes were like two cold knives, piercing the three gangsters directly. His tone was firm and unquestionable. Oh? You really want to learn how to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Another tall and thin thug with pockmarks on his face sneered and looked Xin Feng up and down with disdain in his eyes. Boy, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You are so delicate and tender, can you withstand a few punches from us? You look so well dressed, get out of here. We are in a good mood today and don't want to see blood. When the girl who was trapped in the corner saw Xin Feng suddenly appear, a faint hope, as if she had grasped a life-saving straw, instantly ignited in her originally desperate eyes. She opened her mouth and wanted to call for help, but no sound came out because she was too scared. Xin Feng was too lazy to talk any more nonsense with these rubbish. He walked straight towards the three people without stopping. Every step of that steady pace seemed to be stepping on the hearts of the three thugs. Damn it! If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine for punishment. You have no shame. When the yellow-haired gangsters saw that Xin Feng completely ignored their threats, they felt greatly insulted and their vicious side was revealed. Brothers! Fuck him. Let him know why the flowers are so red. Amid the roar, the yellow-haired gangster took the lead in attacking. He took out a shiny baton from somewhere, swung it with a whoosh sound, and with a sound of breaking wind, it hit Xin Feng's head viciously. The other two thugs also grinned, and one on the left and one on the right, they surrounded Xin Feng like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey, planning to attack from three sides. The weak girl at the alley was so frightened when she saw this dangerous scene that she turned pale and subconsciously closed her eyes, not daring to look anymore. However, next second, as expected, the bloody scene of Xin Feng being beaten with sticks, punches and kicks did not appear. Instead, there was a series of counterattacks that were dazzlingly fast, yet extremely precise and ruthless. Facing the baton that was hitting him on the head, Xin Feng's body swayed sideways with an extremely small amplitude like a ghost, barely avoiding the stick. His right elbow was like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, with a sharp force, striking upwards like lightning. Bang! A dull sound that makes your teeth ache. The tip of the elbow hit the yellow-haired gangster's defenseless soft spot with incredible precision and force. Ugh! The yellow-haired gangster felt an indescribable pain instantly spread throughout his body, as if all his internal organs were displaced by the elbow. His eyes bulged out and he let out a shrill groan. Like a cooked shrimp, he instantly hunched his body and even the baton in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. The whole person collapsed like a puddle of mud. Almost at the same time as hitting the yellow-haired man, Xin Feng's left leg lashed out like a whip. An extremely fast sidekick. The toes kicked the tall and thin gangster on the left accurately and mercilessly on the knee joint. Crack! A bone-chilling sound of cracking bones echoed clearly in the narrow alley, accompanied by the tall and thin gangster's screams like a pig being slaughtered. His left leg was twisted at a strange angle, and he hugged his knee and fell to the ground like a rolling gourd, in excruciating pain. The short and fat gangster on the right had just rushed at Xin Feng, but he hadn't even had time to throw a punch. Xin Feng didn't even look at him. His left hand shot out like a pair of pliers, accurately grabbing the wrist of the short and fat gangster. Then, use your waist to exert force and twist and move. A clean and standard shoulder throw that can be written into a textbook. Bang! The short and fat gangster's body, which weighed at least 180 kilograms, was thrown hard onto the hard concrete floor like a broken sack. There was a loud, dull thud. He felt dizzy, seeing stars, and his whole body of bones felt like they were falling apart, and he felt so painful that he couldn't even scream with his mouth open. The whole process may sound slow, but it actually happens in a flash. From the time the yellow-haired thug swung the first stick to the time the three aggressive thugs all lay on the ground without any fighting ability, it definitely took no more than 5 seconds in total. Xin Feng was still standing there leisurely, even his breathing was not disordered at all, and the expensive casual clothes on his body did not have a single wrinkle. It was as if I had just casually slapped to death 3 buzzing flies. God-level fighting skills, first test, so terrifying. At the entrance of the alley, the girl in the white dress who had her eyes closed and shivering, opened her eyes cautiously a crack when she heard screams and the sound of something heavy falling. When she saw the scene clearly, she was completely stunned. Those beautiful big eyes were wide open, the little mouth was slightly open, and her face was full of disbelief. The 3 thugs who had looked so ferocious and scared her to death just now were now lying on the ground like dead dogs, groaning in pain. And the young man who came to the rescue and looked gentle and refined was standing there unharmed. It's like being in a movie. Chinfeng patted the non-existent dust on his hands, ignored the three groans still humming on the ground, and walked up to the obviously frightened girl. He tried his best to restrain the cold murderous aura from before, slowed down his tone, and smiled with a sunny and gentle tone. "Classmate, are you okay?" Chapter 10 Encounter with School Belle Jiang Ruoshi. The girl in the white dress raised her head after recovering from the shock, revealing a pretty face that was pure, lovely, and pitiful. She was probably about 20 years old, with skin as white as the finest mutton fat jade, delicate and small facial features, especially a pair of big eyes as wet as a deer's, which were still misty with moisture, with a look of confusion after being frightened and a hint of relief for surviving a calamity, which made people's hearts soften. She was wearing a simple white cotton dress, which made her slender figure and clean temperament more prominent. In her arms, she was holding a half-person high drawing board. The edges of the board were a little worn and stained with some paint. It was obvious that she was an art student. I'm fine, thank you. The girl's voice was thin and timid, like the hum of a mosquito. As she spoke, her little face was instantly dyed with a layer of touching pink because of the previous shock and the nervousness of facing the stranger, and even her fair neck was faintly pink. "It's just a small favor." "You're welcome." Chinfeng put on a smile as warm as possible so as not to scare the frightened little rabbit. His eyes fell on the drawing board in the girl's arms, and he asked casually, "It seems that you are a classmate of the Academy of Fine Arts?" "Aha!" The girl nodded quickly and answered in a low voice with a little tremor, I am a sophomore at the School of Fine Arts of Jiangzhou University. My name is Jiang Ruoshi." After saying that, she couldn't help but secretly raised her eyelids and took a quick look at Chinfeng. The older brother in front of me looks about the same age as me, but his dress reveals an indescribable sense of sophistication, and his temperament is calm and confident, completely different from those impulsive boys in school. Especially just now, his moves were so clean and neat, just like a kung fu master in the movies. This made her feel grateful, but also filled with curiosity and admiration. Chinfeng. Chinfeng gave his name briefly and to the point, without any unnecessary introduction. Just then, a very slight but very noticeable sound of footsteps was heard. Su Qingyue came to Chinfeng silently like a fairy walking out of a painting. She just stood there quietly, glancing indifferently at the three thugs who were still humming on the ground, without even frowning. The moment Jiang Ruoshi saw Su Qingyue, her already big almond-shaped eyes instantly widened. Her little mouth opened slightly in surprise and couldn't close for a long time. Good. What a beautiful and elegant sister. Whether it's that flawless face, or the devilish golden ratio figure, or that unique aura that seems to be born with her, cold and noble, rejecting people from 1,000 miles away but damn attractive. The big sister in front of me is simply the embodiment of the word perfect. Standing in front of her, Jiang Ruoshi couldn't even help feeling a little ashamed. She subconsciously shrank back and clenched the drawing board in her arms. "Mr. Qin." Su Qingyue's voice was as clear and pleasant as ice spring water dripping onto a jade plate. She glanced at the three salted fish still wriggling on the ground and asked, "Do we need to contact the Public Security Management Department for follow-up processing?" Chinfeng pondered for 2 seconds and shook his head. "Forget it, just give them a lesson they will never forget. If you send these small minions to jail for a few days, they will most likely still not change their bad habits. It is better to scare them away in one go." He walked up to the three thugs who were still pretending to be dead on the ground, and looked down at them with cold eyes, as if he was looking at 3 piles of human garbage. "Did you hear that? Do you dare to do evil in a place like this again?" "I won't dare to do it again. Never again. Big brother, please spare me. Grandpa, please spare me. We are blind and ignorant. We are beasts. Please spare us." The three thugs were so frightened by Chinfeng's cold eyes that they cowed out and begged for mercy. Chinfeng's attacks just now were fast and fierce, and each one hit the most painful but not fatal parts of their bodies. The feeling was even more painful than death. They had no doubt that if they angered this evil god again, their end would be 100 times more miserable. "Get lost. Don't let me see you around here again." Chinfeng shouted coldly, as if he was shooing away a fly. Yes. Let's get out of here right now. Get out of here right now." The three thugs felt as if they had been pardoned. They didn't care about the severe pain in their bodies. They supported each other and crawled away from this alley that they would never forget. They fled so fast that it seemed as if there was a ghost chasing them. Thank you. Thank you so much. Seeing the bad guys being driven away, Jiang Ruoshi's tense nerves finally relaxed. She bowed deeply to Qin Feng and Su Qingyue again, her voice full of sincere gratitude. It's just a small favor, no need to be so polite. Qin Feng waved his hand, looked at her still pale face, and asked, Do you live nearby? Is it safe to go back alone? Do you want us to give you a ride? No. Don't bother. Jiang Ruoshi was startled by Qin Feng's suggestion. She waved her hands quickly, and her face suddenly became redder, almost bleeding. My home is in the community in front. It's very close. I can get there in a few steps. She paused, as if mustering up a lot of courage, raised her big watery eyes, and asked in a low voice with a hint of anticipation and nervousness, Well, to thank you, can I buy you a cup of milk tea? It's at the shop on the corner in front. She stretched out her slender finger and pointed to a small and freshly decorated milk tea shop not far away. Please give milk tea to my savior? This little girl is quite simple. Qin Feng glanced at Su Qingyue beside him, asking for her opinion with his eyes. Su Qingyue nodded slightly, with no expression on her cold face, and it seemed that she had no objection to this. Okay, then I'd better obey your command. Qin Feng smiled and agreed. More friends mean more paths. Although this little girl doesn't seem to be of much help, it's also nice to have more good-looking little fans. The three of them came to the milk tea shop and sat down in a booth by the window. There weren't many people in the store, mostly students from a nearby university. The appearance of Qin Feng and Su Qingyue, especially Su Qingyue's stunning appearance and temperament, immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the store. Many boys stared at them with their eyes wide open, and they didn't even feel any pain when their girlfriends pinched them. Jiang Ruoshi went to order with a red face. She seemed very nervous and almost gave the wrong name of the milk tea. Qin Feng and Su Qingyue sat in the booth, casually looking at the street view outside the window. Mr. Qin. Su Qingyue suddenly spoke, her voice still cold, but with a hint of teasing. Ms. Jiang, the look in your eyes seems to be more than just gratitude. Qin Feng was stunned when he heard this, then he laughed and said, You're overthinking it, right? Maybe it's because I saved her just now. It's normal for a little girl to have a sense of admiration or dependence on a hero. He didn't think he had that much charm to make a girl he just met fall in love with him at first sight. Perhaps. Su Qingyue responded indifferently and did not continue the topic. She turned her gaze to the bustling crowd outside the window. Her eyes were deep and no one knew what she was thinking. Soon, Jiang Ruoshi came back with 3 beautifully packaged cups of milk tea and carefully placed 2 of them in front of Qin Feng and Su Qingyue. Qin Feng, Senior, Sister Su, please drink. She seemed to think it was impolite to call someone by their name, so she changed the address naturally. She held a cup of strawberry milk in her hand, sipping from the straw, her cheeks still as red as ripe apples. Thanks. Qin Feng picked up the milk tea, which was a classic pearl milk tea with moderate sweetness and good taste. Student Jiang Ruoshi. Qin Feng took the initiative to find a topic, breaking the slightly quiet atmosphere. Do you often come here to sketch? When it comes to painting, Jiang Ruoshi seems to open up a little. My home is near the old campus. I especially like to paint those old streets and old houses with a sense of age. They feel very interesting. She nodded, then patted her slightly flat chest in fear. I wanted to paint the big banyan tree at the alley entrance today, but I didn't expect to run into those bad guys. Fortunately, I met you seniors. When you go out to sketch in the future, it's better to find a companion, or go to a place with more people. Safety comes first, especially for girls. Qin Feng reminded kindly. Yeah. Senior is right, I will pay attention next time. Jiang Ruoshi nodded obediently, her big watery eyes flickering at Qin Feng, full of curiosity. Senior Qin Feng, did you also graduate from Jiangzhou University? Which college are you from? I don't think I've ever seen anyone as amazing as you in school. I've graduated for a while, so I can be considered your senior. Qin Feng smiled and answered vaguely without elaborating. Wow. So what do you do now, senior? You must be very impressive. Jiang Ruoshi's eyes lit up even more, and she looked at Qin Feng with stars in her eyes. The moves you made just now were even more impressive than the kung fu stars in the movies. Have you ever practiced martial arts? Qin Feng smiled, neither admitting nor denying. He just picked up the milk tea and took a sip. The following time basically became Jiang Ruoshi's 100,000 wise time. The little girl was obviously full of incomparable curiosity and admiration for Qin Feng. She asked about everything from his school life to his interests and hobbies, chattering non-stop like a happy little sparrow. Qin Feng was also happy and relaxed, answering her questions in a disjointed manner, and occasionally being amused by her naive questions. Su Qingyue, on the other hand, was like a perfect background board. She maintained elegant silence most of the time and listened quietly. Occasionally, at the critical moment, she would use one or two simple words to calmly help Qin Feng solve some difficult questions. But even so, her existence itself, like a magnet, firmly attracted the attention of almost all the opposite sex in the milk tea shop. After finishing a cup of milk tea and seeing that it was almost time, Qin Feng and Su Qingyue stood up and prepared to say goodbye. Senior Qin Feng. Sister Su. Thank you so much for today. Goodbye. Zhang Ruoshi stood at the door of the milk tea shop, waving her hands towards the two of them reluctantly, with a bright and grateful smile on her face. Goodbye, be safe on the road. Qin Feng smiled and nodded at her. Watching the extremely cool black sports car gliding away silently like a ghost and disappearing around the corner, Zhang Ruoshi stood at the door of the milk tea shop, standing on tiptoe, without moving for a long time. The breeze blew up the hem of her white skirt and her soft long hair, and the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on her pretty face, which was still blushing, making her look particularly charming. It was as if countless deer were beating wildly in her heart, and she couldn't calm down. Senior Qin Feng. He is so handsome, has such a good temperament, and is so skilled. He looks so cool when he saves people. Moreover, he is so gentle. Zhang Ruoshi clenched the small mobile phone in her hand. The screen clearly showed the WeChat friend she had just successfully added. The avatar was a simple black background, and the nickname was Qin Feng. This was the contact information that she had just asked for with all her courage and a blushing face. Thinking of this, Zhang Ruoshi's heart skipped a beat and an involuntary silly smile appeared on her face. Chapter 11. Check-in at the University Town, Academic Master Skills? After bidding farewell to Zhang Ruoshi, a junior from the Fine Arts Department who seemed to have impure thoughts about him, Qin Feng drove his Black Lightning King of the Night slowly into the core area of Jiangzhou University City like a lion patrolling its territory. The university town covers a vast area and includes several key universities, including the old and famous Jiangzhou University. Different from the noisy city outside, this place is a world of its own, with green trees, shimmering lakes, and a light bookish atmosphere in the air. The smell of hormones. On both sides of the road are tall, straight, lush sycamore trees, and the sunlight shines through the gaps between the leaves, casting mottled shadows. Young students dressed in a variety of clothes and full of youthful energy were laughing and joking in groups of 2 or 3, whizzing by on bicycles, or hurriedly walking with books in hand. Those energetic faces are filled with longing for the future and unique youthfulness. Looking at the scene in front of him that was both familiar and somewhat unfamiliar, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Once upon a time, just a few months ago, he was just one of the crowd. Wearing a t-shirt worth dozens of yuan, squeezing in the library to grab a seat, worrying about the postgraduate entrance examination, and occasionally eating skewers with brothers at roadside stalls and bragging, imagining a wonderful life with a monthly salary of over 10,000 after graduation. At that time, he was full of fantasies about the future, but also deeply confused and powerless about reality. And now, in just a short period of time, his life trajectory has undergone a drastic change, like riding a rocket. Luxury house. Sports car. Beautiful assistant. And there is also the sign-in system that can change your destiny. He is no longer the poor student who needs to worry about a few $1,000s of living expenses, but has transformed himself into the chosen one that even he finds a little unreal. Things in the world are unpredictable and fate plays tricks on us. Just as Qin Feng's emotions were fluctuating, the pleasant system prompt sound rang again in his mind. Ding. Special check-in location detected, meets trigger conditions. Sign-in location, Jiangzhou University Xinghai Library. Location rarity, location description, a beacon of knowledge, an ocean of wisdom. Carrying the youthful memories and hard work of countless Jiang University students. It is said that in some corners of the night, there are still traces of the immortal spirit of the top students. Sign-in reward, unknown depending on the characteristics of the location, the reward may be related to wisdom, knowledge, or spiritual power. Do you want to go to this location to sign in immediately? Library? And it is the main library of Jiangzhou University Xinghai Library. Qin Feng's heart suddenly moved. He is so familiar with this place. Thinking back to the time when he was preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam, he simply regarded this place as his second home, spending day and night here studying books and practicing real exam questions. Many nights, he would leave the library with a tired body only after the closing bell rang. I didn't expect that this could become a check-in location. Assistant Sue. Qin Feng made a prompt decision and turned the steering wheel. Let's go to the Shanghai Library of Jiangda University. Follow your instructions, Mr. Qin. Su Qingyue was as calm as ever, as if it made no difference to her whether Qin Feng was going to the White House or the vegetable market. Like a ghost, the King of the Dark Night drove silently into the ancient and solemn main gate of Jiangzhou University. According to regulations, vehicles from outside the school need to be strictly registered and checked before entering. However, just as the security guard at the door was about to step forward to inquire, Su Qingyue simply picked up the mysterious black phone, dialed a number, and spoke a few simple words in a cold tone. The next second, the security captain, who had originally had a serious face, immediately trotted over, saluted the King of the Dark Night with an extremely standard salute, and then respectfully pressed the release barrier. He didn't even dare to look inside the car, let alone register. Qin Feng. Once again, he was astonished at Su Qingyue's unfathomable background and connections. This beautiful assistant has so much power that it's a bit scary. After parking the King of the Night in the exclusive parking lot in front of the library, which is usually only allowed to be parked by school leaders and professors no one dared to ask anyway, Qin Feng and Su Qingyue walked side by side towards the magnificent library building that unfolded like a giant book. The combination of the two, as soon as they appeared, was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing huge ripples among the students coming and going around. There's no way, Su Qingyue is just too eye-catching. That peerless beauty that could outshine the sun and the moon, and outshine all the popular female stars, that devilish figure that would make you fatter if you added an inch and thinner if you lost an inch, plus that perfectly tailored, priceless custom-made suit, and that unapproachable, unattainable temperament of an iceberg goddess. She is like the bright moon in the dark night. No matter where she goes, she is the only and absolute focus. Qin Feng, who was standing next to him, looked a little ordinary compared to Su Qingyue, but his low-key and luxurious top-brand clothes, his tall and straight figure, his calm and confident demeanor, and the image of him getting off that obviously extraordinary supercar just now. It is also enough to make all the students who know what they are doing or love gossip label him as super-rich second-generation or mysterious boss in their hearts. Oh my god. Look, look. That woman. Is she a fairy? She's so pretty. Hiss. Such beauty. Such figure. Such temperament. She beats all the beauties in our school in seconds. Who is that guy next to her? Her boyfriend? Holy shit. How lucky can one be to seduce a goddess of this level? Did you see the car they drove? It's black. It looks so cool. I've never seen that brand before. It's definitely a limited edition supercar worth tens of millions. I'm jealous. I'm really jealous. We're both college students, but he drives a sports car to pick up beautiful girls, while I'm still worrying about my CET4. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, accompanied by a luxury car, this is the winner in life. They are such a perfect match. All kinds of envious, jealous, and hateful discussions, exclamations and whispers came from all directions like a tide. Qin Feng had long been accustomed to this, and even felt a little proud of it, his back unconsciously straightened a little. Su Qingyue, on the other hand, seemed to have completely blocked out all interference from the outside world. She looked straight ahead with her beautiful eyes, walked with an elegant and calm pace, and was oblivious to the noise around her. The two walked into the library, and were greeted by the familiar smell of old books, ink, and air conditioning. The learning atmosphere inside is still strong. In front of the rows of bookshelves and in every seat, there are people studying hard. Qin Feng followed the system's guidance familiarly and finally stopped at a reading area near the window on the third floor of the library. Here, with a wide view, plenty of light and relative quietness, it was once his favorite feng shui treasure land. Unexpectedly, the check-in location was right here. System prompt: you have arrived at the check-in location Shanghai Library reading area on the third floor. Do you want to check in? Sign in. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Jiangzhou University Shanghai Library. Detecting the rich knowledge atmosphere here and the host's potential desire for knowledge, this reward tends to enhance the host's learning and cognition ability. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, God-level learning ability passive skill. Skill description: grants the host the extraordinary learning talent of photographic memory, quick understanding, inference, max logical thinking ability, max knowledge absorption efficiency. Any knowledge, no matter how profound and complex, the host can quickly understand, master and integrate it in a very short time. Becoming a walking library and a mobile knowledge base is no longer a dream. God level. Learning ability? Xin Feng was stunned for a moment, and then a feeling of ecstasy instantly rushed to his head. Oh shit. This skill. Awesome. Although he no longer needs to study hard, get a degree, or find a job, with the system in place, wealth, status, and strength will continue to come to him. But knowledge is power. This old saying never gets old. With this God-level learning ability, doesn't it mean that he can master any knowledge and skills he wants to learn at will? Whether it is 8 languages, top hacker technology, financial trading secrets, Chinese painting and calligraphy, piano and violin. As long as he wants to learn, he can reach or even surpass the level of experts and masters who have studied hard for decades in a very short time? This makes him more excited than giving him hundreds of billions directly. This is a super skill that can truly enhance your inner qualities and quality. An indescribable feeling of coolness and refreshment, like an epiphany, instantly flooded into his brain. Xin Feng felt that his mind was clearer, more agile, and more active than ever before. It's as if the brain's CPU was instantly upgraded from a Pentium to a quantum computer. Memory is like opening up infinite storage space, becoming extremely terrifying. He subconsciously pulled out a book called Principles of Economics, which was as thick as a brick from the bookshelf next to him. It almost tortured him to death when he was preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination. Flipped through it quickly. Swish, the pages of the book flew quickly in his hands. However, those obscure theories, models, and formulas that once gave him a splitting headache and were difficult to understand now became as simple and clear as elementary school arithmetic problems in his eyes. He can understand every concept and every logic instantly and remember it thoroughly. What I have read is like being recorded directly into the depths of my mind by a high-precision scanner. It is so clear that I cannot forget it even if I want to. Fuck. So perverted? Xin Feng's heart was in turmoil. He didn't believe it, so he put down Principles of Economics and picked up a more terrifying book, Advanced Mathematics Volume 2. Keep flipping through. Calculus, Taylor series, Fourier transform, linear algebra, which once made him doubt his life. At this moment, in his eyes, everything became clear and logical. He can even see the key and derivation process at a glance, and draw inferences from it to derive more understanding. Too strong. This is simply a self-propelled humanoid plug-in. Xin Feng was so excited that he almost cried out. Mr. Qin, are you interested in these economics and mathematics knowledge? Su Qinyue came to his side at some point and saw him reading 2 thick professional books with great interest, although his speed was so fast that it didn't seem like he was reading. A hint of barely perceptible curiosity flashed in her cold eyes. Just take a look, review the old and learn new things. Xin Feng smiled and gently put the book back to its place, with uncontrollable excitement and confidence on his face. He looked at Su Qinyue and said half-jokingly, Assistant Su, tell me, with my current brain, if I suddenly got the urge to take a PhD at Harvard or MIT, would that be a piece of cake? Su Qinyue glanced at him with her clear eyes that saw through everything. She seemed to instantly understand what adventure had happened to him. She nodded slightly and said in a tone of stating facts, with your current cognitive ability and information processing speed, obtaining any secular degree should be easy for you and not challenging at all. Ha ha ha. Well said. Xin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter, but luckily he lowered his voice in time so as not to disturb others. Although he certainly wouldn't be so stupid as to waste time studying for a PhD, it feels so great to have the superpower of being possessed by a genius. Now I have one more thing to show off. The two did not stay in the library for too long. After all, this was not the place for them. As soon as he walked out of the magnificent gate of the library and basked in the afternoon sun, the cell phone in Xin Feng's pocket rang happily. I took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar local number. He answered the call casually. Hello, who is this? Please, excuse me, are you Senior Xin Feng? On the other end of the line came a timid, slightly nervous and uncertain, yet somewhat familiar sweet female voice. Xin Feng was stunned for a moment, then reacted, You are Jiang Ruoshi? That junior girl from the art department? Yeah. Senior. It's me. Jiang Ruoshi on the other end of the phone heard that Xin Feng still remembered her, and her voice was instantly filled with unconcealed joy and surprise. Senior, you still remember me? That's great. Ha, of course I remember. Xin Feng made a little joke. What's wrong? You called me. Are you in trouble again? No. Absolutely not. Jam Ruashi quickly denied it, her voice rising 8 octaves. I just wanted to thank you again, Senior and Sister Sue. I did I disturb you, did I? No, I told you it's just a piece of cake, a small matter, don't keep it in your mind. Shin Fong smiled and had a good impression of this simple junior high school girl. Then. Jiang Ruashi on the other end of the phone seemed to hesitate for a moment, and then, as if mustering up great courage, she said in an expectant and nervous tone, Senior, are you free now? I want to give you the painting I drew today. Just as my thank you gift. Okay? Send a painting? Shin Fong raised his eyebrows. What did that little girl draw? Could it be his own heroic deed? After thinking about it, I decided that since I didn't have any special plans at the moment, it would be okay to go and take a look. Where are you? I'm at the cafe next to the south gate of the school. Jiang Ruashi quickly reported her location. Okay, we're right inside the school, we'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Shin Fong turned to Su Qingyue beside him and said, Assistant Su, go to the south gate. The junior high school girl from the fine arts department said she wanted to give me a painting as a thank you gift. Hearing this, Su Qingyue looked at him meaningfully with her eyes as cold as autumn water. She said nothing, but turned around silently, took a step forward, and followed him to the parking lot. For some reason, Shin Fong always felt that the look Assistant Su gave him just now seemed a little meaningful? As if to say, ha, man. Chapter 12, The School Beauty's Thank You Gift, A Subtle Atmosphere. The south gate of Jiangzhou University is bustling with people, full of a youthful atmosphere. Jiang Ruashi was like a little rabbit waiting to be claimed by its owner. She held a half-person high hard-shell painting tube and stood in the shadow of a sycamore tree on the roadside. She stood on tiptoes from time to time, looking towards the road inside the school with nervousness and anticipation. The white dress fluttered gently in the breeze, outlining the girl's slender and beautiful figure, attracting the attention of many boys passing by. When the black sports car, which looked like a phantom in the dark night and was extremely cool and stylish, slowly approached in an extremely stable yet powerful manner, Jiang Ruashi's heart skipped a beat, and then began to beat wildly like a drum. Here we come. It's Senior Qin Feng. The car door opened gracefully like an eagle's wing, and Qin Feng's tall figure stepped out first. He was wearing a casual outfit that looked casual but expensive, which made him look even more handsome and confident. Soon after, Su Qingyue also stepped down from the passenger seat. She still looked like an ice goddess, cold and aloof, and instantly turned everything around her into a blurred background. Senior Qin Feng. Sister Su. Jiang Ruashi hurriedly trotted over to meet him. Her fair face flushed with excitement and nervousness, and her voice was filled with a barely perceptible hint of joy. Have you been waiting for a long time? You've got a red face standing here in the sun. Shin Feng looked at the girl in front of him who looked like a frightened deer, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and he made a casual teasing remark. No. I just arrived too. Really? Jiang Ruashi's face turned even redder when he said that. She quickly waved her hands to deny it, then held the well-protected painting tube in both hands and handed it forward. She said in a thin voice with a little embarrassment, Senior, Sister Su, this is for you. Thank you for helping me so much today. Shin Feng reached out to take the painting tube. It felt slightly heavy in his hand and had a good texture. Oh? You drew this? He raised an eyebrow, curious. Jiang Ruashi nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling, but a little uneasy. It's the old banyan tree that I wanted to paint today. I'm not a good painter, Senior and Sister, please don't despise me. I'm so happy to receive a gift from a beautiful painter. How could I despise it? Shin Feng smiled, carefully unscrewed the lid of the painting tube, gently pulled out the rolled-up scroll inside, and then slowly unfolded it. What comes into view is a watercolor painting with bright colors and delicate brushstrokes. The painting is of the old banyan tree at the entrance of the alley, which has experienced many vicissitudes of life but is still lush and full of vitality. The sunlight shines through the layers of leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. A few sparrows are jumping and playing among the thick branches, and the picture is full of tranquility and peace. I have to say, this little girl has a solid foundation in painting. Whether it is the composition, color, or the treatment of light and shadow, it is far beyond the level of ordinary art students, and even reveals a bit of spirituality. This is a great painting. The artistic conception is very good, and the handling of light and shadow is particularly skillful. This time, Shin Feng praised from the bottom of his heart, with admiration in his eyes, "I like it very much, thank you, classmate Ruwashi." Ah. After receiving such specific praise from Qin Feng, Jiang Ruwashi's eyes widened instantly, and then curved into two beautiful crescents. The smile on her face was as bright and dazzling as the sun, and even her voice became much lighter. "As long as you like it, senior." "I'm so happy that you like it." "Well, it is indeed a very spiritual work, with bold use of colors and precise capture of light and shadow." Even Su Qingyue, who was always concise, made a rare comment. Although her tone was still cold, it was not easy to get her affirmation. "Thank you, Sister Su, for the compliment." Jiang Ruwashi was immediately flattered and quickly thanked him sweetly, feeling very happy. Qin Feng carefully rolled up the scroll, put it back into the painting tube, and put it away properly. He really liked this painting. Hanging it in the empty living room of Yunding Palace would probably add some artistic atmosphere. "By the way, senior, Sister Su." After Jiang Ruwashi put away the painting tube, she blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, "Why did you suddenly come to our school? Are you here for something?" "Oh, nothing much, just wandering around, signing, ahem." Qin Feng almost let out the word "sign in" again, and quickly changed his words. "It's mainly to reminisce about the lost college days and feel the breath of youth." "Oh, so that's how it is." Jiang Ruwashi nodded as if she understood, then seemed to remember something. Her eyes flickered with anticipation again, and she asked hesitantly and excitedly, "So, senior, Sister Su, do you have any other plans? I know there's a new coffee shop open near the south gate. The environment is great and the desserts are delicious. How about I buy you a cup of coffee as a token of my thanks to you again?" The little girl's desire to stay with Qin Feng for a while longer was obvious to everyone. Qin Feng subconsciously glanced at Su Qingyue beside him. Su Qingyue's clear eyes were calm, she just shook her head slightly, almost imperceptibly, and it was obvious that she had no interest in such a time-wasting social activity as drinking coffee. Qin Feng understood, and smiled and declined, "Maybe next time, Ruwashi. We do have some things to deal with here. I appreciate your kindness, and I like this painting very much. It is already a very good thank you gift." "Thank you." "Ah, is that so?" The little flame in Jiang Ruwashi's eyes dimmed visibly, revealing a hint of loss that was hard to conceal. But she quickly pulled herself together and forced a cute smile. "It's okay, it's okay. Senior has something important to do. Then I won't bother you." "Well, then you should go back early too. You're out there alone, so be careful." Qin Feng gave a warning. "Yeah. I see. Thank you for your concern, senior." Jiang Ruwashi nodded vigorously, then waved to the two of them. "Goodbye, senior." "Goodbye, Sister Su." Qin Feng and Su Qingyue sat back in the King of the Night. The black sports car started silently like the most elegant cheetah, and soon merged into the traffic and left the university town. Through the rearview mirror, Qin Feng could still see the petite figure in the white dress, still standing there stupidly, standing on tiptoe, waving her hands in the direction their car left, and not leaving for a long time. There was silence in the carriage for a moment. "Mr. Qin." Su Qingyue's cold voice suddenly sounded, breaking the silence. "It seems that this Miss Jiang really has a crush on you." Her tone was still the same, without any emotion, but Qin Feng felt that it seemed to be more. "How much colder? Is it an illusion? Are you jealous?" This absurd thought suddenly popped up in Qin Feng's mind, and then he laughed at himself. What a joke! How could Su Qingyue possibly feel jealous? "Ha, you think too much." Qin Feng pretended to be relaxed and said casually, "Little girls may have a little hero complex. Plus, I'm so handsome when I drive such a cool car, so it's normal for me to have a little affection for you. You'll forget it after a while." He half-jokingly expressed his narcissism. Su Qingyue heard this, but did not either ignore the conversation or change the subject directly as usual. She was silent for a few seconds, then turned her head, her eyes as clear as a cold pond stared at Qin Feng steadily. Her red lips parted slightly, and she uttered a sentence that almost crushed the steering wheel. "If you like the type of this Miss Jiang, I don't mind you trying to develop a deeper relationship with her. I can provide you with the necessary background investigation, emotional analysis, and pursuit strategy support." Well. Qin Feng was so choked by her remarks that described her as a professional matchmaker plus private detective that he was speechless for a long time. Oh shit. Can we still chat today? This iceberg assistant's brain circuit is indeed different from that of normal people. He coughed awkwardly twice and forcibly changed the subject. Ahem. I just said that casually. Assistant Su, where are we going next? Didn't we say we were going to the high-tech zone? Yes. Tsuchinua seemed to think that the previous topic was a bit out of scope and resumed her businesslike tone, reporting at a steady pace. According to data analysis, the high-tech industrial development zone is the city's technological innovation engine, gathering a large number of high-tech companies, R&D centers and key laboratories, and has a higher probability of triggering sign-in rewards related to technology, future, intelligence, etc. Okay. Then let's go to the high-tech zone. Qin Feng nodded immediately, no longer bothering about the awkward conversation just now, and concentrated on driving the King of the Dark Knight towards the new science and technology city at the other end of the city. However, he was secretly muttering in his heart. Tsuchingua's words just now, "But as long as you like it, I will help you get it." Is this attitude a reflection of her professionalism as a top assistant? Feels it's her job to meet her employer's every need, including emotional needs? Still, in this seemingly nonchalant way, she was doing something. Temptation? Or maybe she was expressing something that she herself was not aware of. Dissatisfied? TSK, what this beautiful assistant is thinking. It's really like a needle in the sea, hard to guess. But this unpredictable feeling seems quite interesting. Chapter 13, Ambiguity in a Mansion. The afterglow of the setting sun is like melted gold, shining through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the Henteing Palace, casting a warm and ambiguous hue on the entire luxurious living room. When Qin Feng drove the King of Dark Knight back to the mansion, it was almost dusk. After wandering around the high-tech zone for an entire afternoon, the special check-in I was expecting was not triggered. However, Qin Feng was not discouraged. This kind of thing depends on appearance and cannot be forced. Being able to pick up a god-level learning ability for free is already a huge profit. After returning home, Tsuchinua almost seamlessly switched to the all-round life manager mode. She first dealt with several emails that needed Qin Feng's review in a clear and orderly manner, and then she consciously walked into the spacious and bright open kitchen that was comparable to the back kitchen of a five-star hotel and began to prepare dinner. Qin Feng changed into a comfortable home outfit and sat on the sofa in the living room bored, but his eyes were involuntarily attracted by the busy figure in the kitchen. Tsuchinua took off the custom-made suit that symbolized coldness and professionalism and changed into a set of light gray, soft cotton home clothes. Although the style is conservative, the fitted cut highlights her amazing body curves, a waist that seems too thin to be grasped, a round and elastic buttocks, and a pair of beautiful legs that are still straight and slender even though they are wrapped in trousers. The movement of her slightly bending down to process the ingredients inadvertently outlined a graceful arc, which exuded a blood-pumping and thrilling temptation under the soft light of the setting sun. Qin Feng felt his throat was a little dry, and his heartbeat inexplicably quickened. He couldn't help but stand up, paced to the kitchen bar, and leaned against it lazily. Beautiful Sue. Qin Feng had a playful smile on his face and deliberately changed his address. Do you need me, your handsome and elegant employer, to condescend to help you? Puff. Tsuchinua seemed amused by his sudden naughty words. Although she tried her best to endure it, her shoulders still trembled slightly. She didn't turn around. Her voice was still cold, but it seemed a little softer than usual. Mr. Qin is joking. No need to bother. Just go and have a rest. Dinner will be ready soon. She expertly cuts a piece of top-quality Australian Wagyu beef into evenly thin slices, her knife skills so exquisite that it seems like an artistic performance. How can that be possible? Qin Feng continued to play tricks. I always let you, a perfect assistant who was both good at both housework and housework, work alone. I feel sorry for it. Tsuchinua finally stopped what she was doing and slowly turned around. Her clear eyes looked at him with a hint of helplessness. Mr. Qin, I repeat, taking care of your food and daily life is one of my job responsibilities. Duties are duties, and feelings are feelings. Qin Feng chuckled, his eyes swept over her flawless face. Besides, look at this huge house, there are only two of us, we see each other everywhere, it's normal to help each other and promote the relationship between roommates, isn't it? The word roommate seemed to touch a sensitive nerve in Tsuchinua. She was silent for 2 seconds, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and then, as if she had compromised, she pushed the freshly washed tomatoes and cucumbers still covered with water droplets from a crystal fruit basket next to her and said, since Mr. Qin insists, then, please cut these into slices. Okay. I promise to complete the task. Qin Feng rolled up his sleeves, picked up the kitchen knife, and looked eager to try. However, the next second, when he picked up the knife and started to cut the tomatoes, his terrible knife skills were exposed. The tomato slices were uneven in thickness and crooked, and some of them were even chopped up. Tsuchinua stood aside, watching him fumbling and clumsily struggling with the food. A hint of a very faint smile seemed to quietly melt into her eyes that had been frozen for thousands of years, like a thawing glacier, fleeting and so fast that it made people think it was an illusion. But the almost imperceptible upward curve of the corners of her mouth did not escape Qin Feng's secretly observing eyes. Hey, it turns out this iceberg can also laugh. Although the smile is not obvious, it is still amazing enough. Ahem. Su Qinyue seemed to realize her gaffe just now. She coughed lightly to cover it up and asked casually, Mr. Qin, you rarely went into the kitchen before? Well, I'm ashamed of myself. Qin Feng answered honestly, his hands moving non-stop. In the past, we either ordered takeout or instant noodles, and occasionally improved our meals by making frozen dumplings. For me, the kitchen is basically just a place to boil water. I see. The two of them were chatting casually while one was cutting vegetables and the other was preparing ingredients. The topic went from being a little awkward at the beginning to gradually becoming relaxed and natural. It seemed that this homely kitchen environment and the slightly warm cooperation atmosphere quietly brought the two closer together. Compared to the clear-cut superior-subordinate relationship outside during the day, at this moment, the invisible barrier between them seemed to be slowly melting away. Dinner was still impeccably delicious. 4 dishes in one soup, a combination of Chinese and Western food, balanced nutrition, and the taste made Qin Feng's mouth water. After the meal, Qin Feng, contrary to his usual behavior, stood up and cleared the dishes. Mr. Qin, just let me do it. Su Qinyue immediately stepped forward to stop it. No. Qin Feng firmly held her hand. Yeah, it was very soft and smooth, you cooked the meal, but I have to wash the dishes. This is a matter of principle. How can I let my beautiful assistant wash the dishes after serving you dinner? Su Qinyue's hand was held by him, and her body stiffened slightly. She seemed a little uncomfortable with this kind of physical contact, but feeling Qin Feng's unquestionable attitude, she hesitated for a moment, and finally did not insist. She just silently took a step back and let Qin Feng take the dishes into the kitchen. Of course, the result is. Qin Feng was busy in the kitchen for a long time and almost broke 2 plates. When he came out after washing the dishes, his body was covered with water stains and foam, looking very miserable. When he wiped his hands with a little embarrassment and returned to the living room, he found the scene in front of him, which made his breathing suddenly stop. Su Qinyue had already washed up and changed into extremely sexy silk nightgown. The nightgown was a mysterious dark purple with a soft sheen. The V neckline was just right, revealing her clavicle, which was as beautiful and delicate as a work of art, and the dazzling white skin below the clavicle. The smooth black long hair was not neatly tied up like during the day, but casually draped over the shoulders and back like a waterfall, with a few strands even playfully falling down to the chest. She had shed her cold and capable demeanor and the icy aura that kept people at a distance during the day. At this moment, she was lazily leaning on the soft sofa, holding a high-tech tablet in her hands, looking at something intently. The dim light from the wall lamp shone on her, casting a hazy and seductive aura over her entire body. There is less of that awe-inspiring sense of distance, but more of a heart-stirring laziness and sexiness. Qin Feng felt his nose getting a little hot, and he almost couldn't control his saliva. This. Who can stand this? On purpose. This is definitely intentional. Ahem. Qin Feng quickly coughed twice to cover up his nosebleed and his loss of composure. He pretended to be calm and walked to the other end of the sofa farthest from her and sat down, but his heart was beating wildly in his chest. Mr. Qin, it's just right that you're here. Su Qinyue seemed to be completely unaware of what a huge visual impact and psychological test her current attire would cause to a normal man. She raised her head and handed over the tablet in her hand. Her tone was still businesslike. This is the information I compiled for you about some major business forces, family backgrounds, and representatives of the gray area in Donghai City. You can take some time to learn about it. It may be helpful for you to expand your network and layout of industries in the city in the future. Oh, yes, okay. Qin Feng quickly took the tablet, forced himself to look away from her seductive nightgown and her looming spring scenery, and concentrated on the screen. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. The information compiled by Su Qinyue is so detailed that it is outrageous. Not only those leading enterprises, listed companies, political and business celebrities that are in the open, but even some of the intricate family forces hidden behind the scenes, as well as the information of those bigwigs who wander in the gray area and control the underground order, are all listed clearly. Character relationship map, major industries, character weaknesses, recent trends. It's even more detailed than the NSAS files. Qin Feng was secretly shocked. Assistant Sue's intelligence gathering and analysis capabilities were simply terrifying. How can this be an assistant? This is clearly a walking intelligence database and strategic analysis center. Just as Qin Feng was immersed in the shock of this information, a faint fragrance as elegant as orchid quietly penetrated into his nostrils. His heart moved and he turned his head to look subconsciously. At some point, Su Qingyue actually came over, lowered her head slightly, and her clear eyes fell on the tablet screen, as if she was looking at what he was paying attention to. The distance between the two of them was instantly shortened to an extremely dangerous and ambiguous level. Her unique, refreshing body fragrance, which could not be matched by any perfume, lingered more clearly at Qin Feng's nose. Her soft hair would occasionally brush Qin Feng's arms and cheeks like feathers as she breathed and moved gently, bringing waves of indescribable, tingling sensations that made his heart tremble. Qin Feng could even clearly see her long and curly eyelashes, which were like two delicate little fans, trembling slightly. You can also see her skin, which is as smooth as jade and so delicate that you can't see a single pore. Gulp! Qin Feng's heartbeat, like a wild horse out of control, accelerated wildly again. The blood seemed to be burning at this moment. He could even clearly hear his own heartbeat that was like a drum, and the beauty beside him seemed to be breathing faster and a little disordered. The atmosphere at this moment became sticky and ambiguous, as if pink bubbles were floating in the air. Qin Feng felt his breath becoming hot. Should he do something? Break this damn ambiguity? Still, go with the flow? For example, careless. Touch her soft arm that is so close to me and exudes an alluring glow? Or shoulder. Just lean over slightly and lean over inadvertently? Just when Qin Feng's heart was like a boiling pot, with a fierce struggle between his conscience and his will, and his reason and impulse were fighting wildly, Su Qingyue seemed to have noticed this suffocating, ambiguous atmosphere and suddenly raised her head. Those eyes as clear as water just happened to meet Qin Feng's gaze, which was filled with a hint of panic and burning heat. Eye to eye. The distance was so close that Qin Feng could even clearly see his own reflection in the depths of her beautiful obsidian pupils, looking a little overwhelmed and eager to try. An extremely rare look of panic flashed across Su Qingyue's face for a moment. Her body seemed to subconsciously want to move back a distance, but for some reason, it was as if she was under a spell, and she froze slightly and stopped in place. Time seemed to have been paused at this moment. In the huge living room, the only sounds were the two people's breathing, which became clearer and more rapid like drum beats, interweaving together to compose a blushing and heart-pounding melody. Qin Feng's eyes, as if attracted by a magnet, fell uncontrollably on her red lips that were so close to him, glowing with moisture and as tempting as ripe cherries. The Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably and with difficulty again. Chapter 14: An unromantic phone call. Just as the ambiguous atmosphere in the living room was about to be completely ignited like a raging fire, Qin Feng could even feel Su Qingyue's slightly rapid breathing spraying on his face. At this critical moment, when he was struggling fiercely in his heart whether to be a beast, ring, an extremely inopportune, piercing cell phone ringtone, like the ring, suddenly broke the heart-pounding silence. The source of the sound was the mobile phone that Qin Feng threw in the corner of the sofa. Holy crap! This was like a bucket of ice water poured over your head. Qin Feng and Su Qingyue were almost simultaneously electrocuted and bounced back violently. The movement was so fast that it even brought a fragrant breeze. Su Qingyue quickly turned her head away, not daring to look at Qin Feng again. On that pretty face that had been frozen for thousands of years, two extremely moving red clouds quickly appeared like a burning cloud. Even the delicate, small, white ears were so red that they seemed to be dripping with blood. She even reached out in a panic, trying to cover up her guilt by straightening the collar of her already neatly worn silk nightgown. Her heart was pounding like a deer. Damn it! What happened just now? How could it be so close? Qin Feng was also going crazy and extremely annoyed. In my heart, I have cursed the ancestors of this bastard who called to disrupt the situation at the critical moment 100 times. Why don't you fight earlier? Don't fight at night. Why did you attack me just when I was about to make a historic breakthrough? You did this on purpose? Are you deliberately trying to make life difficult for me? He suppressed the urge to smash his phone and took several deep breaths before he was able to calm his heart that was beating like a wild horse and the heat in his body that had not yet subsided. I picked up the phone and saw an unfamiliar local number on the screen. Who is it? It better be something urgent, otherwise I will definitely let you know why the flowers are so red. He tried to make his voice sound calmer, pressed the answer button, and said in a bad tone, "Hello? Who is it? Please, are you Mr. Chin? Mr. Chin Fong? From the other end of the line came the voice of a middle-aged man that was obviously nervous, fearful, and even a little flattering. I am. If you have to fart, do it now. Chin Fong is in an extremely bad mood right now, so his tone is naturally not very good. Hey. Hello, Mr. Chin. Hello? The man on the other end of the phone seemed startled by Chin Feng's tone, but he still hurriedly introduced himself, his voice becoming more respectful. I am Wang Hai, the general manager of Glorious Real Estate. Wang as in bastard, Hai as in ocean. Mr. Chin, I am guilty of disturbing you so late at night. I deserve to die. Brilliant Real Estate? Wang Hai? Chin Fong raised his eyebrows, and the god-level learning ability in his mind, like a supercomputer, was instantly activated. Combined with the database that Su Qingyue had given him before, the information about this name immediately emerged. Yeah, I have some impression. A real estate company of decent size in Donghai City. It is somewhat famous in the local real estate circle, but it is not a first-tier company. There seems to be some problems with the capital chain recently, and it is on the verge of bankruptcy. However, I have nothing to do with this company or this Wang Hai. How did he know my phone number? And this tone. Is that a bit too respectful? Just like an ancient eunuch meeting the emperor. Wang Hai? Chin Fong deliberately dragged out his voice, with a hint of amusement and scrutiny in his tone. I don't know you. Where did you get my phone number? It was my son. It was my son Wang Bin who told me. Wang Hai hurriedly explained, his voice full of panic. That good-for-nothing offended you, Mr. Chin, today? He told me about you after he got back, and he was full of praise for you. He said you were a real dragon. A great man who could turn clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. You have the power to reach the sky and penetrate the earth. Wang Bin? Chin Fong was stunned for a moment, then a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Turns out it was that yellow-haired idiot who drove the Ferrari. Good job. After this guy went back, not only did he not dare to have any evil thoughts of revenge, but he boasted about himself like this? Also the dragon? Still a big shot? What a great imagination. It seems that my crushing driving skills and thunderous attacks this afternoon really scared him. Even his father was scared. Ha, your son is quite good at talking. Chin Fong chuckled, his tone indifferent. No joy or anger could be heard. But even if your son praises me to the skies, why are you looking for me? Why should I help you? He is not a pushover. He is too lazy to get involved in things that have no benefits. Mr. Chin. Mr. Chin, please listen to me. Wang Hai's voice suddenly became extremely urgent, even with a hint of pleading. We at Brilliant Real Estate have indeed encountered a huge trouble recently. It seems that we are on the verge of collapse. As long as you are willing to lend a helping hand, give us a hand. We at Brilliant Real Estate will definitely be grateful to you. We are willing to take out 15% of the original shares of the company. Give it to you for free. As a reward. 15% of the shares? Chin Fong raised his eyebrows. Although Hui Huang Real Estate is now a fallen phoenix, it is still a legitimate real estate company after all. It still has several pieces of land and projects under construction. A lean camel is bigger than a horse, and its total market value is at least 700 to 800 million. 15% of the shares would be worth around 100 million. This Wang Hai really spent a lot of money to ask me to help him. It seems that after Wang Bin went back, he definitely exaggerated his strength and background a lot, which scared his father so much that he felt that only he, the mysterious boss, could save them from the dire situation. But 100 million is delivered to your door for free, you should not refuse it. Chin Fong touched his chin, his tone still indifferent. Oh? Tell me, what kind of trouble can force your Brilliant Real Estate to this point? Yes. As Wan Hairu was pardoned, he immediately recounted the whole story in detail. It turned out that Hui Huang Real Estate was currently developing a large-scale real estate project in the suburbs, and had invested hundreds of millions of dollars in the early stages. It was about to enter the critical stage of pre-sale payment collection, but it was stuck at a certain planning approval link by a deputy director named Zhou from the Municipal Land and Resources Planning Bureau. Deputy Director Zhou hinted that something needed to be done, and he asked for a huge amount that made Wang Hai feel painful. Wang Hai was reluctant to spend so much money, so he wanted to find other connections to smooth things over. Unexpectedly, Deputy Director Zhou seemed to have a strong backing and considerable power. Wang Hai looked for several connections and spent a lot of money, but to no avail. Instead, he offended the other party, and approval was nowhere in sight. Now the project is at a standstill, money is being burned every day, the bank loan is about to expire, and the capital chain is about to break. Once it breaks, what awaits Huihuang Real Estate is the tragic end of bankruptcy and liquidation. Wang Hai was so anxious that he was like an ant on a hot pan, and his hair turned a lot white. Just when he was desperate and ready to sell his assets at a low price, his good-for-nothing son Wang Bin came back with a sad face and told him about the tragic experience of being taught a lesson by Qin Feng in the afternoon. What a mysterious, never-before-seen super sports car with overwhelming performance, what amazing driving skills comparable to movie special effects, what ruthless and terrifying skills that easily knocked down several strong men. Probably he imagined it in his mind, and the mysterious female companion who was like a fairy and had a strong aura beside him. In short, with Wang Bin's exaggerated and half-true and half-false description, Qin Feng has become a superboss with a mysterious background, terrifying strength, and great power, who even a top-rich second-generation self-proclaimed like him can't afford to offend. Wang Hai was desperate and was trying every possible means to save his life. When he heard what his son said, it was like he had grabbed his last straw. It seems a bit outrageous, but what if it is true? Let us give it a try. So, he immediately mobilized all his connections to look for Qin Feng's phone number. Fortunately, his son transferred money to Qin Feng, so he got Qin Feng's phone number and received the call just now with great awe and expectation. After listening to Wang Hai's tearful narration, Qin Feng roughly understood the whole story. Card approval? Asking for benefits? Strong background? This kind of dirty work in officialdom may be an insurmountable mountain for ordinary businessmen, enough to make them lose everything. But for me who has Su Qingyue, a bug-level assistant, I'm afraid it's just a simple matter of moving your fingers? I roughly know what happened. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, and his tone returned to calm. How about this, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, you come to see me in person on the top floor of Building A of Yunding Palace. Remember to bring detailed information about your company, as well as all the information about the deputy director surnamed Zhou. The more detailed the better. Okay. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you so much. You are truly my second parent. Wang Hai on the other end of the phone was so excited that he was incoherent and almost kowtowed to Qin Feng on the spot. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng threw the phone back on the sofa and turned to look at Su Qingyue, who had returned to her cold and indifferent expression. The charming and ambiguous atmosphere just now had long been washed away by this phone call, leaving only a hint of awkwardness lingering in the air. Cough. Qin Feng cleared his throat, trying to ease the delicate atmosphere. He also wanted to see Su Qingyue's reaction. Assistant Su, what do you think about the brilliant real estate incident? Is that deputy director surnamed Zhou difficult to deal with? Su Qingyue seemed to be secretly relieved, and naturally switched back to professional and efficient assistant mode. According to my database information, Huihuang Real Estate Company's qualifications are acceptable, and the real estate projects it develops are also in line with market expectations. It is just that it has temporarily encountered financial difficulties and artificial obstacles. As she spoke, she tapped the tablet with her jade fingers a few times, and the detailed information of Deputy Director Zhou immediately appeared on the screen and handed it to Qin Feng. As for this Deputy Director Zhou, Su Qingyue introduced in a calm tone, he is not of high rank, but he has some scheming skills, and he does have one or two big backers behind him. However, he is not clean, greedy, and not careful enough, leaving a lot of handles. It is not difficult to deal with him, and it is within the scope of routine operations. Qin Feng took the tablet and took a look. Sure enough, Su Qingyue's intelligence is simply all-pervasive. It's much more detailed than what Wang Hai, the person involved, knew. Even the number of mistresses that Deputy Director Zhou had, the bribes he received, and his shady transactions were clearly marked. Just pick out one and it'll be enough for him to drink a pot of wine. Sharp. Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in praise. With Su Qingyue here, it's like having a goddess perspective. He returned the tablet to Su Qingyue and asked, "Then I'll leave this matter to you?" Can. Su Qingyue nodded. After Wang Hai arrives tomorrow, I will take care of the follow-up matters, including the share transfer agreement. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Assistant Su. Qin Feng smiled. Having such a capable assistant really saves me a lot of time and effort. However, thinking about the atmosphere just now, Qin Feng still felt a little itchy in his heart. He secretly glanced at Su Qingyue and found that her ears seemed a little red. It seems that the iceberg is not completely impossible to melt. There is a long way to go, so there is no need to rush. Chapter 15 Sign and Reward, a discerning eye for talent. The next morning at exactly 10 o'clock, not a second off. In front of the heavy and high-tech armored door of the top-floor skylight mansion in Building A of Hentang Palace, Wang Hai, the general manager of Brilliant Real Estate, was leading his son Wang Bin, who was arrogant and domineering yesterday but as timid as a quail today, standing outside the door respectfully and nervously like ministers waiting to see the emperor. Wang Hai was so nervous that his palms were sweating. He kept adjusting his expensive custom-made suit and tie, and his heart was in turmoil. He secretly glanced at the entrance of the top luxury house next to him, which was as luxurious as a palace and heavily guarded. Recalling his son's half-boasting and half-fearful description last night, his awe for Mr. Qin, who he had only heard of but not seen, deepened a little. To be able to live in a place like this, to drive a mysterious sports car that only exists in legends, and to be followed by a fairy-like entourage of stunning beauties? This Mr. Qin is definitely a big shot who truly stands in the clouds, someone he could never imagine in his entire life. In contrast, Wang Bin didn't even dare to breathe. He lowered his head, looking at his nose and his heart. The fear of being dominated by Qin Feng yesterday was still deeply imprinted in his heart. He was afraid that the evil spirit still remembered yesterday's grudge and would throw him down from the height of several hundred meters if he was unhappy. Ding dong! Just then, the door slid open silently to both sides. Su Qingyue's cold and elegant figure appeared at the door and glanced at the two of them indifferently. "Mr. Qin is waiting for you, come in." Yes. Thank you, Miss Su. Thank you, Miss Su. Wang Hai nodded and bowed hurriedly, leading Wang Bin, and followed Su Qingyue step by step into this top-notch mansion that made them feel like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. In the living room, Qin Feng was lazily leaning on the sofa, holding a cup of top-grade dahongpo that Su Qingyue had just brewed. His posture was casual, but he had an aura of majesty without even being angry. He didn't even look at the trembling father and son. Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin. As soon as Wang Hai saw Qin Feng, he immediately quickened his pace and walked forward, bowing respectfully at a 90-degree angle, his voice trembling. "I am Wang Hai. I apologize for disturbing you so late last night, Mr. Qin." Wang Bin also quickly followed his father in bowing, burying his head even lower, as if he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Qin Feng responded calmly, took a sip of tea, raised his eyelids and glanced at them. "Have you brought all the information?" I have it. It's all here." Wang Hai quickly handed over a thick folder with both hands. Inside was all the core information of Hui Huang Real Estate and all the information he could collect about Deputy Director Zhou. Qin Feng did not answer, but just nodded slightly to Su Qingyue beside him. Su Qingyue understood and took the folder without even flipping through it. She just said to Wang Hai calmly, "Mr. Wang, we will deal with the approval obstacles your company encountered and the relevant personnel involved. Please wait here for a moment." After saying that, she took the folder, walked aside, took out the mysterious black cell phone, and dialed a number. Her voice was low and her tone was calm, as if she was talking about the weather today, but what she said made Wang Hai and his son next to her shudder with fear. "It's me. Donghai City Land Planning Bureau, Zhou." "Yes, that's him. His behavior has seriously affected the normal market order, and he is suspected of multiple violations of discipline and law. I need you to use your authority to immediately initiate an internal investigation and suspend his position." "Follow up? Follow the regulations and transfer it to the judiciary." "Yes, I hope to see preliminary results within half an hour." "Okay." The call was brief, lasting no more than a minute. But Su Qingyue's nonchalant tone that decided the fate of a deputy bureau-level cadre, and the control over higher-level power revealed in her words, made Wang Hai shiver all over, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. "Oh my god. This Miss Su. What is the origin? Can he actually give direct orders to the city's top brass?" The look he gave Qin Feng instantly became like looking up at a god, filled with indescribable awe and fear. To be able to make such a person willing to serve as an assistant, Mr. Qin's identity. It's unimaginable. Wang Bin was so frightened that his legs went weak and he almost wet his pants on the spot. He was now extremely thankful that he had only lost his car and kowtowed yesterday. If he had really thought of revenge? I'm afraid even the ashes can't be found now. Sure enough, in less than 20 minutes. Wang Hai's personal cell phone rang rapidly. He hurriedly answered the call, and the excited and almost incoherent voice of his company's vice president came from the other end of the line. "Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang. Great news. Just now, someone from the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection suddenly came and took that Joe away. They said he was suspected of serious violations of discipline and law. He has been suspended for investigation. The Planning Bureau also called to approve our project, saying that they would immediately start a green channel and ensure that everything will be done within 3 days. While what? Wang Hai's hands were shaking as he held the phone. The huge surprise overwhelmed him like a tsunami. The knot that had held him back for months made him worry until his hair turned gray, and nearly drove him to despair, actually. Just because of a phone call from Miss Su, the problem was completely solved in just 20 minutes? And it was solved so neatly. So thunderous. What kind of terrifying energy is this? After hanging up the phone, Wang Hai could no longer control his excitement, and with a plop, he wanted to kneel down to Su Qingyue. Miss Su. You are really my second parents. I, Wang Hai, will never forget your kindness. Su Qingyue just slightly turned aside to avoid his gift, and her tone remained calm. It's just a small favor. This is the share transfer agreement. Take a look at it and sign it if there is no problem. She had prepared a printed agreement at some point and handed it over. No problem. Absolutely no problem. How could Wang Hai dare to look at any agreement? Even if he were asked to give away the entire magnificent real estate now, he wouldn't even blink. He quickly picked up the pen and signed his name in a flamboyant manner, then with trembling hands, he respectfully handed the share transfer agreement worth nearly 100 million yuan to Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't even raise his eyelids, but just waved at Su Qingyue. Su Qingyue understood, took the agreement, checked it carefully to make sure it was correct, and put it away. Okay, the matter is resolved, you can go now. Qin Feng picked up the teacup and ordered them to leave. Yes. Mr. Qin, Miss Su, we won't bother you anymore. If you have any instructions in the future, I, Wang Hai, will go through fire and water to do it for you. Wang Hai bowed deeply again, and then took Wang Bin, who was still in shock, and carefully left this mansion that made them feel like they were in a dream. After sending away Wang Hai and his son, who were full of gratitude and eager to bow down to him, Qin Feng stretched out comfortably and leaned back on the sofa. TSK, just by talking and making a phone call, he picked up 100 million yuan in assets for free, and also gained the absolute respect and loyalty of a real estate boss. This feeling of being in control of everything and having your words come true is really. It feels so fucking good. Assistant Su. Qin Feng looked at Su Qingyue, who was putting away the share agreement, with a hint of curiosity on his face. Who did you call just now? Someone with such great power? The person in charge of the city? At what level? Su Qingyue nodded casually, as if talking about a trivial matter. He is considered to be someone in the core circle of the city government. I helped him with a small favor before, and he still owes me a favor. This time, I can use it. Qin Feng. He was shocked again. Even the bigwigs in the city government's inner circle owe her a favor? The background and connections of this beautiful assistant are even more unfathomable than he had imagined. Does this mean I have found a treasure among treasures? At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! The number of daily sign-in times has been refreshed. The current sign-in location is Yunding Palace Tianmu No. 1 bound. Do you want to sign in? It's time for the daily minimum living allowance again. Qin Feng immediately became alert. Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Yunding Palace Tianmu No. 1. It is detected that the host's current wealth and social status have improved, but the ability to identify value is still lacking. This reward tends to enhance the host's identification and insight ability. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Discerning the Pearl with a Wisdom Eye Basic. Skill description grants the host an insight beyond that of ordinary people, allowing the host to initially see through some hidden information of objects or characters. Including but not limited to, the authenticity and approximate value of antiques and collectibles, the internal quality and potential value of jade and jadeite, the potential assessment of talent qualifications, the emotional state and favorability of characters, etc. Note, this skill is a growth skill. As the host's strength increases or with certain opportunities, it can be promoted to a higher level and unlock more powerful insight. A discerning eye for pearls? Oh shit. This skill is awesome. Qin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Isn't this the super skill that the protagonist in the novel must have to find bargains on Taobao, make a fortune by gambling on stones, recruit followers, and identify whores and people? Although it is only at the beginner level at the moment, the functions mentioned in the introduction alone are already amazing. Become rich. This is really going to be a success. He immediately couldn't wait to activate his discerning pearl skill, and cast his eyes on a simple and elegant-looking blue and white porcelain vase placed in the corner of the living room. This was a decoration that came with the mansion. Item: Qing Dynasty imitation of Ming Dynasty blue and white lotus pattern plum vase. Date determination: late Qing Dynasty about 1880-1910 AD. Material: Jingdejian kaolin. Craftsmanship: hand-painted blue and white. The craftsmanship is acceptable. Value assessment: 50,000 renminbi, 80,000. Note: this is not a product of the official kiln, but a common antique decorative porcelain from the late Qing Dynasty. It has a certain collection value, but the appreciation potential is limited. Oh shit! It really works! And the information is so detailed? Xin Feng was ecstatic. Even the approximate value of this thing can be assessed. He suppressed his excitement and turned his gaze to the mysterious and beautiful assistant beside him, Su Qingyue. Character: Su Qingyue. Identity: unable to detect due to insufficient authority. Race: information is highly encrypted. Strength level: far beyond the host's current cognitive limit. Ability modules: only the unlocked parts are displayed: Senior Assistant, Housekeeping Master, Cooking Master, Intelligence Analysis, Crisis Management. Favorability towards the host: 65 friendly, loyalty, 100% absolute loyalty, unshakable. Note: the core creation of the system, carrying, involving core secrets, cannot be displayed. A series of question marks and prompts of insufficient authority left Xin Feng dumbfounded. Depend on. After all this time, you still can't even see through Su Qingyue's identity and strength? Even race is a question mark? The information is also highly encrypted? Far beyond the limits of cognition? This beautiful assistant. What on earth is this thing? But what the hell is that favorability level of 65 friendly with 3 stars at the end? Full stars is 5? Only 65? Just enough to pass the friendly test? The atmosphere was so ambiguous last night, but the favorability is only 65? Xin Feng suddenly felt a little depressed and unbalanced. But on second thought, the words in the note absolute loyalty, unshakable, is the most important thing. That's enough. As for those question marks and the favorability of only 65. Instead, it aroused Xin Feng's curiosity and desire to conquer. The secret hidden in Su Qingyue is definitely extraordinary. One day, I will turn all your question marks into exclamation marks. Raise your favorability to the highest level. Mr. Qin, what are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Su Qingyue seemed to be aware of Xin Feng's undisguised burning gaze that seemed to see through her from the inside out. A rare trace of unnaturalness appeared on her cold and pretty face, and she subconsciously reached out and touched her cheek. Nothing, nothing. Xin Feng quickly retracted his gaze, laughed, and said, nonsense, I just suddenly felt that Assistant Su, the clothes you are wearing today are particularly beautiful. You look, well, particularly elegant. So beautiful. Su Qingyue's cheeks turned slightly red again at a speed visible to the naked eye. She glared at him lightly with a hint of embarrassment. The charm she showed at that moment was simply mind-boggling. Xin Feng's heart was moved again when he saw this. Hey! It seems that although this insightful eyes cannot see through Su Qingyue's cards for the time being, it is still quite powerful for observing the favorability and emotional reactions of the other party. At least I can tell that my casual compliment has a pretty good effect. Well, I have to praise you more in the future. In the afternoon, Xin Feng was free and was thinking about his newly acquired skill of identifying pearls with a discerning eye. He always wanted to find a place to practice it and experience the pleasure of finding a bargain on Taobao. So he suggested going to the largest antique market in Donghai City Treasure Pavilion. Su Qingyue naturally had no objection to this. She would accompany her boss wherever he wanted to go. The two of them changed into relatively low-key clothes Xin Feng's request, for fear that it would be too conspicuous and difficult to find a bargain, and drove the still cool king of the night to the Treasure Pavilion Antique Market in the Old City. This place really lives up to its reputation. It covers a vast area, is lined with shops, stalls are everywhere, and is bustling with people. The air was filled with a complex smell of old objects, incense, candles, and sweat. Players, tourists and vendors dressed in various costumes shuttled around, and the sounds of shouting and bargaining were endless, filling the air with the flavor of the city. Xin Feng started to recognize the gems with his discerning eyes and moved enthusiastically among the dazzling stalls and shops. Wherever I looked, all kinds of information flashed through my mind like a waterfall. Item: modern resin imitation of Han Dynasty jade cicada, age determination, modern handicraft, material, synthetic resin, value assessment, 10 renminbi cost price. Remarks: the aging technique is poor, and it has no collection value. It is a pure scam. Item: a small dish with a picture of a lady in pastel colors during the Republic of China period. Date determination: the early years of the Republic of China, approximately 1912-1920 AD. Material: ordinary porcelain clay. Craftsmanship: hand-painted pastel colors. Average painting. Value assessment: 300 renminbi 500. Note: there are slight bumps, the quality is average, and it is a common small piece from a folk kiln. Item: Qing Dynasty Jiaqing Tongbao Xiaoping money. Date determination: Jiaqing period of the Qing Dynasty. Material: brass. Value assessment: 5 renminbi 10. Remarks: there are a huge number of them in existence, the quality is ordinary, there is no special version, and it is only worth entering the coin collection. Item: high imitation of Zhang Daqian's ink splashed landscape scroll. Age determination: modern print made old. Material: chemical fiber paper. Value assessment: negligible mounting fee may be worth dozens of yuan. Note: typical street stall fakes, which deceive those who don't know the business. As he watched all this, Xin Feng's heart gradually sank. Sure enough, the plots in novels where there are loopholes everywhere and the protagonist can pick up national treasures just by strolling around are all lies. In this antique market, 9 out of 10 items are fake, and the remaining half are real, but most of them are ordinary and worthless things. It seems that it is not so easy to make a fortune by knowing the pearls with a keen eye. Just when Xin Feng was getting a little bored and was about to go home, his eyes accidentally swept across an inconspicuous stall in the corner that was filled with all kinds of miscellaneous and broken things. The owner of the stall was an old man wearing a washed-out Zhengshan suit, reading glasses, and looking very worried. Xin Feng's eyes quickly swept across the dusty bottles and jars, tattered paintings and calligraphy, and rusty bronzes on the stalls. He didn't hold out much hope. However, just as his eyes were about to pass over one of the wooden tubes that was covered with thick dust, black in color, and looked like a brush holder, a unique prompt message, even with a faint golden glow, suddenly popped up in his mind. High-value item detected. Item: Ming Dynasty Wanwali large brush holder with Kuelong pattern. Date determination: mid-Ming Dynasty, about 1500-1550 AD. Material: top-grade Hainan Wanwali old oil pear material. Craftsmanship: carved from whole wood, embossed Kuelong pattern, mellow and natural patina. Valuation: 3 million renminbi 5 million conservative estimate. Note: this is a valuable Ming Dynasty writing instrument. The material is rare and precious, the carving is exquisite and vivid, the shape is regular and majestic, and it is well preserved. It has extremely high artistic value, collection value, and market value. If there is a good opportunity to auction it, the transaction price may be higher. Boom! After seeing this message, Xin Feng felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. Then suddenly let go. Ming Dynasty? Wanwali? Or is it top-grade old avocado? Carved from a whole log? Kuelong pattern? Value: 3 to 5 million? Maybe even higher? Pick up. Found a treasure. What a fucking bargain. Xin Feng felt his breathing suddenly become rapid. The blood is rushing in the veins like magma. Get rich. I'm really going to make a fortune this time. Although 3 million is a far cry from the 100 million given by Wang Hai, the joy brought by this bargain is no less than that 100 million. Chapter 16, Pick Up a Bargain. A pen holder worth $1 million. Xin Feng felt as if his heart was hit by a sledgehammer, and blood rushed to his head in an instant. But he forced himself to suppress the ecstasy and excitement that was about to burst out, took a deep breath, and changed his face into a bored, casual expression. Like a real young man who knew little about antiques but wanted to try his luck, he walked slowly to the stall of an old man in the corner, which seemed to be doing poor business, squatted down leisurely, and began to casually look through the pile of broken copper and iron and dusty porcelain. Su Qinyue was like the most perfect shadow, standing quietly and silently a few steps behind him, looking around calmly, neither urging him nor showing any impatience, as if she didn't care at all about the noisy and chaotic environment. Xin Feng picked up a small blue and white bowl with a chip on it, weighed it, and asked casually, "Master, what do you think of this bowl?" "That? Just give it to me, $10. The old man said weakly without even raising his eyelids. Xin Feng picked up another small pendant that looked black and seemed to be carved from some kind of animal bone, What about this one? Well, 20 for you. The old man seemed to think that this thing was a little old. Qin Feng put it down casually and picked up a few old things that looked even more insignificant, asking about their prices from time to time. Without exception, they were all small gadgets worth dozens of dollars, with an attitude of "I'm just taking a look, whether to buy or not depends on my mood." Finally, his fingers, as if inadvertently, fell on the wooden pen holder that he had locked onto with his keen eyes, which was covered with thick dust and looked inconspicuous. In order not to appear deliberate, he even picked up a cracked pottery jar next to him and asked the price. "Uncle, this pen holder, how much is it?" Qin Feng took it in his hand and weighed it casually. His tone was flat and there was no emotion in his voice. The old man, who had been half closed his eyes and felt drowsy, slowly raised his eyelids, looked at Qin Feng with his cloudy old eyes, then looked at the black pen holder in his hand, and said slowly, "Oh, this. I heard from the elders in my family that it is an old item handed down from our ancestors. It seems to be something called yellow pear wood. It's quite heavy. Young man, if you really like it, I'll give you 500 yuan, and you can take it." $500? Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat again. Oh shit. This leak. It's a real steal. Buying a Ming Dynasty Wanwali brush holder worth 3 to 5 million yuan for 500 yuan? Is this old man really ignorant or? No. Don't get too excited. Qin Feng deliberately showed a hint of hesitation and disdain on his face, frowning and saying, 500? Sir, your price is too high, isn't it? Look at this thing, it's black and old, covered in dust and dirty. I can't even tell what kind of wood it is, and I don't even know if it's worm-eaten. I can buy a new one for 500 yuan. Hey! Young man, you can't say that. The old man seemed to be stimulated by Qin Feng's disdain and he perked up a little. He insisted, "This is a real old thing. It's not comparable to those things made by machines nowadays. 500 yuan is really not expensive. I just like you. If I change someone, I will ask for at least 800. 800? Qin Feng sneered, put the pen holder on the ground, and pretended to stand up. Forget it, I'll look at something else. Hey! Young man! Don't go. When the old man saw Qin Feng was about to leave, he seemed a little anxious and quickly stretched out his hand to stop him. The price is negotiable. What's the price? Qin Feng laughed secretly in his heart, thinking that he really didn't know the value of the goods and wanted to sell it for money as soon as possible. He squatted down again, pretending to be reluctant, and held up 3 fingers, 300. Uncle, 300 at most. I have to clean and polish this thing myself after I buy it, which is time-consuming and laborious, and there may be something broken inside. 300 yuan, if you are willing, I will pay you now, and you can close your stall and go home early. He deliberately spoke in a very frank manner, as if saying, I just bought this old thing for fun because it's cheap. There was an obvious look of hesitation on the old man's face. He looked at the black pen holder in his hand, then looked at the sky. The sun was about to set, and the store had not been open all day, so business was very bad. Looking at Qin Feng's attire, he doesn't look like someone who is short of money. If he spends 300 to buy such a junk, it must be the highest amount he can afford. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stamped his feet. All right. I didn't check the almanac before going out today. 300 is 300. Take it. Okay. Master, you're straightforward. Qin Feng was ecstatic in his heart, but his face remained calm. He readily took out 300 yuan in brand new cash from his wallet and handed it to the old man. Then, he put the priceless Wanwali pen holder into a cloth bag he carried with him, just like he was treating an ordinary old item. Done. $300. Seize the Ming Dynasty treasure worth millions. This huge contrast and the thrill of picking up a bargain made Qin Feng's adrenaline surge. He resisted the urge to roar to the sky, stood up, and gave a calm look to Su Qingyue behind him. Su Qingyue was very smart. Although she didn't know what happened exactly, she guessed something from Qin Feng's expression. She nodded slightly, and the two of them turned around and blended into the crowd and left the street stall area as if nothing had happened. After walking a long way and making sure that the old man could no longer see him, Qin Feng finally couldn't hold it anymore. An uncontrollable smile of excitement appeared on his face. He lowered his voice and said to Su Qingyue, Assistant Su. This time, we have found a huge bargain. Oh? A hint of curiosity flashed across Su Qingyue's cold eyes. What is it? Qin Feng opened the cloth bag mysteriously, took out the still dusty pen holder from it, and carefully wiped off the dirt on the surface with the wet tissue he carried with him. As the dust was wiped away, the warm and delicate one-wally wood of the pen holder with its charming luster, as well as the lifelike and vigorous koalong patterns carved on it, gradually revealed themselves. A simple, heavy, elegant and grand charm comes to your face. Look at this. Qin Feng handed the pen holder to Su Qingyue. Su Qingyue took the pen holder and gently stroked the delicate wood grain and deep carving marks with her slender white fingers. A hint of surprise that was hard to conceal suddenly flashed in her originally calm eyes. She looked at it carefully for a moment, even leaning in to smell the unique wood aroma, and then raised her head, with a hint of admiration in her tone. It is made from old Hainan Wangwali oil pear material from the mid-Ming dynasty, carved from a whole piece of wood, with koalong relief, sharp knife skills, vivid charm, mellow and natural patina, and it is so well preserved. This is indeed a rare and precious stationery. Judging from the current market conditions, its value is at least 3 million. If it is put on auction and meets a collector who likes it, 5 million is not impossible. What the hell? Qin Feng was shocked again. He widened his eyes and looked at Su Qingyue in disbelief. Su. Assistant Su. You also know about antiques? And you are so accurate? He thought he had found the bargain by virtue of his discerning eyes, but he didn't expect that Su Qingyue could tell the origin and value of this pen holder at a glance. I know a thing or two. Su Qingyue gently returned the pen holder worth millions to Qin Feng as if handing him an ordinary water cup, and her tone was still calm. Mr. Qin is really lucky to be able to buy such a treasure at such a low price. He. Qin Feng took the pen holder, carefully put it back into the cloth bag, and was delighted. Damn luck! This is clearly my brother's strength. The ability to recognize gems with a discerning eye. However, Su Qingyue even knows how to identify antiques? And the level is so high? How many hidden skills does this beautiful assistant have? $300 to win millions. This kind of extreme pleasure of getting something for nothing and making a small investment for a big gain is even more addictive than directly signing for millions of dollars. It has to be refreshing. Let's go. Assistant Su. Qin Feng was in a very good mood at the moment. He waved his hand with great pride and said, to celebrate our great bargain. I'm happy today. I'll treat you to a good meal. You can choose the place. The most expensive restaurant in this city. Order whatever you want. Okay, Mr. Qin. Su Qingyue seemed to be infected by Qin Feng's excitement, and the corners of her cold mouth seemed to draw up a faint and extremely light smile, like a flash in the pan, but enough to captivate everyone. In the end, the two chose a French restaurant located on the bank of the Huangpu River, with an unparalleled river view, which is known as the best and most difficult to book in the city. Of course, for Su Qingyue, the word reservation does not seem to exist. She just made a phone call and gave her name, and the restaurant manager came out to greet them personally and led them to the window box with the best view and the most privacy. Elegant and romantic environment, melodious violin music, exquisite dishes that look like works of art, flickering candlelight, and a breathtakingly beautiful lady sitting opposite. Qin Feng held a goblet filled with top-quality burgundy red wine in his hand, shaking it gently as he looked out the window at the dazzling night view of the magic city. He felt that his life, at this moment, had simply reached an unreal peak. Fine wine and delicious food, beautiful women by your side, spend money like water, and enjoy life. This is the life a man should live. During the meal, Qin Feng couldn't help but drink a few more glasses because he was in such a good mood. Under the influence of alcohol, he became a lot bolder. Su Qingyue seemed to be in a good mood as well, or perhaps she didn't want to dampen Qin Feng's mood, so she actually accompanied him for a few drinks for the first time. The mellow red wine cast a faint blush on her fair jade cheeks, like peach petals after the rain, making her originally cold face even more charming and attractive, which made Qin Feng's heart flutter. Assistant Su. No, Qingyue. Qin Feng's eyes became a little hot due to the alcohol. He looked at Su Qingyue's starry eyes that looked even more moist and blurred under the candlelight. His tone was unprecedentedly serious and a little bit gentle. To be honest, it feels so good to have you by my side. It's not just help at work, but it just feels good. Su Qingyue's slender fingers holding the wine glass paused slightly. Her long, butterfly wing-like eyelashes trembled slightly a few times. She avoided Qin Feng's overly passionate gaze, said nothing, but lowered her head and took a sip of the red wine in the glass. The deeper blush that crept up to her ears was like silent language, revealing the waves in her heart that were not as calm as they seemed on the surface. Qin Feng looked at her cute appearance that was a little shy and pretending to be calm, and he felt as if his heart was being scratched by 10,000 kitten claws, itchy and numb. Alcohol is like a catalyst, making the hormones in his body burn wildly. He put down his wineglass and leaned forward slightly, closing the distance between them. The air was filled with the aroma of red wine and the mixed scent of the two people. The ambiguous factor grew and fermented wildly under the candlelight. Qing Yue. He called her name softly again, his voice irresistibly hoarse and magnetic due to excitement and the effects of alcohol. Su Qingyue's delicate body trembled slightly, barely perceptible. She finally raised her head, her watery eyes that seemed to contain thousands of stars, with a hint of nervousness, a hint of panic, and a hint of with anticipation that she herself was not even aware of, she looked at Qin Feng, who was so close to her. Mr. Qin. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, with a slight tremor. Call me Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes, as if attracted by a magnet, were firmly locked on her red lips that were shining with moisture and as tempting as ripe cherries. He felt his heart beat like a war drum, about to jump out of his throat. He took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and stretched out his hand, with a hint of tentativeness, slowly and firmly, towards Su Qingyue's white, tender, and perfect little hand that was like a work of art placed on the white tablecloth. Cover and go. Chapter 17, Policewoman First Encounter, No Fight, No Acquaintance. There seemed to be a hint of ambiguity in the air, and Qin Feng's fingertips were only a millimeter away from Su Qingyue's jade white hand. He could even feel the imperceptible pulse beating beneath the delicate skin. However, at the moment when this beautiful moment was about to happen, bang! There was a deafening roar, like thunder coming out of nowhere. The expensive revolving door of the high-end Western restaurant was actually knocked away by brute force, and glass fragments and wood chips flew everywhere. Then, 5 or 6 burly men, all wearing tight black t-shirts, with muscular bodies, dragon and tiger tattoos on their arms, and exuding a disgusting ferocious aura, rushed in like wild beasts out of a cage. The leader was a shiny bald man with a hideous scar crisscrossing across his face, extending from the left corner of his forehead to his chin. As he grinned, the scar twisted as if it came alive, making him look even more ferocious. Everyone, be quiet. If anyone dares to move, I'll let them do it. The bald-scarred man suddenly pulled out a black Type 54 pistol from his waist. The muzzle of the gun flashed a cold metallic luster under the chandelier. He looked around and roared viciously with a voice like poisoned ice chips, "Robbery!" Ah! After a brief silence, the restaurant suddenly exploded. The shrill screams, the clanging of tables and chairs being knocked over, the crying of women, interwoven into a symphony of chaos. The gentlemen and ladies who had been dining elegantly just a moment ago now lost their composure, their faces turned pale and they ran away, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The waiters were so frightened that they hid behind the thick bar using their hands and feet, trembling and not daring to even breathe. Qin Feng frowned slightly. "TSK, what a bummer," he muttered to himself. Su Qingyue beside him also had a slightly changed expression. Obviously she didn't expect to encounter such a situation in such a place. She subconsciously leaned closer to Qin Feng, a hint of surprise and barely perceptible nervousness flashing across her cold eyes. "Can you run into an armed robbery while eating? This luck is simply unlucky." However, there was no trace of panic on Qin Feng's face. "Are you kidding?" With his god-level fighting skills, let alone these intimidating-looking reckless men, even if there were twice as many of them, it would not be enough for him to warm up. Almost instinctively, he moved as fast as lightning and pulled Su Qingyue behind him, his broad back blocking her like a mountain. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Qin Feng's voice was not loud, but it carried a reassuring calmness. Su Qingyue was slightly stunned when she was unexpectedly pulled into a solid barrier. She raised her head and looked at Qin Feng's tall back. In those beautiful eyes that were always frosty, a complex and incomprehensible light flashed quietly, and it was as if a small stone was thrown into the lake of her heart, causing ripples. "Hey! You two over there! What are you still standing there for? Do you want to die? Get over here!" The bald-scarred man's triangular eyes noticed Qin Feng and Su Qingyue, the only ones who did not squat down. When his eyes fell on Su Qingyue's face, who was protected by Qin Feng behind him, naked lust and greed instantly burst out of his eyes. "Fuck! I didn't expect there was such a gorgeous girl hiding here." He licked his cracked lips, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and said in a frivolous and disgusting tone, "TSK, such a face, such a figure." He pointed the black muzzle of the gun at Qin Feng with a fierce look in his eyes. "Boy, I'll give you a chance to live. Send the girl behind you to me obediently, and then take out all the valuables from you. Otherwise, I will send you to the West right now." When Qin Feng heard this, his eyes suddenly turned cold, like ice in December. A chilling murderous intent spread out like a substance. "Dare you set your sights on his woman? It's like lighting a lamp in a toilet seeking death." He moved his wrists, and the joints made a slight crackling sound. He was just about to let these ignorant bastards understand why the flowers were so red. Woo woo woo. At this moment, outside the restaurant, a burst of rapid and shrill sirens came from far away, sounding like a death warrant. "Listen up, everyone inside. You have been surrounded by the police. Put down your weapons immediately and raise your hands in surrender. I repeat, put down your weapons immediately." A clear, crisp, yet majestic female voice came through the loudspeaker with unquestionable power. The faces of the robbers, who were originally arrogant and domineering, changed drastically in an instant. "Damn it! How come the cops came so quickly?" The bald-scarred man spat, a flash of panic in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by the fierceness of a desperate man. "Brothers, don't panic. We have hostages. Don't be afraid." He glanced around and pounced on the female guest nearest to him, who was wearing an elegant evening gown. He roughly pulled her up and pressed the cold muzzle of the gun against her temple. The woman was so frightened that her face turned pale, her whole body was shaking like a sieve, and her face was covered with tears and snot. "All the cops outside, listen to me." The bald-scarred man yelled at the outside at the top of his lungs, "Prepare a fully fueled off-road vehicle for me immediately. Hurry! If I don't see the vehicle within 10 minutes, I'll kill this bitch first. Then I'll kill them one by one. Do you hear me?" The police outside seemed to be afraid to act rashly because of the hostages. The sound of the loudspeaker temporarily died down and the atmosphere instantly froze to freezing point. The air in the restaurant seemed to have stopped flowing, leaving only the hostages' low sobs and the robbers' heavy breathing. Just when everyone's heart was in their throat, the back kitchen door of the restaurant was pushed open a crack by a black shadow silently like a ghost. Immediately afterwards, a nimble and swift figure, like a cheetah hunting in the dark night, sneaked in silently. "That's a woman." The neat black SWAT combat uniform highlights her tall, hot, and curvy figure. He was wearing an explosion-proof tactical mask on his face, revealing only a pair of sharp and cold eyes like an eagle. Holding a standard pistol tightly in his hand, every movement is full of power and professionalism. It is obvious that he is an elite who has undergone rigorous training. It's the police. And they are the elite among the elites, special police. The female special police officer's target was very clear. It was the bald-scarred man who was holding a gun and holding hostages. Her speed was astonishingly fast, her footsteps were light and silent, and in the dim light she almost turned into a blurry afterimage. In the blink of an eye, she was behind the bald-scarred man. However, just when she was about to take action and subdue the bald man with lightning speed. "Boss! Watch out behind you!" A robber who was on guard nearby happened to catch a glimpse of the sudden black shadow. He screamed in horror and swung the shining machete in his hand, slashing it viciously at the back of the female special police. The female special police officer's eyes narrowed, and a sharp light flashed in her pupils. She reacted extremely quickly and had to temporarily give up her plan to capture the bald man. She twisted her body incredibly like a civet cat and narrowly avoided the powerful machete. At the same time, her right leg created a gust of wind and made a sidekick with incredible precision. Bang! The robber screamed and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, hit the wall hard, and slid to the ground, his life or death unknown. But this split-second delay was enough for the bald-scarred man to react. He turned around abruptly and saw the female SWAT officer. A fierce light flashed in his eyes and he turned the gun without hesitation and was about to pull the trigger. "Court death!" The female SWAT shouted coldly and was about to pounce. But the gun was already pointed at her. "The distance is too close. Careful!" Qin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. It was almost a subconscious reaction, his body was faster than his brain. His right hand grabbed the heavy metal fork used to eat steak on the dining table like lightning, shook his wrist violently, poured in his internal energy, and used all his strength to swing it hard at the wrist of the bald-scarred man holding the gun. Swoosh! A ray of silver light broke through the sky like a meteor, cutting through the air with a sharp sound of breaking wind. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the fork seemed to have eyes and pierced deeply and accurately into the right wrist of the bald-scarred man holding the gun. "Ah! My hand!" The bald man with the scar let out a heart-wrenching howl, and blood spurted out from his wrist. Under the severe pain, he could no longer hold the gun. With a click, the pistol slipped out of his hand and fell on the smooth floor. The time is now. The female special police officer seized this critical opportunity, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. He took a step forward as swift as a cheetah, locked the bald-scarred man's neck with his arms like an iron clamp, and drove his knee hard into his lower back. Crack! A crisp sound. The clean and neat textbook-like grappling and locking technique instantly subdued the bald-scarred man who had lost his weapon and was in excruciating pain, pinning him to the ground, unable to move. Meanwhile, bang, bang, bang. The front door and windows of the restaurant were smashed open at the same time, and a large number of armed police officers rushed in like a tide. They quickly pinned down the remaining robbers who were still dazed or trying to resist, and handcuffed them with cold handcuffs. Safe. The hostages are safe. All suspects have been controlled. There was a report coming from the intercom. The crisis was completely resolved in just a few minutes. In the restaurant, the guests who had escaped death burst into deafening cheers. Some cried for joy, while others collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Xin Feng exhaled lightly, and his tense nerves relaxed. That was indeed a bit thrilling, but luckily I reacted quickly enough. His gaze fell on the female SWAT officer who had just subdued the bald-scarred man. As if sensing his gaze, the female SWAT turned around and handed the bald-scarred man to her colleague behind her. Then she raised her head and her sharp eyes like a knife fell accurately on Xin Feng. She slowly raised her hand and took off the tactical mask on her face. In an instant, a heroic, bright and beautiful face appeared in front of everyone. Her willow leaf eyebrows slanted into her temples, and she had a pair of bright almond-shaped eyes that were sharp yet charming. Under her tall and straight nose were sharp-edged cherry lips. Her skin was a healthy and lustrous wheat color. Due to the intense exercise just now, there was a layer of fine beads of sweat on her smooth forehead. Instead of detracting from her beauty, it added a bit of wild and moving charm. This is a woman who is extremely cool and capable, and at the same time breathtakingly beautiful. What a stellar policewoman! You were the one who threw the fork just now? The policewoman took long steps and walked straight to Xin Feng. With the oppressive feeling peculiar to military police, she looked him up and down with sharp eyes, and her tone contained a hint of unquestionable scrutiny. Yes, it's me. Xin Feng met her gaze and nodded calmly, with even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Nice skills. A hint of barely perceptible surprise flashed across the policewoman's eyes, and then she resumed her scrutiny. Ordinary people don't have such precise eyesight and amazing strength. Who are you? Xin Feng shrugged casually. I am just an ordinary law-abiding citizen who happened to see injustice and helped a little. Ordinary citizens? The policewoman obviously didn't believe it. Her red lips curled up in a questioning arc, and her sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Driving that Aston Martin limited edition sports car worth tens of millions of dollars, dining with this stunning female companion at the most upscale Western restaurant in the city, and then, using a fork to accurately break the wrist of a gun-toting gangster? She paused, her tone a little playful. Sir, do you have any misunderstanding about the term ordinary citizen? Xin Feng. Oh my god, isn't this observation ability too abnormal? You even noticed my car? He touched his nose and smiled helplessly. This officer has a very good eye. I have indeed practiced martial arts for a few days, so I have some basic skills. The situation just now was urgent, and cooperating with the police is also the duty of us citizens. The policewoman's sharp eyes were still fixed on him, as if she wanted to see through him from inside out. Xin Feng laughed secretly in his heart, but on the surface he still maintained that harmless and open look, allowing her to look at him with just the right amount of warm smile on his face. After staring at each other for a few seconds, there seemed to be invisible sparks colliding in the air. Finally, the policewoman seemed to give up investigating further and suddenly stretched out her hand to Xin Feng. Her palms were white, but her knuckles had thin calluses from long-term exercise, and were full of strength. Xin Yubing. She uttered 3 words in a clear, metallic voice, City Criminal Investigation Brigade, Chief of the Serious Case Team. Xin Feng was slightly stunned, then he stretched out his hand and shook her hand, which was full of strength and warmth. The touch was delicate and powerful. Xin Feng. The two men held hands together, and Xin Feng could clearly feel the strength coming from the other's hand, as well as a hint of temptation. Xin Feng? Xin Yubing raised her eyebrows slightly, with a hint of surprise in her eyes, as if she was a little surprised by the name. We were one family, 500 years ago? Xin Feng smiled and said non-committally, maybe, Captain Xin. Thank you for your help this time. Xin Yubing loosened his hand, and his tone was a little softer than before, but the look he gave Qin Feng was still inquiring. However, according to the regulations, you and the lady next to you need to come back to the bureau with me and make a detailed record. No problem. It is my duty to cooperate with the police. Qin Feng agreed very readily. This little thing certainly wasn't a problem for him. He turned his head and glanced at Su Qingyue beside him. The latter nodded slightly. Not much emotion could be seen on her cold face, but deep in her eyes, she seemed to be a little curious about this dashing female police officer who suddenly appeared. Qin Feng muttered to himself. The look in the eyes of this top-notch policewoman named Qin Yubing's eyes. It doesn't seem like watching an ordinary concerned citizen. In that look, besides scrutiny, there seemed to be a strong interest as if one had met a worthy opponent. TSK, this is called fighting, no acquaintance? Interesting. Chapter 18, Taking Statements at the Police Station, Subtle Probing. The city's Criminal Investigation Detachment, an interrogation room with a cold metallic luster. The pale light poured down from the fluorescent tube above, illuminating every detail on the person's face. The air was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant, mixed with a faint hint of tobacco. Qin Feng sat on the cold metal chair with his arms and legs stretched out, looking calm and composed, as if he was not here to be questioned but to inspect the work. Su Qingyue sat quietly beside him, her posture upright. Her cold temperament was strangely in harmony with the solemn environment. Across the table, Qin Yubing had changed out of his alluring black combat uniform and put on a neat dark blue police uniform. The silver badges on the epaulets sparkled, and the fitted cut made her amazing figure even more curvaceous, less wild but more of the uniform's unique abstinence, temptation and awe-inspiring majesty. She was playing with a metal signing pen in her hand, tapping the tip of the pen lightly on the table. Her eyes were as sharp as an eagle, locking onto Qin Feng. Name? A cool and capable voice sounded, with a businesslike tone, but also a hint of inquiry. Qin Feng. Qin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and spoke clearly. Age? 22. Profession? Qin Feng touched his chin, seemed to think seriously for a moment, then grinned. Just graduated, temporarily living at home on my parents, a typical vagrant. The young police officer who was in charge of recording next to him almost couldn't hold back his laughter and quickly lowered his head. Qin Yubing paused with the pen in her hand, raised her bright almond-shaped eyes, raised her eyebrows slightly, and looked at him with undisguised doubt. Unemployed vagrant? Mr. Qin, are you kidding me? She leaned forward slightly, and an invisible sense of oppression emanated from her. According to the preliminary information we have, you own an Aston Martin Night King, which is limited to no more than 10 units worldwide and is worth at least 9 figures. Tell me, are you living off your parents? Which old is so resilient? Qin Feng spread his hands, his face still as calm as before, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. I can't help it. I am the only son of the old man in the family. If he doesn't spend money on me, who will he spend it on? As for work, I haven't found anything I'm interested in yet. I can't just give up for a few pieces of silver, right? What an arrogant statement. Qin Yubing looked at him deeply, her eyes seemed to see through him. This kid is either really stupid or he is extremely fearless. She pursed her red lips and finally did not dwell on this issue, but she wrote with significantly more force in the notebook. Next, Miss Su. Qin Yubing turned his gaze to Su Qingyue, his tone softened slightly, but the scrutiny remained unchanged. Name? Su Qingyue. The voice was as clear as spring water, without a trace of ripples. Age? 25. Profession? Su Qingyue raised her eyes, met Qin Yubing's probing gaze, and calmly uttered a few words. Mr. Qin Feng's life assistant. Life assistant? Qin Yubing's gaze paused for a few seconds on Su Qingyue's absolutely beautiful face, which was almost flawless. A barely perceptible surprise and deeper doubt flashed in the depths of his eyes. This woman was incredibly beautiful, and her temperament was even more cold and elegant. She didn't look like an ordinary assistant at all. What concerned her even more was that all the information about Su Qingyue was almost blank, as clean as a piece of white paper, as if it had appeared out of thin air. This made Qin Yubing even more suspicious about Qin Feng's origins and background. There was something strange about this young man. She suddenly changed the subject and asked tentatively, Miss Su, as Mr. Qin's assistant, what do you think of his behavior of using a fork to hurt someone in the restaurant today? Hearing this, Su Qingyue looked at Qin Feng with cold eyes, then turned to Qin Yubing. Her tone was still calm, but with a decisive defense. Mr. Qin is trying to stop crime and protect the safety of citizens. His actions are decisive, brave, and full of a sense of justice. I am proud of him. Qin Feng raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth and gave Su Qingyue an approving look. This little girl is great. The corner of Qin Yubing's mouth twitched slightly. Su Qingyue's attitude of protecting her was really flawless. Next, Qin Yubing asked in detail about the specific situation that happened in the restaurant at that time, as well as some details. Qin Feng's answer was flawless, attributing everything to good luck, quick reaction, and having practiced some dart skills at a street stall before. As for Su Qingyue, she was even more concise and to the point. Apart from proving that what Qin Feng said was true, she had almost no extra words. This explanation was full of loopholes and so far-fetched that even the police officer who was taking notes nearby could hardly bear to listen to it. But Qin Yubing surprisingly did not delve into it further, as if he had already expected this result. Finally, the questioning ended. Qin Yubing closed the transcript with a snap, stood up, and looked down at Qin Feng. Okay, the transcript is done. Thank you both for your cooperation, you can leave now. Thank you for your hard work, Officer Qin. Qin Feng also stood up, stretched his body which was a little numb from sitting, and prepared to take Su Qingyue away. Qin Feng. Just as Qin Feng turned around, Qin Yubing suddenly called him. Qin Feng turned around, raised his eyebrows and looked at her with a questioning look in his eyes. Qin Yubing folded her arms across her chest, leaning against the edge of the table, staring at him intently, her tone a bit amusing and scrutinizing. Your dart, oh no, flying fork technique is really perfect. Are you interested in changing the place to display it? Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then he understood what she meant and couldn't help laughing. Officer Qin, are you trying to recruit me? Our police force, especially the SWAT team, needs people like you who are agile, quick to react, brave and careful. Qin Yubing said without hesitation, his eyes sharp. How about it? Consider it? The salary is excellent, the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund are complete, and you can also eliminate harm for the people and bring honor to the family. Qin Feng laughed and waved his hand. Thank you, Officer Qin, for your kindness. But I am born lazy and can't stand the constraints of a 9-to-5 job, and I don't like being controlled by others. I'm afraid I can't eat this bowl of rice in the police force. Really? That's a shame. Qin Yubing's eyes flashed with a trace of undisguised regret, but she quickly returned to her shrewd and capable look. If that's the case, I won't force it. But she took out a well-made gold-stamped business card from her pocket and handed it to Qin Feng. There were only 3 words Qin Yubing and a private mobile phone number printed on it. If you encounter any trouble in Yunqing that you can't solve yourself, or if you find any clues to any crime, you can call me at any time. Remember, it's any trouble. She deliberately emphasized the word any. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and took the business card. It felt slightly cool to the touch and had an extraordinary texture. He stroked the edge of the business card, glanced at Qin Yubing thoughtfully, then smiled and put it in his pocket. Okay, Officer Qin, I'll remember this favor. I'll definitely bother you if you need anything. Besides. Qin Yubing paused and glanced vaguely at Su Qingyue, who was standing beside Qin Feng like a quiet orchid in a valley, and her tone became meaningful. Mr. Qin is young, has a rich family background, and is surrounded by beautiful women. He is indeed a winner in life. However, I still want to remind you that our Yunqing is a society ruled by law. I hope Mr. Qin will think twice before doing anything, and never play with fire. This statement is just short of pointing at someone's nose and giving him a warning. Qin Feng touched his nose and showed an extremely sincere and innocent expression. Officer Qin, you can rest assured. My greatest strength is that I abide by the law. I am definitely a model of the 5 good citizens of the new era. Snort. Qin Yubing snorted, obviously not believing a word he said, but she didn't say anything else. She just waved her hand, indicating that they could go. She turned around, and the sound of her high heels tapping on the ground faded away, leaving behind her a handsome and dashing figure. Qin Feng and Su Qingyue looked at each other and saw a hint of laughter in each other's eyes. This Officer Qin is quite interesting. Leaving the municipal bureau building, he got into the King of the Night that still attracted countless eyes. Su Qingyue started the engine skillfully while speaking softly, with a hint of teasing in her cold voice. Mr. Qin, this Officer Qin seems to have a special interest in you. Qin Feng leaned comfortably on the passenger seat, put his hands behind his head, and said arrogantly, there is no way, my personality is too charismatic and I am so handsome, it is always easy to attract the attention of the opposite sex, especially such a beautiful and capable woman. Su Qingyue gave him a look through the rearview mirror that said that's enough, but the corners of her mouth curled up imperceptibly. But seriously? Qin Feng stopped joking and his eyes became more profound. This Qin Yubing is not simple. Her observation ability is amazing, and her skills are probably even stronger than what she showed just now. Moreover, my intuition tells me that the way she looks at me is not just suspicion. Su Qingyue nodded, her tone returning to her usual calmness. According to some public information and internal vague data I just retrieved, Qin Yubing is a legendary rising star in the police force. At the age of 27, he became the leader of the City Criminal Investigation Brigade's serious case team. Behind him, he seems to have a deep background in Beijing. The specific situation has been highly confidential. Oh? A Beijing background? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and tapped the car window lightly with his fingers. No wonder he is in such a high position at such a young age, and his style of doing things is a bit unscrupulous. Yes, her authority seems to be higher than those of her peers. Su Qingyue added. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully, with a playful smile on his lips. The policewoman from Beijing, with a mysterious background, was full of interest and vigilance towards this guy of unknown origin. Although today's meal was disrupted, it seems. Got into a more interesting trouble? I'm afraid the future won't be too peaceful. But that's what makes it interesting, isn't it? There was a glimmer of excitement in Qin Feng's eyes, and he was looking forward to meeting this dashing policewoman. Chapter 19 Sign and Reward, Heavenly Sounds. The night was like a huge black velvet, slowly covering the entire Cloud City. Hentang Sky Palace, this luxurious palace standing on the top of the city, looks even more lonely and mysterious against the backdrop of thousands of lights. After experiencing the not unexpected heroic rescue in the restaurant and the brief confrontation with the dashing policewoman in the police station, Qin Feng and Su Qingyue returned to the villa with a hint of imperceptible fatigue and some subtle changes in their mood. Neither of them had any interest in dinner. After saying goodbye briefly at the entrance, they returned to their rooms. Qin Feng took a hot shower to wash away the smell of gunpowder and the faint smell of perfume which was left when Qin Yubing approached. Wearing only a pair of loose shorts, with his upper body bare, revealing his muscles which, although not exaggerated, had smooth and well-proportioned lines and were full of explosive power. He wiped his wet hair casually, then laid down heavily on the oversized bed that was big enough for 5 or 6 people to roll around in. The soft touch instantly enveloped him. Comfortable. He put his hands behind his head, staring at the low-key and luxurious crystal chandelier on the ceiling, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised a playful arc. Today has been a damn exciting day. First, I picked up a big bargain in the antique street and bought a Ming Dynasty Zhou Tianqiu pen holder worth 1 million yuan. It was just a trial run. Then he showed off in a top restaurant. Well, when he was enjoying delicious food, he ran into a blind robber. By the way, he showed off his strength in front of the icy beauty Su Qingyue and the policewoman Qin Yubing, who had a hot body and even hotter eyes. TSK, especially Qin Yubing's eyes that were full of interest, and the strange light that flashed across Su Qingyue's cold eyes. It made him feel a little itchy. As a man, isn't the purpose of pretending to be cool to attract the attention of beautiful women? Hey, system, stop playing dead and come out to work. Qin Feng called out lazily in his heart. He is now becoming more and more adept at using this golden finger. Ding! Host Dad, your sweet little cotton-padded jacket. Ugh, your exclusive system is online. Daily sign-in has been refreshed. Current location, Hentang Tiangong No. 1 Villa Feng Shui Treasureland, abundant spiritual energy, full of style. Do you want to sign in today? The system's voice seemed to have a hint of flattery. Stop talking nonsense and sign in. Ding! Yunding Tiangong sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the God-level reward, Heavenly Sound Passive Aura. Heavenly Voice, this is a passive skill, no need to activate it actively. The host's voice will be automatically optimized, gaining unparalleled magnetism and penetration. Whether it is daily speaking, reciting, or singing, it can easily touch people's hearts and reach the state of lingering sound, lasting for 3 days. With this skill, the host will have a voice talent and appeal that surpasses all top singers. The sound of nature? Passive aura? Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, and then a light of surprise burst out in his eyes. This thing. That sounds pretty awesome. He cleared his throat and whispered tentatively, "Hello? Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3. Just a few simple words uttered from his mouth seemed to be endowed with magic power in an instant. That voice, deep with just the right amount of hoarseness, is like mellow aged wine or the lowest note of a cello, full of magnetism and extremely sexy. Every word seemed to carry an electric current and went straight into his ears. Even he himself felt his bones go numb. What the hell? Qin Feng suddenly sat up from the bed, his eyes wide open. This effect is too immediate, isn't it? Although his voice was not bad before, it was just above average. Compared with his voice now, the difference is like the difference between an amateur KTV player and a world-class opera master. If I were to sing... No, there is no need to sing deliberately. Just talking normally can make people fall in love with you, right? This skill is simply for picking up girls. No, it is tailor-made to cultivate sentiment and enhance personal charm. Qin Feng instantly became interested. He grabbed the phone next to him, opened the most popular karaoke app at the moment, and casually found a sad song that was extremely difficult and famous for its emotions and high notes. The accompaniment started. Qin Feng took a deep breath, brewed his emotions, and then spoke when. The moment the first word came out of his mouth, he was stunned. That sound seemed to come with its own reverberation and $1 million tuner. When it comes to the bass, it's affectionate, like a lover whispering in your ear. When it comes to the transition, it's mellow and smooth, without any stagnation. When it comes to the climax, it soars up easily, clear and high-pitched, full of explosive power, but not harsh at all. Instead, it brings a shock that strikes the soul directly. His control of emotions is perfect, as if he is the protagonist who has experienced a heart-wrenching love story. After singing the song, Qin Feng felt goosebumps all over his body. Is this still me? This heavenly sound is so awesome. He was still not satisfied, and excitedly clicked on a few songs of different styles, rock, folk songs. Without exception, they all handled the performance with ease and delivered a performance that surpassed the original singers. This feeling is so great. It's like the run and do meridians were suddenly opened, and the whole world has become different. Just when Qin Feng was completely immersed in his own damn charming singing voice, and was extremely excited, boom, boom, boom. A soft, hesitant knock on the door interrupted his solo concert. Qin Feng stopped the music, feeling a little strange. Who would knock on his door at this hour? Su Qingyue? He stood up, walked over in his slippers, and casually opened the heavy door. Sure enough, Su Qingyue was standing at the door. But at this moment, she was completely different from the meticulous, cool and capable female assistant to the president in her daily life. She was wearing an ice blue silk nightgown with a V neckline that perfectly revealed her delicate collarbone and a small piece of snow-white, delicate skin. The slightly damp long hair was casually draped over the shoulders like seaweed. Without the usual bun, it added a touch of laziness and softness. Perhaps it was because she had just taken a shower. Her already stunningly beautiful face was now flushed with an alluring blush, and her clear eyes were filled with moisture, like the shimmering surface of a lake after the rain. Under the soft light of the corridor, Su Qingyue at this moment was breathtakingly beautiful, like a night blooming cereus quietly blooming in the dark night, holy and seductive. Qin Feng's breathing paused slightly when he saw this. Mr. Qin. Su Qingyue didn't seem to expect Qin Feng to be so frank. Her eyes subconsciously swept over his well-defined chest and abdominal muscles. The blush on her pretty face deepened, and her voice was also slightly nervous. Were you singing just now? Her eyes were filled with unconcealable curiosity and amazement. Qin Feng suddenly realized that he was singing too hard. His voice was probably quite loud, and... My current image seems a bit unsightly? He subconsciously wanted to find some clothes to put on, but then he thought, what is there to be afraid of? We are all adults now. Besides, it would be a shame not to show off such a figure. Yeah, I had nothing to do after taking a shower, so I just yelled a few times. Qin Feng scratched his head casually, and said in his magnetic voice that had just been blessed by the sound of nature, Did I disturb you? Sorry, I couldn't control myself for a moment. His voice seemed to have magic, causing Su Qingyue's heart to skip a beat. No. Su Qingyue quickly shook her head, raised her eyes, and looked at Qin Feng seriously, with a hint of admiration in her tone that she herself did not even notice. You sing really beautifully. This is the first time I have heard such a beautiful voice. Her cheeks turned even redder and her ears felt slightly hot. Qin Feng's heart suddenly blossomed with joy. Done. The sound of nature is indeed a killer weapon. Even the icy beauty Su Qingyue can't stand it. His eyes flashed, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He took a small step forward, closing the distance between the two of them, and asked in a low, magnetic voice with a hint of temptation, Really? It seems that my level is not bad? Qingyue, do you like listening to music too? He called out her name again naturally, in an intimate tone. Su Qingyue's delicate body trembled slightly, as if she had accepted the title. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, and she said softly, occasionally, "I will listen to some." That. Qin Feng looked at her shy appearance, and his heart was moved. He struck while the iron was hot and invited her, "Since you like it, do you want to come in and sit down? I will sing another song for you, alone." He deliberately emphasized the word alone and looked at her with burning eyes. Su Qingyue suddenly raised her head, and a trace of panic and hesitation flashed in her cold eyes. "Enter. Come in." A man and a woman alone, in the dead of night, in his bedroom. Listen to him sing? This a bit bad? But the singing he just sang was so touching that it seemed to touch people's hearts. Moreover, his eyes at this moment carried an irresistible charm. A few seconds of inner struggle seemed as long as a century. Finally, for some unknown reason, Su Qingyue looked into Qin Feng's eyes filled with expectation and smile, and nodded gently, almost inaudibly. "Good. Very good." Qin Feng was ecstatic in his heart, but his face remained calm. He only deepened his smile, stepped aside to make room for the door, and made a pleased gesture. Then, "Please come in, my exclusive audience." Su Qingyue's pretty face turned red, she bit her lower lip, and with a hint of nervousness and inexplicable expectation, she walked into Qin Feng's bedroom with light steps. This was the first time she set foot in Qin Feng's private space. The room was large, decorated in a simple and elegant style with a strong masculine scent, yet surprisingly tidy and clean. The air was filled with the faint, pleasant scent of his shower gel. Qin Feng pointed to the sofa near the French window. "Sit down, sit wherever you want." I picked up my phone, slid my fingertips quickly across the screen, and scanned the rows of song titles. What should I sing? I have to choose a song that can set the mood and show off the charm of my voice. Got it. He clicked on a classic English love song that is very popular. My Heart Will Go On. The melodious and slightly sad prelude flows slowly like the sea. Qin Feng walked to a place not far from the sofa, but did not sit down. Instead, he leaned against the desk and looked gently at Su Qingyue, who was sitting on the sofa and seemed a little uneasy. He took a deep breath, put his emotions into it, and then slowly spoke in a voice blessed by God-level skills. "Every night in my dreams, I see you, I feel you. Night after night in my dreams, I see you and feel you." The magnetic, affectionate, and ethereal voice instantly captured Su Qingyue's attention. He did not play any accompaniment on his phone, but sang a cappella. The pure vocals can actually highlight the unparalleled charm and appeal of his voice. Every word, every note, every subtle turn and vibrato seemed to be given life, carrying with them strong emotions that were like a gentle tide, hitting Su Qingyue's heart wave after wave. She sat there quietly, a little reserved at first, but soon, she was completely immersed in his singing. She stared at the man singing under the light. His profile was clearly outlined and handsome enough to make people's heart palpitate. His eyes were focused and affectionate, as if the song was sung for her alone. At this moment, he is no longer the cynical rich second generation, nor the mysterious man with extraordinary skills, but has transformed into Jack in the movie who was willing to give everything for love, using his singing to express the love that transcends life and death. Su Qingyue felt her heartbeat, beating faster and faster like a drum, and the blood seemed to rush to her cheeks, making them incredibly hot. She could even feel her fingertips tingling slightly. She had lived for 25 years and had listened to countless concerts of the world's top singers, but never had she been so easily touched by someone singing as she was now. When the song ended, the lingering sound seemed to still echo in the room. Qin Feng looked at Su Qingyue's pair of eyes that were sparkling and misty, with a gentle smile on his lips. He slowly lowered his arms and asked softly, "How is it? Am I, an amateur singer, qualified?" Su Qingyue seemed to wake up from a dream, and her long eyelashes fluttered rapidly like a frightened butterfly. It took her several seconds to find her voice again. Her voice was slightly hoarse and trembling. "It's very nice, more moving than any other version I've ever heard." Her voice was soft, but it was filled with unmistakable sincerity. Qin Feng smiled, and his smile was as bright as the sunshine. He walked to the sofa and sat down next to Su Qingyue without any hesitation. The soft sofa sank slightly, and the distance between the two people was instantly shortened. Each of them can clearly feel the temperature of each other's body, as well as the faint scent that is a mixture of the fragrance of shower gel and body temperature. There seemed to be a factor of ambiguity in the air, quietly fermenting. "Qingyue." Qin Feng looked at her breathtakingly beautiful face that was so close to him, her eyelashes that were trembling slightly due to nervousness and shyness, and her moist and attractive red lips, and a strong impulse surged in his heart. He took a deep breath, as if he had used up all his courage, and slowly reached out his hand again with a clear goal. Gently, tentatively, he covered her hand that was placed on her knees and slightly curled up because of nervousness. The warm palm touched the back of her hand, which was slightly cool but extremely delicate and soft. This time, Tsuchinyue did not subconsciously dodge like she did in the restaurant during the day. Her body just stiffened suddenly, and she trembled slightly as if she had been electrocuted. Her pretty face instantly turned red as if blood was about to drip out, and even her fair neck was dyed a touching pink. But she didn't pull her hand back. She just pursed her lips tightly, lowered her eyes, and let Qin Feng's domineering and gentle hand completely wrap her hand. Chapter 20, Hand-in-Hand Success. Relationship heats up. Tsuchinyue's hands were cold to the touch, yet as delicate as the finest silk and soft as if they had no bones. The moment Qin Feng's big hands with scorching body temperature completely wrapped around her, he clearly felt her delicate body suddenly stiffen. Her long, butterfly wing-like eyelashes began to tremble violently as if disturbed by a strong wind, revealing her inner unrest. She didn't pull her hand away. This realization made Qin Feng's heart beat wildly like a drum, and an indescribable sense of conquest and satisfaction instantly swept through his body. Done. I finally held the hand of this icy president. Although it was just holding hands, Qin Feng knew clearly in his mind that this was definitely a big step in the relationship. It's the beginning of the thawing of the iceberg. He could even see that the blush on Tsuchinyue's beautiful face, like the finest rouge, quickly spread from her cheeks to her small earlobes, and even her snow-white and elegant neck was stained with a layer of moving pink. She lowered her head tightly, not daring to look him in the eye. Her shy and helpless look formed a sharp contrast with her usual strategic, cool, and capable image. TSK, it turns out that icebergs can also be shy. Qin Feng chuckled in his heart. This cute contrast made him feel itchy. The air in the bedroom seemed to be frozen, leaving only the slightly rapid breathing of the two people and the intoxicating scent emanating from Tsuchinyue, a mixture of the fragrance of shower gel and her unique body odor. Qin Feng breathed in the smell greedily, holding the tender little hand, feeling like he was holding a piece of warm and beautiful jade, and was reluctant to let go. He could even feel her pulse beating slightly faster beneath her delicate skin. He looked at her shy profile and her long eyelashes that were trembling slightly as if they were about to shed tears at any moment, and a feeling of pity and an even stronger desire to possess her surged in his heart. "Qinyue, why are your hands so cold?" Qin Feng's voice, with the blessing of the sound of nature, was like a mellow cello, with just the right amount of tenderness and concern. He deliberately used his palm to gently stroke the back of her hand, transferring his warmth to her. Tsuchinyue's body trembled again, as if she was surprised by his intimate behavior. Her fingertips curled up subconsciously, but she still did not break free from his domineering grasp. The air seemed to stagnate for a few seconds. Just when Qin Feng was wondering whether to take a step further, such as hugging her in his arms, Tsuchinyue finally spoke in a voice as thin as a mosquito, with obvious panic and trembling. "Qin. Mr. Qin, it's getting late. I should go back." Her voice was light and soft, with a hint of pleading, which was very different from her usual cold voice. Qin Feng thought to himself, what a pity. When he heard this, but he also understood the principle that too much is as bad as too little. It was a pleasant surprise to have such a breakthrough tonight. If we push too hard, the frightened deer might just run away. There is a long way to go. Yeah, that's true. A gentle and warm smile appeared on his face, as if he was not the one who took advantage just now, and he reluctantly let go of the slippery little hand, but the amazing touch and temperature seemed to still remain on his fingertips. Then you should go to bed early and have a sweet dream. He stood up considerately and opened the bedroom door for her personally. Tsuchinyue felt as if she had been pardoned. She lowered her head and walked out quickly as if she was escaping. Her back looked a little hasty and even staggering, as if there was a ferocious beast chasing her from behind. He. Looking at her cute appearance as she ran away, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. This female CEO who is as cold as an iceberg and decisive in killing others is actually as innocent and shy as a little girl who has never been in love when it comes to feelings? This huge contrast not only did not make Qin Feng feel bored, but made him even more excited. Conquering a woman like this would give you a greater sense of accomplishment, wouldn't it? After closing the door, Qin Feng happily lay back on the big bed, and raised the hand that had just held Tsuchinyue's hand in front of his eyes, as if her fragrance and warmth were still lingering on it. Tsuchinyue, it seems, your iceberg is about to be melted by me. He thought confidently, it's only a matter of time before I can take you down. With this wonderful expectation, Qin Feng fell asleep contentedly. The next morning. The sunlight shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows into the luxurious restaurant of Henteing Sky Palace. When Qin Feng walked downstairs refreshed, Su Qingyue was already sitting at the dining table with an exquisite breakfast in front of her. The atmosphere today is obviously completely different from before. Su Qingyue still seemed to be embarrassed about what happened last night, and there was a faint blush on her pretty face. When Qin Feng looked over there, she would quickly look away like a frightened little rabbit, with her ears turning red. Wow, so cute. Qin Feng whistled in his heart and sat down opposite her. Although she was still shy, the invisible distance between the two of them was undoubtedly shortened a lot. Qin Feng no longer teased her intentionally like he did before, so as not to really piss her off. He was just chatting casually about some insignificant topics as usual, such as the nice weather today and the fresh milk for breakfast, but the eyes that looked at Su Qingyue were undisguisedly aggression and tenderness. Mr. Qin. Su Qingyue sipped her milk, as if to break the slightly ambiguous silence, forcing herself to get into work mode. She raised her head and asked, "Today, do you have any special plans?" She tried to make her tone sound as professional and calm as usual, but her slightly trembling eyelashes betrayed her inner unrest. "Arrange it." Qin Feng slowly cut the fried egg on the plate, and thought about it casually, with a confident smile on his face. "I just got the precious skill, knowing pearls with wisdom, yesterday, and I've also been to the antique street. Why don't we go to the jade market today? Try your luck and play some gambling on jade? Gambling on stones?" Hearing this, Su Qingyue raised her clear eyes and looked at Qin Feng, frowning slightly. "The risk of gambling on stones is very high. People in the industry say one cut makes you poor, one cut makes you rich, and one cut makes you wear linen, Mr. Qin." The implication is to advise him not to be impulsive. "Risk?" Qin Feng sneered, his eyes full of strong confidence. "That's for others. As for me." He deliberately dragged out his tone and showed an expression of joke. With the incredible skill of knowing the pearls with a wisdom eye in hand, what is the difference between those raw stones covered with a layer of skin and naked beauties in his eyes? He can tell at a glance whether it is jade or waste inside. Going to gamble on stones? That's not called gambling, that's called picking up money. And it's a fair way to make a lot of money. Looking at Qin Feng's confident and even slightly arrogant look, Su Qingyue was slightly stunned. Although she found it a little unbelievable, she did not refute it when she thought of his previous miraculous performances. Although she could also use her authority to check the skills Qin Feng had obtained, she did not know the specific effects. "I was a little worried when I saw the note for knowing the pearl with a wisdom eye, that it was at the elementary level." "All right." She nodded gently, took out her tablet computer, and slid her slender fingers quickly across the screen. "The largest jade trading market in Yunqing is Jinyufeng. I will plan a route for you and learn about the market situation." Looking at Su Qingyue's profile as she lowered her head and worked seriously, her focused expression, and her brows that occasionally furrowed slightly because she thought of something, Qin Feng's heart was filled with joy. There is such a beautiful lady with amazing appearance and ability serving me personally, and she can also take me to pick up money and enjoy the fun of the iceberg gradually melting. This kind of life, damn, is simply too perfect. Today, let me stir up some waves in the jade market. Chapter 21, The Gambling Stone Market. The discerning eye shows its power again. In the western suburbs of Yunqing, Jinyufeng. This is a famous jade trading center in the entire Jiangnan region, covering an area so large that it is almost equivalent to a small town. From the densely packed stalls under the open-air sheds to the magnificently decorated jade shops that look like palaces, this place brings together jade merchants from all over the world, discerning collectors, and more jade gamblers who dream of getting rich overnight. When Qin Feng drove his flashy Aston Martin King of the Night and appeared at the entrance of the market with the stunning beauty Su Qingyue, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. Sports cars and beauties are the focus no matter where they are, let alone in such a mixed place where all kinds of people gather. As soon as I got off the car, a hot air mixed with the smell of dirt, engine oil, tobacco, and various sweat hit me in the face. The deafening hawking, the fierce bargaining for a few dollars, and the roar of the cutting machine coming from the stone cutting area not far away. Interwoven into a symphony full of primitive desire and the taste of money. Su Qingyue's beautiful brows frowned slightly. Obviously, she was instinctively averse to this noisy and even chaotic environment. But she said nothing. She just quietly followed Qin Feng half a step behind him like the most loyal shadow. Its cool and ethereal temperament is out of tune with the surrounding environment, just like a snow lotus quietly blooming in the mud, which makes it even more eye-catching. TSK, this place is really interesting. Qin Feng was like a fish returning to water, looking around with interest. He took a deep breath, feeling the unique smell of money in the air, and a confident curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. System, wisdom eyes recognize pearls, open it for me. He muttered to himself. In an instant, the world before my eyes seemed to have become different. Those piles of raw stones in various shapes seemed to become translucent in his eyes. The internal structure, water quality, color, flaws. All in view. Wherever his eyes could see, lines of information that only he could see appeared above the stones like bullet screens. Item, Guatemalan jadeite, commonly known as Guatemalan jadeite. Interior conditions, grayish color, loose structure, heavy stone, with a large number of black impurities. Evaluated value, about 300 yuan, not even enough for processing fee. System note, this is a rip-off, anyone who buys it is an idiot. Item, Burmese jadeite rough stone from the Damokan field, yellow sandy skin, internal condition, tender, short waterhead, many cotton strands and cracks, only a few strands of light yellow jade on the edge. Evaluated value, about 800-1500 yuan. System note, it is tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw it away. It barely makes back the investment. Item, jadeite rough stone from Faken field, black sand. Internal situation, the surface has the appearance of pine flower python belt, which looks attractive, but in fact it is dragon everywhere without water. The inside is dry and white, with occasional moss spots. Evaluated value, about 500 yuan by a lesson. System note, a typical shitty land produces high green type of disillusionment. It is the novice who is pitted. Qin Feng looked around quickly and was secretly shocked. Oh shit. The water of gambling on stones is really bottomless. Looking around, more than 90% of the stones are either waste or brick materials. Let alone a big increase in price, it would be a blessing not to lose money. No wonder they say 9 out of 10 gamblings are losses, or even 1 out of 100 gamblings is a win. But this is a cesspool for others, but for Qin Feng, it is simply an ATM full of gold. His face remained expressionless, but he was actually very happy. He patiently patrolled the stalls and shops, his eyes like the most accurate radar, constantly scanning those seemingly ordinary stones. Su Qingyue followed him quietly. Although she knew nothing about these stones, looking at Qin Feng's confident eyes, as if everything was under control, she was inexplicably full of confidence in him. This man is the chosen one who carries the system. The one you can rely on in your future life. After walking around for about half an hour, Qin Feng stopped at the door of a shop with a very imposing facade called Jubiozai. The shop is quite large and brightly lit. The floor and shelves are filled with raw stones of various sizes. Many well-dressed and wealthy-looking customers are surrounding a few good-looking pieces of material, pointing and bargaining with the boss with saliva flying. Qin Feng's gaze did not linger on the popular goods that were being watched by the crowd, but went straight through the crowd and fell on a piece of black, dirty, and half-gambling material that was almost forgotten in the corner at the back of the store. It looked like discarded construction waste. The so-called semi-gambling material is a raw stone that has had a small window cut into it, through which one can glimpse a small part of the jade quality inside. When the scanning result of wisdom eyes recognizing pearls appeared before his eyes, Qin Feng's heart was as if being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. Item, top-grade jadeite rough stone from the Mashisha mine in Myanmar, rare old elephant skin, with window opened. Inside situation, the window area is deliberately displayed as ordinary glutinous white cotton, very confusing, and the window cleaner made a mistake and gave up. However, 3 centimeters below the window, a fist-sized, bright, rich, positive, and uniform glass-type imperial green jade is hidden. The jade is delicate and pure, with almost no flaws. The fluorescence is very strong. Evaluation value, conservatively estimated at 150 million to 250 million renminbi. If it encounters top-notch carving and the right buyer, the value will still have room to increase. System note, God-given item. Skyrocketing. Shocking leak. Host, do it. Glass, kind. Emperor, king, green. Value over 100 million. Boom. Qin Feng felt his brain buzzing and blood rush to his head instantly. Sent. This time it's really going to soar into the sky. Even with his current wealth and character, the moment he saw this result, his breathing became rapid and his heart beat like a drum. He forced himself to suppress the ecstasy and excitement that was about to overflow from his heart, and took several deep breaths before he managed to return his expression to normal. He pretended to stroll around the store casually, glancing at several other pieces of material, and finally, as if he had discovered it by chance, he walked over to the abandoned half-made material. This piece of material is about the size of a basketball, with an irregular shape and a black surface covered with pits. The small piece of jade exposed in the small window is indeed white, with a lot of cotton wool and dry water. Not to mention green, there is not even a base color. It looks like a standard brick material. No wonder it is thrown into a corner like garbage and no one cares about it. Who would have thought that beneath this ugly appearance, there was actually a rare treasure that was enough to drive the entire jade world crazy? Boss? Qin Feng pointed at the black stone with a slightly disdainful tone and asked lazily, "What do you think of this broken thing?" The shop owner was a middle-aged fat man with a beer belly and a gold chain. He was busy greeting several big customers. When he heard Qin Feng's question, he didn't even raise his head. He glanced in the direction he pointed. A trace of impatience flashed in his eyes. He said casually, "Oh, that piece? It's the scrap that someone else cut off and threw there for a long time. If you like it, little brother, just give me 50,000 yuan as transportation fee and take it away for fun." $50,000? Buy a treasure worth at least 150 million? Qin Feng almost couldn't help laughing out loud like a pig. This boss. He is simply a living bodhisattva who has descended to the earth, or the reincarnation of a boy who brings wealth. But he had an expression that said, "Do you think I'm an idiot?" And he shouted exaggeratedly, 50,000? Boss, are you sure? This is it? Look at the window, it's all white, like lime, even dogs don't care. 50,000? Are you robbing me? He began to use the bargaining skills he had acquired in the vegetable market in his previous life. Hey! Little brother, you can't say that. The boss was amused by him. He put down the magnifying glass in his hand, walked over, and patted the black stone. This is genuine material from the Mashisha mine. The skin is still good. Although the window is a bit broken, gambling on stones is all about heartbeats. What if a line of sky is cut out inside, creating another world? The boss laughed as he spoke, and it was obvious that he himself did not believe that this piece of scrap could contain any surprises. Come on, boss. This kind of nonsense can only fool laymen. Qin Feng curled his lips, looking like he knew what he was doing. I've seen a lot of this kind of window dead material. 11 out of 10 pieces are broken from beginning to end. How about this? He held up 2 fingers. 20,000 yuan. One price. I'll just treat it as a lesson learned. I'll go back and get a hammer and smash it open myself to hear the noise. If you agree, I'll scan the code right now. If not, I'll turn around and leave. The boss hesitated. 20,000 yuan, although not much, but for this piece of scrap that is almost impossible to sell, it is an unexpected income. He looked Qin Feng up and down. He couldn't tell the brand of his clothes, but he had an extraordinary temperament. Especially the woman standing next to him, who was so beautiful that it was obvious that she was not an ordinary person. I guess he's some rich second generation who came out to experience life. He has a lot of money to burn and wants to spend 20,000 yuan to get something exciting. Okay. Consider it my opening day, for good luck. The boss slapped his thigh in a pretentious manner and said cheerfully, 20,000 is 20,000. My dear brother, you have a unique vision. This piece of material is yours. Okay. Qin Feng was ecstatic in his heart, but his face still had that "I've lost a lot" expression. He winked at Su Qingyue and said, "Qingyue, pay." Although Su Qingyue felt it was a bit strange to spend 20,000 yuan to buy such a broken stone, she nodded without hesitation, took out her mobile phone, and scanned the code to pay. Ding! 20,000 yuan has arrived via WeChat. A clear reminder sound rang out. Qin Feng bent down, picked up the heavy basketball-sized stone seemingly with ease, and weighed it. Little brother, you are lucky. After the boss took the money, his attitude became much more enthusiastic. He asked with a smile, "How about it? Do you want me to cut it open right here? We have professional stone cutters here, free of charge. Who knows, maybe I can really give you a surprise." He was just being polite to liven up the atmosphere. Some onlookers gathered around, wanting to see what this young man, who had spent 20,000 yuan on garbage, could actually cut out. Okay. Then I'll trouble you, boss. This was exactly what Qin Feng wanted. This was the sentence he was waiting for. He also couldn't wait to witness with his own eyes the shocking scene when that breathtaking imperial green appeared in the world. No problem. Master Zhang, come over and give me a hand. The boss shouted. A big and strong stone-cutting master with his arms covered with stone powder came over. When they saw that what Qin Feng was carrying out was the waste king that had been thrown in the corner and hated by everyone, not only the stone-cutting master, but even the guests watching around could not help but sneer, and looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of mockery and sympathy. Holy crap! Is it really that Blackstone? Is this guy out of his mind? $20,000 for this thing? Do you have too much money to spend? You can even hear a sound if you throw it into the water. Mashish's materials are unpredictable. The window opening is so broken. How can there be green inside? I'll eat this cutting machine. Just wait and see. With one strike of the sword, everything will turn white. You will lose even your underwear. All kinds of sarcastic and gloating voices can be heard everywhere. Qin Feng pretended not to hear anything, with a mysterious smile on his face, and handed the raw stone carefully to the stone-cutting master. He pointed to a spot close to the window but cleverly avoiding the core area of the imperial green, and said in a deep voice, "Master, please don't cut yet. Use the grinding wheel to rub a line for me from this spot. Go slowly and don't rub too deep." He couldn't bear to cut it. If he damaged the priceless imperial green, he would be heartbroken. Polish the stone first and see the performance. Rub stone? Master Jesher was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "Okay, little brother, just watch it." He fixed the rough stone firmly on the stone cutter, turned on the water pipe, and started the grinding machine. Sizzle, 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 the harsh friction sound rang out again, accompanied by splashing water and stone chips. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on the black, inconspicuous stone. Chapter 22, One Cut to Heaven. Glass-type imperial green. A harsh friction sound was heard, and the grinding wheel of the cutting machine was slowly pressed down, aiming at the piece of waste picked up by Qin Feng. The air seemed to freeze, and stone chips mixed with water mist flew everywhere, bringing with it a choking smell. The crowd watching the excitement, whether they were idlers or potential buyers, subconsciously held their breath at this moment, stretched their necks, and stared at the inconspicuous stone. Many people still had a hint of sarcasm on their lips. Spending 20,000 yuan to buy such a broken stone, either the money is too much to burn, or the person is out of his mind. Swish, a few minutes seemed as long as centuries. As the cutting machine stopped, the stone-cutting master's calloused hands seemed exceptionally steady. He carefully picked up a small piece of stone skin that had been cut off. His movements were filled with professional caution. A guy nearby quickly pulled the water pipe over, and with a hiss, his high-pressure water flow washed the cut surface covered with gray-white stone powder. As the turbid water flows, a strange color gradually appears on the cut surface. What is that? Someone rubbed their eyes and muttered something uncertainly. As the water continued to flow, the color became clearer and more eye-catching. Not gray, not mottled, but a touch of green? Moreover, the green is so rich that it seems to be dripping, bright and eye-catching, full of vitality, like the tenderest willow buds in early spring, but even deeper. Fuck! Green! It's green! A young man who was nearby screamed in surprise. Is it really fucking cheating? What a shitty luck! Wait! This color, this waterhead, is yang green. A middle-aged man in the crowd who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looked like an expert exclaimed with a slightly distorted voice. Boom! The crowd exploded instantly, as if a bucket of cold water was poured into boiling oil. Those people who had contempt and mockery in their eyes just now had their eyes wide open and their mouths open wide enough to fit an egg in, staring at the tiny cut surface as if they wanted to see through it. Yang Lu? Just this broken stone? Impossible? I've been playing with stones for more than 10 years, and I've never seen a stone with this kind of skin produce a bright green color. The shop owner, a short and fat middle-aged man, was just calculating in his mind that the 20,000 yuan was easily earned. At this moment, the fat on his face trembled suddenly, and he rushed forward in one step, almost pushing through the crowd. He moved closer to the cut surface, took out the high-intensity flashlight he carried with him and shone it over. He immediately gasped and his heart skipped a beat. Hiss! This transparency. This color. It's Gao Bing. Gao Bing Yang Lu. The boss voice was tearful and his fat fingers were trembling. Gao Bing Yang Green. These 4 words are like a blockbuster bomb, exploding in everyone's heart. That is not an ordinary bean type or glutinous rice type, it is a high-end product second only to the glass type. A piece like this is worth at least 7 figures. 20,000 yuan of waste turned into treasure worth millions or even tens of millions in the blink of an eye. Little brother. The boss turned around abruptly, grabbed Qin Feng's arm, and squeezed out a chrysanthemum-like smile with his face, which was frighteningly enthusiastic. It's increased a lot. Your luck, no, it's your eyesight. It's simply amazing. Qin Feng's mouth curled up in a perfect arc, like surprise, but also with a bit of expected calmness. Oh? Really? That's great. He sneered in his heart. This was just the beginning. He pointed to another inconspicuous spot on the rough stone and said to the stonecutter, "Master, please cut one more piece from here. Thank you for your hard work." The tone was so calm as if he was just giving instructions on how to cut a piece of tofu. Okay. The stone-cutting master was also stimulated by this sudden surge in price. His face flushed, he became more energetic, quickly adjusted the raw stone, and started the cutting machine again. The grinding wheel was spinning rapidly, and everyone's heart was in their throat again. The second cut made the cut surface much larger than before. Sizzle, the water flowed again. Everyone stared at the water curtain. When the water receded, the revealed scene made the entire venue fall into deathly silence in an instant. Green. A richer, deeper, purer green than before. The green seemed to have life, with an indescribable majesty and aura, almost overflowing from the stone. The edge of the cut surface even has an almost transparent texture. Oh my God. In the crowd, next to the middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, there was an old man with gray hair and wearing a tang suit. The magnifying glass in his hand fell to the ground with a click. He was trembling all over. He pointed at the stone and screamed hoarsely, "Glass type. It's glass type. This is Imperial Green. Glass type Imperial Green?" If Gao Binjiangla just now was a bomb, then these 5 words were simply a nuclear explosion. What? Glass type Imperial Green? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this kind of material produce such a magical item? Good God. Am I dreaming? Everybody is crazy. Completely crazy. The look in his eyes when he looked at Qin Feng had changed from shock to fanaticism and awe. Glass type Imperial Green. The supreme of jade. A true emperor. Not to mention a fist-sized piece, even a thumb-sized piece is enough to attract billionaires. This piece in front of me, look at the volume revealed by this cut surface. Priceless is not enough to describe it. The starting point is 9 digits. Hundreds of millions. Plop. The shop owner's legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. His face was pale and his lips were trembling. As he looked at the green color that made his heart break, his eyes were instantly bloodshot. Damn it. He muttered to himself, his voice filled with despair and endless regret. I am really blind. 20,000 yuan. He actually sold a mountain of gold for 20,000 yuan. This is more than just missing out on 100 million yuan, it's simply digging up his ancestral graves. Intestines? He now felt as if his internal organs were all in a mess, and he was regretting it so much that he was turning green and purple. Qin. Young Master Qin. Boss Qin. The next second, the boss rushed over, no longer caring about his face, and hugged Qin Feng's thighs, forcing a flattering smile on his face that was uglier than crying. "Mr. Qin. I was wrong. I didn't recognize a great man. This piece of material. I'll give you 50 million. No. 80 million. 80 million. Sell it to me. Please." The jade merchants around, who were originally just watching the fun or were proud of their status, now completely lost their composure and swarmed over like sharks smelling blood. "Boss Qin. 80 million is nothing. I'll pay 90 million. In cash. Transfer it immediately." A pot-bellied businessman roared. 100 million. I'll pay 100 million. "Boss Qin, this piece of material is meant to be mine." Another well-dressed man said urgently. 100 million. "Boss Qin. Let's make friends. From now on in the Yunqing Jade world, you are my big brother." 120 million. The price has skyrocketed like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded 100 million and is still rising. Qin Feng stood in the middle of the crowd, feeling those jade merchants who were usually arrogant, now arguing over the stone in his hand, their faces red and their saliva flying, and even almost coming to blows. A faint sense of satisfaction passed through his heart. Gambling on stones, one cut makes you poor, one cut makes you rich, one cut makes you wear linen, one cut makes you drive a supercar. People only see the excitement, but don't know that if it weren't for his upgraded eyes, the outcome would most likely be the former. Su Qingyue stood quietly half a step away from Qin Feng. Her cold temperament formed a sharp contrast with the enthusiasm around her. She looked at the almost crazy scene in front of her, and then cast her gaze at the seemingly calm young man beside her, who even had a playful smile on his face. An extremely complex light flashed in Su Qingyue's eyes, which were as clear as autumn water. She knew that Qin Feng was different from others, possessing an opportunity that ordinary people could not understand, and his luck was incredibly good. But even though she was mentally prepared, witnessing with her own eyes the scene of transformation from decay to magic, from 20,000 pieces of waste stone to the king of jade worth hundreds of millions, the visual impact and psychological shock still caused ripples in her heart. This man. It is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps, my future really only depends on him. There is a glimmer of hope. She pondered in her heart, and her eyes became more determined. Dear bosses, dear friends. Qin Feng finally spoke. His voice was not loud, but it had a peculiar penetrating power, as if it had its own amplification effect, and it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. He raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Miraculously, the noisy, enthusiastic crowd actually gradually quieted down, with all eyes focused on him. Qin appreciates everyone's kindness. Qin Feng had a faint smile on his face, and his eyes swept across the entire venue calmly. But, I don't plan to sell this material. What? Not selling? These two words fell lightly, but they were like two heavy hammers hitting everyone's heart. Everyone was stunned, thinking they had heard wrongly. A treasure worth at least hundreds of millions, a fortune that could be obtained in the blink of an eye, but he actually. Not selling? Boss Qin? The businessman who offered 120 million yuan stepped forward and asked cautiously, would you like to reconsider? This is more than 100 million yuan. In cash. Or you can tell me the number. I don't lack money for the time being. Qin Feng's answer was calm and indifferent, but with an unquestionable certainty, good jade is hard to find, and it's fate to meet it. I plan to keep this piece of material for myself, or ask a famous artist to carve a few pieces of jewelry and give them to the right person. As he spoke, he glanced at Su Qingyue vaguely. Everyone was shocked beyond words as they looked at Qin Feng's calm attitude as if he regarded money as dirt. Just say no to more than 100 million? Who is this young man? This kind of bearing and confidence are definitely not something that ordinary people can have. The shop owner collapsed completely to the ground, his face ashen. He knew that, let alone meat, he wouldn't even be able to drink a sip of soup today. Qin Feng no longer paid attention to the different looks and thoughts of the crowd, and nodded to the stone-cutting master, Master, please remove the remaining stone skins, be careful. Okay. The stone-cutting master swallowed his saliva and began to carefully peel off the remaining stone skin with the most cautious attitude in his life. Time passed by minute, and everyone held their breath. Finally, when the last piece of stone skin was peeled off, a piece of jade as big as an adult man's fist, emerald green, crystal clear, and flawless, appeared in front of everyone. Under the illumination of the shop lights, it seems as if there is a stream of light slowly turning inside it, emitting a dazzling yet warm and restrained light. The imperial green is extremely rich, as if it has condensed all the essence between heaven and earth. An invisible pressure and breathtaking beauty made everyone present feel their breath was held in place. Beautiful. The beauty cannot be described in words. This is the well-deserved king of jade. A true divine object. Chapter 23 Trouble is coming? Qin Yubing appears again. In the jade market, Qin Feng used only 20,000 yuan of waste materials and cut out a glass-type imperial green jade that was worth over 100 million yuan, or even more, with just one cut. This news spread faster than a rocket booster. In less than half an hour, it swept through the entire Yunqing Jade Circle like a tsunami, and spread to the entire wealthy circle, the collecting world, and even the underground world at an astonishing speed. Have you heard? Someone cut out an imperial green diamond for 20,000 yuan. Is this true? Which blind shop owner was so blind that he got his hands on a bargain and was copied by someone else? It is said that he is a young man in his early 20s, with a frighteningly vicious look in his eyes. It's imperial green. It's as big as a fist. Oh my god, it must be worth several small goals. For a moment, countless people rushed to the small shop that was almost packed with people. Some wanted to see the legendary king of jade with their own eyes, some wanted to see the face of Master Qin who had incredible luck and a sharp eye, and many others had various ideas and wanted to see if they could get a piece of the pie or find out something. The air smells of money, jealousy, and madness. But at this moment, Qin Feng had already become the calmest person in the center of the storm. Faced with the crowd that was almost out of control and all kinds of greedy, awe-inspiring, or inquiring looks, he just glanced at them indifferently and felt bored. "Qingyue, let's go." At the command, Su Qingyue, who had been waiting on the side, nodded slightly. Almost instantly, several sturdy men wearing black swimsuits, sunglasses, and with a calm and sharp aura appeared around like ghosts, quietly separating the surging crowd, protecting Qin Feng and Su Qingyue, as well as the hot potato that was carefully packed in a special box. Under the gazes of countless complex eyes, they calmly left this noisy place, leaving behind an uproar and countless speculations about the mysterious young Master Qin. Hentang Palace, Building A, the top-floor duplex mansion. This is the top residential area in Yuncheng. Those who can live here are either rich or noble. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the dazzling night view of Yuncheng. Indoors, the low-key and luxurious decoration style highlights the owner's taste. Qin Feng sat casually on the expensive leather sofa and placed the glass-type imperial green jadeite, which had been preliminarily cleaned, on the crystal coffee table in front of him. Under the soft light, the green seemed to come alive, with mist flowing inside, pure without a trace of impurities, deep and overbearing, as if condensed all the spirit and vitality between heaven and earth. Even Qin Feng, looking at this piece of peerless jade that he had cut with his own hands, couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his heart. This is not only a priceless fortune, but also a testament to his vision and ability, and a reflection of the awesomeness of the sound of nature system. TSK, what a stunner. Qin Feng's fingers gently brushed the cool and moist surface of the jadeite, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he turned his head to look at Su Qingyue, who had a slender figure and a cool temperament. "Qingyue, tell me, how should I take care of this precious thing so as not to wrong it?" Su Qingyue's beautiful eyes also flashed with surprise. She walked forward, looked at it carefully for a moment, opened her red lips, and spoke in a clear and pleasant voice. "Mr. Qin, this material is perfect. The color, type, water, base, and workmanship unprocessed are all top-notch. The volume is also sufficient. If you pursue maximum value, you can consider taking out 2 or 3 top-quality round bracelets. The core material can also be used to make several top-level brands or large egg-shaped bracelets, and the remaining scraps can also be used to make many high-end small items. If we invite a top international jewelry designer to design it, the overall value can be doubled after inlaying." Her analysis was professional and accurate, and she was obviously quite knowledgeable in this area. "Oh? Can it double again?" Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and showed some interest. "Okay, let's leave professional matters to professionals. I'll leave it to you to find a master to design and process it. Money is not a problem. The key is to match the material." His tone was casual, as if he was explaining a trivial matter. "Yes, Mr. Qin, I guarantee you will be satisfied." Su Qingyue responded respectfully. Qin Feng played with the heavy piece of imperial green, feeling its cool touch and the strange energy that seemed to be contained in it, and his mood was simply wonderful. The heartbeat of gambling on stones, the boldness of spending a fortune, the highlight moment that everyone is paying attention to. Today's trip is worth it. Just then, the screen of his mobile phone on the coffee table lit up and a rapid ringtone rang out. Qin Feng glanced at the caller ID. Qin Yubing. "Oh, why did this heroic and beautiful police officer think of calling me? Could it be that the little thing that happened in the restaurant last time is not over yet?" He picked up the phone and answered, "Hello, Officer Qin? What are your instructions?" "Qin Feng. Where are you now?" Qin Yubing's clear voice came from the other end of the phone, which was obviously filled with anxiety and a hint of anger. "I'm at home. I just got back." Qin Feng lazily leaned on the sofa. "What's wrong, Officer Qin? Why are you so angry? Who pissed you off? Stop giving me those hippie smiles." Qin Yubing's voice became even more urgent. "Did you go to the jade market today? Did you cut out a piece of glass-type imperial green jadeite worth hundreds of millions?" She asked almost rapidly, obviously having received accurate information. Qin Feng touched his nose. "Hey, the news spread so fast that even the police were alarmed? It's quite efficient." It seems to be the case." He pretended to be casual and admitted, "Why, Officer Qin is also interested in jadeite?" "You're not interested." Qin Yubing on the other end of the phone almost laughed out of anger, then his tone became extremely serious. "You are just wanting to create chaos in the world. Do you know how much trouble you have caused now? You have been targeted." "Oh? Targeting me?" Qin Feng frowned slightly, but his tone was still relaxed. What do you mean? Is there anyone who dares to rob in broad daylight? Robbery? That's child's play. Xin Yubing's tone was filled with deep helplessness and worry. The man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Do you understand? That is not 1 million, not 10 million, but jadeite worth hundreds of millions or even millions. It is enough to make many desperate people take risks. We just received a tip-off that more than one group of people in the underworld have been asking about you. They may have already targeted you and are ready to take action against you at any time. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. He really didn't take this too seriously. We were so busy enjoying the fruits of victory that we forgot that there is always a shortage of desperados in this world. But worry? Not yet. Instead, a cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. The god-level fighting skills have never been put into practice, so it's a good opportunity to practice on those blind guys? Not to mention that there is the hidden Su Qingyue by his side. Thank you, Officer Qin, for your concern. I will be careful. Xin Feng said in a calm tone. Be careful? How can you be careful? Do you know who they are? They are desperate criminals who are willing to risk their lives. Do you think you are playing house? Xin Yubing was even more furious when she heard his nonchalant tone. Where do you live now? Stop talking nonsense. I'll send someone to protect you right away. Protect me? Xin Feng smiled. Officer Qin, there's no need to bother with this. It's just a small matter. I can handle it. He doesn't want a group of police officers following him all the time. How can he keep his secret? It's too inconvenient to move. You. Xin Yubing was choked by his stubborn attitude. She took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. Xin Feng. I'm warning you. This is not a joke. Don't think you are invincible just because you beat up a few thugs in the restaurant last time. Those desperados may have guns in their hands. Your mediocre kung fu is not enough in front of them. Three-legged kung fu? Xin Feng felt like laughing when he heard this. It seems that I was too low-key last time. In the eyes of this beautiful police officer, I am at most an ordinary person who is relatively good at fighting. Officer Qin, I'm serious. I know what's going on and I have enough ability to protect myself. Just put your mind at ease. Xin Feng insisted, his tone carrying a convincing certainty. There was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the phone, as if he was making a decision. Address. Xin Yubing's voice suddenly became cold and hard, with an unquestionable commanding tone. What address? Xin Feng pretended to be confused. The address where you live now. Right now. Immediately. Xin Yubing's tone was firm. You don't want me to send someone to protect you, fine. Then I'll go over and take a look myself. I want to see what confidence you have that you can handle those desperate criminals. Xin Feng held the phone and blinked. This beautiful police officer. Are you planning to come and check on him in person? Or just worried about yourself? A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It would be better to let her come over and take a look, so that she doesn't have to worry about it. And, to be honest, he really wanted to take another look at this beautiful police officer who looked so heroic in her uniform but a little irritable in private. Okay. I'm scared of you. Xin Feng pretended to be helpless inside. I'm at the Cloudtop Palace, on the top floor of Building A. Officer Qin, please take it easy and don't drive the police car over here. It will have a bad impact. The person on the other end of the line seemed to be choked again, and then only 2 words came out. Wait for me. Beep, beep, beep. The call was hung up cleanly. Xin Feng put down his phone, looked at Su Qingyue who was still calm beside him, shrugged his shoulders, and showed a teasing smile on his face. It seems that our upright and responsible Officer Qin is worried about me, a good citizen who is powerless, and wants to come here to protect me personally. Su Qingyue heard that, and a very subtle, barely perceptible light seemed to flash across her calm eyes. She lowered her eyelids slightly, and her voice remained calm, but seemed to be a few notches lower than before. That's good, let Officer Qin see your strength with her own eyes, Mr. Qin, and it will also put her mind at ease, so that she won't have to worry about unnecessary disturbances in the future. Xin Feng suddenly felt a little funny when listening to Su Qingyue's words, which seemed calm but actually contained a hint of sharp meaning. TSK, this air. Why does it seem like there is a faint smell of vinegar? Is this the Queen's vigilance? Interesting. Chapter 24, Beautiful Policewoman's Home Visit. In about the time it took to smoke a cigarette, or just enough time for Chin Fong to make a pot of the best Humpo, the doorbell rang. Chin Fong lazily glanced at the video intercom screen at the door, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was indeed her, Officer Chin, and she was quite efficient. Xin Yubing on the screen took off the police uniform that symbolized discipline and majesty and put on a rather refreshing casual outfit. A pure white slim t-shirt that outlines her beautiful figure, paired with a pair of washed blue tight jeans, which perfectly show her straight and slender thigh lines, and a pair of clean white shoes on her feet. She lacks the sharpness of the police badge and shoulder straps, but has a more youthful and beautiful look, like a dashing female college student who just graduated from school. Only those eyes were still as sharp as an eagle, staring straight at the camera with professional scrutiny and a hint of inquiry that was hard to conceal. Chin Fong walked over and opened the heavy custom-made door. "It is a great honor for my humble abode to have you, Officer Chin." Chin Fong leaned against the doorframe, with a slightly ruffian yet just the right amount of enthusiastic smile on his face. Chin Yubing glared at him unhappily and walked straight into the entrance. When her eyes quickly swept across this penthouse duplex apartment with its astonishingly high ceilings, wide views, and low-key decoration, but it exuded a money-burning atmosphere everywhere. Even a policewoman like her who had seen a lot of the world in the municipal bureau couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in the depths of her eyes. This place. It was even more exaggerated than any top-notch mansion she could have imagined. Just this seemingly inconspicuous floor under your feet is probably enough for an ordinary family to struggle for a lifetime. Your humble abode is really humble. Xin Yubing said with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Hey, it's just so-so, probably the third in Yuncheng. Chin Fong said something in a Versailles way, shrugged. It's barely worth 200 to 300 million, mainly for peace and quiet. The corner of Chin Yubing's mouth twitched, and she decided not to argue about the house with this guy who liked to show off his wealth. At this moment, a cold figure appeared quietly like moonlight. Su Qingyue walked over with a cup of warm water, her steps light and graceful, as if she had undergone the most rigorous etiquette training. She handed the cup of water to Chin Yubing, her voice as clear as spring water. Officer Chin, please drink some water. Thank you. Chin Yubing subconsciously took the cup of water, but her eyes involuntarily fell on Su Qingyue again. Under the crystal chandelier in the living room, the two women formed a sharp contrast. One is Su Qingyue, who is as cold and mysterious as an iceberg snow lotus. Her every move is calm and aloof from a superior. The other is Chin Yubing, who is as heroic and righteous as a thorny rose. Even though she has changed into casual clothes, her capable and decisive aura is still compelling. They are all stunning beauties picked from thousands, each with their own merits. Standing together at this moment, it seems as if there are crackling electric sparks quietly colliding in the air, and the atmosphere has become a little subtle. Officer Chin, don't stand anymore. Sit down. Chin Fong broke the brief silence and lazily pointed at the Italian-imported sofa in the living room, which looked very valuable. Chin Yubing nodded, suppressed the strange feeling in her heart, walked to the sofa and sat down. However, her eyes were almost instantly attracted to the jadeite in the center of the coffee table, which was lying quietly on the velvet cushion and exuding intoxicating green. There is no need to get close, the stone seems to have its own life and light. The extremely rich imperial green color, its breathtaking beauty and the amazing value contained in it can be felt from a distance. This is the piece of glass type imperial green you cut out today? Chin Yubing's voice couldn't help but carry a hint of surprise, even a bit of disbelief. Seeing it with your own eyes is far more shocking than photos or rumors. Aha! Chin Fong sat back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said as if it was a matter of course, I'm lucky, just have some fun. Lucky? Just playing around? Chin Yubing's eyebrows were raised, and she almost crushed the water cup in her hand. Chin Fong. Can you be serious? You call it good luck to cut out something worth hundreds of millions with 20,000 yuan? Tell me the truth, who are you? Why do you have such incredible luck? Also, what's the matter with your skills? Last time in the restaurant. She paused, remembering the scene that night when Chin Fong dealt with the gangsters so neatly, and continued, and this Miss Su next to you. She doesn't look like an ordinary assistant. The barrage of questions finally brought out all the doubts and curiosity that she had been holding back all the way. The fog surrounding this man is too thick. Chin Fong smiled inscrutably when he heard this. Officer Chin, it's not a good habit to explore citizens' privacy. Everyone has some secrets that cannot be told, right? He picked up the teacup and blew gently. You just need to know that I abide by the law and am a good citizen who loves peace. That's enough. Chin Yubing stared into his eyes, trying to catch a hint of panic or glimmer in those deep pupils. However, no. Xin Feng's eyes were too open and clear as if they could reflect her shadow, yet so deep that she felt that all her attempts were in vain. After staring at each other for a few seconds, Xin Yubing gave up and sighed helplessly. Okay. I won't care about your secrets for now. But I must be responsible for your safety. She changed the subject and her expression instantly became extremely serious. I have asked someone to check. The group that targeted you is basically confirmed to be a long-established criminal gang in this city, the Black Snake Gang. The gang leader is nicknamed Black Snake, his real name is Zhao Jinkue, he is notoriously ruthless and has a long criminal record. He has a group of desperate criminals under his command, who dare to do anything for money. Kidnapping and extortion are commonplace for them. Black Snake Gang? Zhao Jinkue? Xin Feng tapped the armrest of the sofa with his index finger, as if thinking about something. He seemed to have come across this name when he was receiving the original owner's memory. It seemed that the name was a local tyrant entrenched in the west of the city, and his power was quite strong. That's right. Xin Yubing emphasized, they are treating you as a moving piece of super fat meat. The news of your jadeite spread too fast. I seriously suspect that they will take action soon. I suggest that you either come back to the police station with me immediately and apply for the highest level of protection. Or, you pack up your things now and leave Yunqing temporarily to avoid the limelight. Thank you Officer Qin for thinking so highly of me and arranging two options for me. Xin Feng chuckled, and there was no nervousness in his tone. Instead, he had a kind of calmness that made people's teeth itch. However, the Black Snake Gang is not qualified to make me, Xin Feng, flee in disgrace. You! Xin Yubing was completely enraged by his arrogant attitude and stood up suddenly. Xin Feng, can you stop being so arrogant? This is not a movie. The Black Snake Gang is completely different from those street thugs last time. They may have guns in their hands. You! I knew they probably had guns. Xin Feng interrupted her, looked up at her pretty face which was slightly flushed with excitement, with a playful smile on his lips. But, Officer Qin, do you have any misunderstandings about me? Or, do you underestimate me too much? I'm not underestimating you. I'm worried about you. Xin Yubing blurted out the words, only to realize that her tone was too eager and her fair cheeks instantly flushed. She coughed twice and forced herself to put on a straight face to cover it up. Ahem. What I mean is, I'm worried about the safety of life and property of the citizens in our jurisdiction. Xin Feng couldn't help but laugh at her cute, slightly flustered look as she tried to hide her true feelings. This beautiful police officer seems to be. It's not just ordinary concern. How about this, Officer Qin? Xin Feng leaned forward slightly, tapped his finger on the coffee table, and looked at her with burning eyes. Since you don't believe that I have the ability to protect myself, how about we make a bet? Bet? It's already this time and you're still thinking about making a bet? Xin Yubing frowned, but still subconsciously asked, what bet? Let's bet on the Black Snake Gang. Xin Feng's mouth curled up with an extremely confident arc, his eyes were as sharp as a knife. I'll make you a promise. If they are really blind and dare to come to me for trouble, I promise to make them go back the same way they came, and none of them can escape. If I do it, Officer Qin, please believe in my ability in the future, don't worry too much about my safety, and don't try to find out my secrets at every turn. But if I break my promise, or need you, a people's policeman, to save the situation. He paused, then spread his hands. Then I will go back to the police station with you without hesitation. I will protect you in any way you want, without hesitation. How do you think? Xin Yubing looked at Xin Feng in a daze. Looking at his eyes that seemed to be burning with flames and full of absolute confidence, and listening to his arrogant promises that seemed to carry some kind of magic, she hesitated for a moment. Reason told her that this was too risky. The other party is the vicious Black Snake Gang. But Xin Feng's confident look made her feel a little shaken in her heart. Perhaps this man really had a hidden card that she didn't know about? Are you sure? Xin Yubing bit her lower lip and confirmed. Xin Feng, keep my word. Xin Feng nodded decisively, full of momentum. Xin Yubing took a deep breath and stared at him for a few seconds. Finally, as if she had made up her mind, she gritted her teeth and said, okay. I'll bet with you. But. She held up a finger, her tone unquestionably tough, you must promise me. Once you encounter danger beyond your control, you must inform me immediately. Otherwise, even if you win in the end, I will not forgive you. Make a deal. Xin Feng agreed readily, and felt warm in his heart. This woman is obviously worried about me, but she is still so stubborn. The bet was reached and the atmosphere eased slightly. However, the next second, Qin Yubing asked another question that Qin Feng did not expect. Her eyes were a little vague and her cheeks were slightly red again. Then, before you solve the trouble with the Black Snake Gang, in order to ensure your safety and to facilitate me to grasp the situation at any time, can I stay here temporarily? Qin Feng? He was stunned, wondering if he had heard it wrongly. Live here? Officer Qin, are you kidding? Why? Of course I'm serious. Qin Yubing stiffened his neck and tried to find a plausible excuse, but his eyes flickered. I'm worried about you being alone. What if the Black Snake Gang attacks me when I'm not around? I'm here, at least I can. I can provide timely support. Yes. That's it. Qin Feng looked at her trying to be serious, but her ears were quietly red. He subconsciously glanced at Su Qingyue, who had a blank expression on her face from beginning to end, like a sculpture, but the pressure around her seemed to have dropped a little bit. He felt his head suddenly become 2 sizes bigger. No way. What kind of a development is this? The policewoman wants to live with him, a key protected person? This script. A bit too exciting, right? Chapter 25, The First Encounter Between Iceberg and Policewoman. Stay here? Qin Feng repeated it, his eyebrows raised slightly, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. He did not answer immediately, but instead cast his gaze at the cold figure beside him, Su Qingyue. This action itself carries a silent questioning and subtle temptation. Su Qingyue received Qin Feng's gaze, but there was still no obvious emotion fluctuation on her beautiful face that was like an iceberg. She just nodded slightly, her voice as calm as if she was stating a fact. If Officer Qin is worried about Mr. Qin's safety, it's fine for him to stay. There are still many empty rooms in this apartment. It's a courtesy to arrange a suitable guest room for Officer Qin. These words were said flawlessly, in a polite yet distant manner, seeming to agree, yet also hinting at the attitude of a hostess arranging arrangements for her guests. Qin Feng keenly caught the coldness in her words, and suddenly felt it was even more interesting. Qin Yubing didn't think too much about it, or rather, she deliberately ignored that subtlety. Hearing Su Qingyue's agreement, her tense nerves relaxed a little, and she even couldn't help but reveal a hint of barely perceptible joy on her face. She hurried down the stairs, then. Thank you so much, Miss Su. I promise that I will never disturb you. I won't disturb Mr. Qin's rest. She seemed to realize the ambiguity in her words and quickly added a sentence, but her ears felt a little hot. Officer Qin, you are too serious. Su Qingyue nodded slightly and said no more. Her cold gaze seemed to have passed Qin Yubing and fell somewhere else. So, after a conversation that seemed to be centered around safety but was actually full of undercurrents, things were strangely settled. Qin Yubing, the agile and heroic policewoman from the municipal bureau, temporarily moved into the top-floor mansion of Hentang Palace worth hundreds of millions of dollars under the pretext of a high-sounding job closely protecting important citizen Qin Feng. Su Qingyue was extremely efficient and soon took Qin Yubing to a guest room on the 2nd floor. The room is incredibly spacious, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering unparalleled views of the river. The interior decoration is low-key and luxurious, with all kinds of facilities available, from smart home systems to separate dressing rooms and luxurious bathrooms. Its specifications far outshine those so-called presidential suites in 5-star hotels. Qin Yubing stood in the middle of the room and looked around. Even though she came from a good family, she couldn't help but be shocked again. This Qin Feng. What is the origin? This is no longer something that can be described by ordinary wealth. She calmed herself down, temporarily suppressed these distracting thoughts, and said to herself, I am here to carry out a protection mission. After settling her luggage, actually she only brought a simple backpack, Qin Yubing immediately switched back to work mode and began to perform her duties as a temporary bodyguard meticulously. She first asked to see the overall security layout of the apartment and personally checked several key points. The results surprised her. The security system here far exceeded her expectations. It not only has infrared sensors, high-definition monitoring and multiple alarm devices that cover every angle, but there is even a professional security team that is on call 24 hours a day and works in conjunction with the property to patrol the community non-stop. Records from the system background showed no signs of any abnormal intrusion. The security level here is very high. It seems that not everyone can easily enter your place. After Qin Yubing finished the inspection, she nodded to Qin Feng, who followed over, with a hint of professional approval in her tone, and she felt a little relieved. At least in terms of hardware, this place is impregnable. That's natural. Safety comes first. Qin Feng responded with a smile, looking calm as if saying this is all basic operation. Then, Qin Yubing pulled Qin Feng aside and began to ask him in detail about the intelligence of the Black Snake Gang, trying to dig out more clues from him, or in other words, to make him more aware of what kind of people he was facing. How much do you know about the Black Snake Gang? Have you ever had any conflicts with them? Qin Yubing sat on the sofa in the living room with a serious expression and stared at Qin Feng sharply. There is no grudge. We have kept to ourselves before. Qin Feng spread his hands and told the truth. As for understanding, I know that they are a group of local tyrants entrenched in the west of the city. They are quite powerful and have a bad reputation. It's more than not small and quite smelly. Qin Yubing's expression became serious, and his tone became heavier. The Black Snake Gang is a cancer in the underground world of Yunqing. They have been entrenched for many years and are deeply rooted. They are involved in pornography, gambling, drugs, loan sharking, violent debt collection, and even some overseas smuggling activities. They are almost evil. Their methods of action are extremely cruel, and their anti-detection ability is very strong. Our police have tried to pull this nail out several times, but they failed because the key evidence chain was broken where they smelled the wind in advance. She paused and continued. The gang leader, Black Snake Wang Kuei, was a ruthless character who started out as a black boxer. It is said that he can beat more than a dozen people alone, and he is cruel and ruthless, with no humanity. He has 4 most capable men under him, known as the 4 Heavenly Kings, all of whom are desperate criminals with murder cases on their backs, and are extremely fierce. This time he targeted you. He definitely thinks you are a super big fish. Qin Yubing explained the intelligence the police had, combined with some shocking cases, to Qin Feng in detail, with the aim of making his seemingly relaxed nerves tense up a little and realize the seriousness of this trouble. Qin Feng rarely put away his cynical expression, listened attentively, his fingertips tapping the armrest of the sofa unconsciously. Black Snake Wang Kuei? The 4 Heavenly Kings? It does sound much more upscale than those little bastards last time. But fear? Not really. Deep in his eyes, there was a hint of cold fighting spirit. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. If someone offends me, then let them know why the flowers are so red. He wanted to see whether this so-called Black Snake Gang really had 3 heads and 6 arms and dared to touch Qin Feng's tiger whiskers. Su Qingyue, who had been sitting quietly on the single sofa like an exquisite doll, would occasionally add a few words in her cold voice, seemingly casually, during Qin Yubing's introduction. From what I know, the Black Snake Gang has a batch of goods coming in from the South City Pier recently, so the security will be tight. In addition to his public mistress, Wang Kuei also has a secret residence in Jinbi Garden in the east of the city, which few people know about. Li San, the mad dog among the 4 King Kongs, is addicted to gambling and often appears in the underground casino Hongyun. The information she provided was often more specific and secretive than what the police had, and even involved the personnel composition of the Black Snake Gang and some unknown strongholds. The detail and accurate level of the information made Qin Yubing secretly shocked, and his gaze towards Su Qingyue became more complicated and fearful. This Miss Su. The energy is amazing. What is her identity? The 3 of them, mainly Qin Yubing and Su Qingyue, in the output of information, and Qin Feng in the judgment and absorption, had an in-depth discussion on the issues of the Black Snake Gang, and also initially formulated several emergency plans under the leadership of Qin Yubing to deal with emergencies. Of course, Qin Feng behaved more like a protected boss throughout the whole process. He listened more and spoke less, but his inherent calmness and confidence made Qin Yubing feel a little powerless. Dinner time. Su Qingyue once again demonstrated her master-level cooking skills. There are 4 dishes and 1 soup, all beautifully presented, with great color, aroma, and taste, totally at the level of top-notch private dining. Qin Yubing sat at the huge mahogany dining table that could accommodate more than a dozen people, eating delicious food that could be called a work of art, looking at the luxurious palace-like restaurant, and then looking at the handsome man and beautiful woman opposite them who were both top-notch in temperament and appearance. She suddenly felt as if she had accidentally entered the set of some unreal idol drama. In particular, she keenly captured the tacit understanding between Qin Feng and Su Qingyue that did not require words. A glance, a subtle movement, all revealed an intimacy that was difficult for others to interfere with. Occasionally, she even felt that there was an exclusive tenderness in Qin Feng's eyes when he looked at Su Qingyue. Although Su Qingyue was still cold, her eyebrows and eyes seemed to be much softer. This discovery made Qin Yubing feel inexplicably blocked in the heart, as if something was gently tickling her, sour and astringent, very unpleasant. Miss Su, with your cooking skills, if you don't open a 3-star Michelin restaurant, it will be a huge loss to the catering industry. Qin Yubing put down her chopsticks and praised sincerely, trying to hide her inner turmoil with a relaxed tone. Officer Qin, you are too kind. They are just some commonplace dishes. I hope Mr. Qin doesn't mind. Su Qingyue smiled slightly. That smile was like the first melting of ice and snow, but with a just right sense of distance, and by the way, she did not forget to mention Mr. Qin. This guy Qin Feng is not only not disgusted, he is simply picking up a treasure. Qin Yubing said half jokingly and half seriously, glancing at Qin Feng with a meaningful look, it is a blessing to have an assistant like Miss Su who is so capable, beautiful, and a great cook. She deliberately added a subtle emphasis on the word assistant. Qin Feng heard the sting in her words, coughed twice, picked up the water cup and took a sip, then pretended to be deep and said, I can't help it, my luck has always been so good that people are jealous. When Su Qingyue heard this, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Although it was fleeting, it was still caught by Qin Yubing who had been observing her secretly. The dinner ended in this state of apparent harmony, but in reality there were undercurrents and an extremely subtle atmosphere. Night falls. Qin Yubing did not go back to the luxurious room on the second floor to rest, but was very diligent and said, night is a high incidence period for crimes, and we must always be vigilant. For this reason, I stayed in the living room. She changed into a comfortable gray sportswear, sat cross-legged on a single sofa in the corner of the living room, with a piece of velvet on her knees, and was meticulously disassembling, wiping, and assembling her gun. His movements were skillful, his eyes were focused and alert, and he glanced out the floor-to-ceiling windows in every corner of the room from time to time, looking like a professional bodyguard ready for battle. At the other end of the living room, a huge projection screen slowly lowered. Qin Feng and Su Qingyue sat side by side on the large and comfortable main sofa. They chose a science fiction blockbuster that was said to have a good reputation and prepared to relax. The shocking surround sound effects echoed in the empty living room, and the screen showed dazzling special effects and fierce fighting. But Qin Feng had a little thought. Not very focused. On the left-hand side is Su Qingyue, who has a graceful figure, a cool and beautiful temperament, and a faint fragrance on her body. Not far to the right-hand side is Qin Yubing, who is heroic and concentrating on cleaning his gun, with a unique temptation in his uniform although it is a sports suit. Two top-notch beauties with completely different styles and unique qualities are in the same room because of him. And, it seems, do they all have some extraordinary interests towards him? Qin Feng touched his chin, feeling that his current mood was a bit like pain and happiness, or is it pure joy? He secretly glanced at Su Qingyue beside him out of the corner of his eye and found that she seemed to be looking at him inadvertently. Their eyes met briefly in the dim light. Su Qingyue reacted very quickly and looked away almost instantly, but a suspicious blush quietly spread over her ears, and even her neck turned a faint pink. Hey, can icebergs be shy too? Qin Feng smiled secretly in his heart. He looked at Qin Yubing calmly on the other side and found that although the beautiful police officer seemed to be concentrating on cleaning her gun, she would occasionally glance at him and Su Qingyue from the corner of her eyes. There was inquiry, vigilance, and a hint of. She had complex emotions that she herself might not even be aware of, as if she was thinking about something, or struggling with herself. TSK. This atmosphere. It's getting more and more interesting. Qin Feng suddenly felt that letting Qin Yubing, the uninvited guest, move in might not be a bad thing. Chapter 26: The Black Snake Gang's Probe. The night seems peaceful and luxurious, but in fact, there are undercurrents. A Hollywood blockbuster was playing on the huge projection screen. The sounds of explosions and exciting soundtracks filled the living room, but they could not conceal the subtle tension between the three people in the air. Just as Qin Feng was enjoying this subtle pleasure of being embraced on both sides' spiritual level, around midnight, outside the floor-to-ceiling window, in the direction of the villa wall, there suddenly came a very slight rustling sound, almost covered by the movie sound effects. Ordinary people may overlook this, but the three people in the living room are not ordinary people. Almost at the same time, Qin Yubing, who was originally sitting cross-legged on the sofa in the corner, concentrating on wiping his gun, suddenly paused, his ears twitched slightly, and his eyes instantly became as sharp as a cheetah. She raised her head suddenly, lowered her voice, and said firmly, "Someone." At the same time, Qin Feng and Su Qingyue also stopped watching the movie almost at the same time. To be honest, their minds were probably already far away. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Are you here?" More impatient than expected. As soon as he had a thought, his wisdom eyes that could see through everything quietly opened. His gaze seemed to penetrate the thick walls in the night, and directly locked onto the movements outside. Target group, low-level members of the Black Snake Gang. Cannon fodder, number of people, 4, strength assessment, ordinary people, received basic combat training, but full of flaws. Weapons carried, low-quality sharp-edged daggers. X4, current status, trying to climb over the western wall and conduct preliminary infiltration and reconnaissance. Threat level, almost 0. Ha, as expected, it was those blind guys from the Black Snake Gang. But, they only sent a few minions who are not even qualified to warm up? Who are you looking down on? Don't be nervous, the Black Snake Gang is following us. Qin Feng's voice was a little careless as he whispered to Qin Yubing and Su Qingyue, there are 4 of them in total, sneaking around outside like rats, trying to figure out how to get over the wall. What? They're really coming? Qin Yubing tensed up instantly when he heard that. He held the already assembled pistol tightly in his hand, lowered his body, looked out the window vigilantly, and asked hurriedly, how many people are there? Did you see clearly that they are carrying weapons? He looked as if he was about to break out of the window and fight the criminals in the next second. They are just 4 small fry, holding a few broken knives to give themselves courage. Qin Feng's tone was so calm, as if he was saying that the weather was nice today, and even contained a hint of disdain. Just a minion? Qin Yubing was stunned for a moment, then her professionally trained police brain quickly started working. They are here to test us. To find out the truth. Yeah, pretty close. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Then what should we do? Call the police and request backup immediately? Qin Yubing subconsciously wanted to take out her cell phone. This was almost her instinctive reaction. Call the police? Qin Feng sneered, shook his head, and raised a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Officer Qin, you are too flattering. These few bugs are not qualified to alarm our people's police. He stood up slowly, and moved his wrists and neck casually, making a few crisp click sounds. It's just right. I have nothing to do. Since they came to me to be my punching bags, I'll use them to test their muscles and bones, and let you, my temporary bodyguard, see whether I really need your protection. You're going out in person? Qin Yubing was shocked and subconsciously wanted to stop them. No. There are 4 of them, and they have weapons. You. Rest assured. Qin Feng interrupted her, his eyes full of absolute confidence. They are just a few jumping clowns, not even enough to fill my teeth. Before he finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Qin Yubing's worries, and walked straight towards the back door of the villa with his long legs, as if he was strolling in the garden. The back figure was upright and calm, without the slightest tension. Instead, it carried the leisurely attitude of a hunter walking towards the hunting ground. Mr. Qin. A rare trace of worry flashed across Su Qingyue's cold eyes, and she couldn't help but call out softly. Although she was confident in Qin Feng's ability, after all. Don't worry, I'll make a cup of tea and be back soon. Qin Feng did not stop, but turned his head and gave Su Qingyue a reassuring smile full of strong confidence. Su Qingyue looked into his deep and confident eyes, and finally swallowed back the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She walked silently to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, cast a cold gaze in the direction of the backyard, ready to respond at any time. Qin Yubing bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, looking at Qin Feng's ignorant back, feeling angry, anxious and worried. Finally, she stomped her feet, tightly gripped her pistol, and quickly followed to a hidden place near the back door, ready to open fire to support at any time. She wanted to see where this guy got the confidence from. In the backyard of the villa, the night is deep. 4 men in tight black nightclothes, like geckos, quietly clung to the shadows and nimbly approached the towering walls of the villa. They worked in perfect harmony, looking around vigilantly, and were obviously veterans at this kind of thing. Be smart. Brother Snake said this guy is very evil. Let's find out his background first and see if there are any tough bodyguards. The leader, a tall and thin man with a scar on his face, lowered his voice and gave the order viciously. Don't worry, Brother Chang. A short and fat man nearby chuckled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and said with the slickness of a habitual criminal, the security of Yunding Palace is boasted to be impressive, but in our eyes, it's no different from paper. Stop the bullshit. Move quickly. Retreat once we find out the situation. Scarface urged impatiently. The 3 of them set up a human ladder and were preparing to let the person on top climb over the wall. At this moment, a somewhat teasing and lazy voice, like a ghost, sounded without warning less than 5 meters behind them. Hey guys, on this dark and windy night, you didn't sleep with your wife and children, but ran to my backyard. Do you want to perform a wall climbing show for the moon, or do you want to come in for a cup of tea and chat? Who? The 4 men in black turned around suddenly, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, with their hair standing on end. The dagger in his hand was instantly revealed. Under the moonlight, there was a tall young man wearing ordinary casual clothes, with his hands in his trouser pockets, a half smile on his face, looking at them leisurely. If it's not Qin Feng, then who else could it be? Who are you? Scarface tried to remain calm and asked in a stern voice. At the same time, a fierce light flashed in his eyes and he secretly winked at the other three. Swish! 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 The other three minions understood what he meant and immediately dispersed, forming a semi-encirclement formation, surrounding Qin Feng in the middle. The shining daggers in their hands flashed a bloodthirsty cold light under the cold moonlight. Qin Feng smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. I am the owner of this house. You have come here uninvited, and you have brought weapons with you. This is not the proper etiquette for guests. Humph. Boy, there is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you break in. Now that you have been discovered, don't blame us for being cruel and ruthless. Scarface saw that his whereabouts were exposed, so he simply stopped hiding, with murderous intent in his eyes. Brothers, join forces. Quickly fight and make a quick decision. Destroy him. Before he finished speaking, 4 men in black rushed towards Qin Feng from different directions with roars, like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. The 4 daggers pierced Qin Feng's vital points with the sound of breaking wind. On the second floor of the villa, behind the floor-to-ceiling windows, Qin Yubing's heart instantly rose to her throat. The pupils suddenly contracted. 4 knife-wielding thugs. And judging from their posture, they all look like desperados. Qin Feng actually went up to him with his bare hands? She subconsciously wanted to raise her gun to warn, and was even ready to rush out to provide support at all costs. This guy is absolutely crazy. However, just before her finger was about to pull the trigger, the scene that happened in the backyard made her whole body freeze in place as if she was cast under a spell. Her beautiful eyes widened and her mouth unconsciously opened wide enough to fit an egg. Faced with fatal attacks coming from 4 directions at the same time, Qin Feng did not panic or retreat at all. Instead, he curled up a cruel sneer at the corner of his mouth, and instead of retreating, he moved forward. He moved quick. Almost as fast as possible. Under the capture of Qin Yubing's strictly trained dynamic vision, Qin Feng's figure seemed to turn into a blurred afterimage, shuttling and dodging among the 4 gangsters like a ghost. That step was so graceful that it didn't seem like anything from this human world. And every move he made was extremely concise, yet so precise and ruthless that it made people's scalps numb. Bang! In a flash, Qin Feng dodged the dagger that was stabbing him from the front by leaning sideways. His right hand stretched out as fast as lightning, and with an extremely precise hand knife, with a dull sound of breaking wind, it chopped the scarred face who rushed up first, on the carotid artery of the neck. Scarface didn't even have time to scream or even make a sound. His eyes suddenly rolled back and his body fell limply to the ground, losing consciousness instantly. Crack! Almost at the same time, Qin Feng's left hand moved along and accurately grabbed the wrist of the short and fat man holding the knife on his left, and exerted force with his 5 fingers. There was a teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking, and the short and fat man's wrist was twisted at a strange angle. My hand! The short and fat man howled miserably like a pig being slaughtered, and the dagger in his hand fell to the grass with a clang, and he rolled on the ground in pain. Right side. Another minion's dagger stabbed towards Qin Feng's ribs with a sinister sound. Qin Feng didn't even look at it, as if he had eyes on his back, and he gave a spinning kick with incredible speed. Bang! The strong heel kicked the guy hard in the abdomen. The enormous force kicked him back 2 or 3 meters, and he hit the hard wall heavily like a broken sack, making a dull sound, then slid to the ground and fainted on the spot. The last one. He was also the only one who reacted quickly, saw the situation was not good, was terrified, turned around and wanted to run for his life. Qin Feng's eyes flashed coldly and he sneered. Want to run? Have you asked me? Without even looking, he hooked his toes on the grass and a thumb-sized stone was accurately hooked into his hand. Then, he snapped his fingers. Whoosh! The stone was like a bullet fired from a gun. With a sharp sound, it pierced through the night sky and accurately hit the Fingfu point on the back of the fleeing gangster's head. The minion who was running for his life suddenly stiffened, and his forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. Then his eyes rolled up, and he fell forward to the ground limply, as if his bones had been pulled out, without a sound. The whole process, from the time Qin Feng took action to the time the 4 knife-wielding gangsters all lost their combat effectiveness, probably took less than 15 seconds in total. Clean and neat. Destroy with overwhelming force. Qin Feng stood among 4 men in black who were either unconscious or disabled and lying on the ground. He seemed to have just brushed off the non-existent dust on his clothes and clapped his hands with a relaxed and carefree movement. The cold moonlight sprinkled on him, giving his handsome face a layer of silver glow. His face was still that indifferent smile, even with a hint of boredom. It was as if he had just dealt with 4 annoying flies instead of 4 vicious desperados. Behind the second-floor window. Dead silence. The silence was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Qin Yubing and Su Qingyue were both completely stunned. Especially Qin Yubing. Her pretty and heroic face was now filled with shock and disbelief that overturned everyone's cognition. She maintained the posture of holding the gun, but her body was as stiff as petrified, her rosy lips were slightly open, her beautiful eyes were wide open, and her pupils reflected Qin Feng's relaxed figure under the moonlight. There was only a blank and buzzing roar in her mind. This TM. Is it the 3-legged cat kung fu she commented on before? Such a ghostly speed. Such a precise and ruthless move. Such an effortless gesture. Even those special forces aces she had seen, or even the legendary martial arts masters, I'm afraid. It may not be possible to do it so easily, right? He dealt with 4 knife-wielding gangsters in an instant, as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. This guy. What kind of monster is this guy? Chapter 27, Policewoman's Shock and Admiration. In the backyard, the moonlight was as bright as water, but it could not wash away the lingering smell of blood and the wailing of the 4 unlucky guys in the air. Qin Feng stood in the middle of the 4 black snake gang thugs who were knocked down by him like chopping melons and vegetables, with a relaxed posture, as if he had just finished a warm-up exercise. He brushed off the non-existent dust on his body, then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he raised his head and looked precisely at the huge floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor. Naturally, he had already sensed the 2 figures behind the curtain. He smiled and waved casually in the direction of the window. It seemed to be saying, "Look, it's done, no big deal." Behind the second-floor window. Su Qingyue and Qin Yubing came to their senses almost at the same time. Su Qingyue's cold and beautiful face finally revealed a smile of relief and peace of mind that seemed to be a matter of course. To her, Mr. Qin's abilities were unfathomable, and this kind of scene was expected. Qin Yubing, the heroic policewoman, was feeling extremely mixed emotions at the moment. The huge shock had not yet completely faded. Looking at the guy downstairs who was waving at them and laughing heartlessly, his eyes were filled with all kinds of indescribable emotions. There were astonishing exclamations that skill was simply inhuman. There is an overwhelming curiosity. How many secrets does this guy have? Even deep in her heart, without her realizing it, a trace of admiration quietly grew. A hidden master. No wonder. No wonder he dared to bet with me so arrogantly. No wonder he dared to say that he didn't take the Black Snake Gang seriously. It turns out that he was not bragging, he really had the terrifying confidence to crush everything. Qin Feng had no intention of trying to figure out the turbulent inner thoughts of the 2 beauties upstairs. He walked over leisurely, and easily dragged the 4 dizzy and disabled guys together as if they were dragging sacks, forming a small pile. Then, he took out his cell phone, leisurely flipped through the address book, and directly dialed Qin Yubing's number. The call was answered almost instantly. "Hello, Officer Qin." Qin Feng's voice was clearly heard with a hint of teasing. "There are 4 bags of garbage downstairs that need to be dealt with. Could you, the people's servant, please come down and clean up the scene?" Qin Yubing on the other end of the phone. When she heard the word garbage and thought of the devastating scene just now, she felt the veins on her forehead throbbing. This guy. Calling the most vicious criminals trash? And let yourself come down to clean up? She took several deep breaths, trying to calm her heartbeat that was caused by shock and her embarrassment from being teased, before squeezing out a sentence from between her teeth. "Got it. I'll be there soon." After hanging up the phone, Qin Yubing turned his head to look at Su Qingyue, who was still cold and indifferent beside him. His expression was so complicated that it was hard to describe. He couldn't help but ask, "Miss Su, did you know that he was so powerful?" The tone was a little tentative, a little unwilling, and a subtle comparison between the 2 women. Su Qingyue nodded slightly, her clear eyes looking at Qin Feng's figure downstairs. Her tone was calm but with an unquestionable certainty. "Mr. Qin's true ability is far more unfathomable than what you just saw." Qin Yubing. Good job. Beyond imagination? Unfathomable? Miss Su, are you sure you are not here in Versailles to stab me in the heart again? Qin Yubing felt that the shock she had received tonight was greater than that of the past year combined. Not only were my worldviews refreshed, but my self-confidence also suffered a double blow. Soon, sirens were heard downstairs, and several policemen in plainclothes, who looked obviously tough and capable, quickly rushed to the backyard under the leadership of Qin Yubing. When they saw the four men in black lying on the ground like a pile of monks, all injured and unconscious, and then looked at the handsome young man Qin Feng next to them with his hands in his pockets, looking calm and even smiling at them, even these experienced plainclothes policemen were confused and shocked. Qin, Captain Qin. A policeman who looked relatively young could not help swallowing his saliva, pointed at the garbage pile on the ground, and asked stutteringly, these four people, could they all be taken down by this, gentleman alone? Qin Yubing's pretty face blushed slightly, but she still nodded, acknowledging this fact that even she found unbelievable. The look she gave Qin Feng became increasingly complicated and incomprehensible. Hiss. Several plainclothes policemen took a deep breath and looked at Qin Feng with awe in their eyes. Be good. A man defeated four knife-wielding gangsters with his bare hands and remained unscathed? What kind of fairy character is this? What are you all standing there for? Qin Yubing came back to her senses, put on a stern face, and regained her dignity as a policewoman. Cuff these four suspects. Take them back. Interrogate them overnight. Make sure they open their mouths. Yes. Captain Qin. The police immediately took action, handcuffed the four unlucky guys with swift movements, and dragged them away like dead dogs. The backyard soon returned to peace, leaving only a faint smell of blood and some traces on the grass, proving that a short and fierce battle had just taken place. Qin Yubing did not leave immediately. She walked up to Qin Feng and looked him up and down carefully with her sharp eyes. It was as if she wanted to use X-ray to scan him thoroughly from inside to outside. Qin Feng. She finally couldn't help but speak, her voice carrying a barely perceptible dryness. Tell me honestly, how much strength have you hidden? Who are you? I've said it so many times. Qin Feng spread his hands, showing an expression of I am innocent, I am honest. I am just an ordinary citizen who abides by the law and loves peace. What I did just now was purely self-defense, and I may have used a little too much force. Officer Qin, you have to testify for me. No one would believe your lies. Qin Yubing was so angry at his lazy look that she stamped her feet. But then, her tone softened unconsciously, and a trace of concern flashed in her eyes. But, it was so dangerous just now, are you really okay? Are you not injured? Although she saw him chopping the melons and vegetables with her own eyes, it was after all a 1-on-4 situation, and the criminal was armed with a knife, so she subconsciously worried that he might have been scratched or bruised anywhere. What can I do? Qin Feng laughed and stretched his shoulders. Officer Qin, you should be relieved now, right? You don't have to worry about me, a weak, pitiful, and helpless citizen, being bullied by bad guys anymore, right? He even blinked deliberately. When Qin Yubing heard this, her pretty face suddenly turned red. Thinking back to the bet I made before, I remembered how I had vowed to stay and protect him, but in the end, he didn't need me at all, and was even ridiculously strong. She felt her face burning and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Humph. Stop being so proud. She snorted stubbornly, trying to save face, you're awesome this time. But let me tell you, these are just a few minions exploring the way. The real tough guys from the Black Snake Gang haven't made a move yet. You must not take it lightly. Yes, I will follow Officer Qin's instructions. Qin Feng smiled and nodded in response, ready to follow the advice. He knew that this girl was a typical person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She had to use such an awkward way to show her concern for him. Well, it's nothing, I'll lead the team back first. Qin Yubing felt that if she continued to stay here, the atmosphere would be a little awkward, and it seemed quite redundant indeed. After she finished speaking, she turned around and prepared to leave. Leaving now? Qin Feng was behind her, deliberately asking in a teasing tone, Officer Qin, are you not going to stay and closely protect me, a high-risk target? What if someone else who is not afraid of death comes to offer his life in the middle of the night? Qin Yubing's footsteps suddenly stopped. She turned around suddenly and glared at Qin Feng fiercely. Her eyes were filled with shame, anger, and a hint of rebuke. Who wants to protect you? You wish. After saying this, she left the backyard without looking back, almost like she was fleeing in panic. Her back looked a bit hasty and embarrassed. Looking at her cute back as she fled in panic, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. This beautiful police officer who looks heroic but is a little bit arrogant inside is really It's getting more and more interesting. At this time, Su Qingyue walked quietly to Qin Feng and handed him a clean, warm towel with a faint fragrance. Mr. Qin, thank you for your hard work. Her voice was still cold, but her eyes were filled with a subtle softness and worship, perhaps? No big deal, just stretching my muscles. Qin Feng took the towel, wiped his hands casually, and looked towards the lights of the city in the distance. His eyes gradually became sharper. However, it seems that this Black Snake Gang is indeed more lively than I thought. Deep in his eyes, a hint of cold light flashed quietly. Since the other party has already taken the initiative to extend his face to him, wouldn't it be too disrespectful for Qin Feng if he didn't slap him back hard? It just so happens that I haven't really used the god-level fighting skills I just acquired to my full potential yet. Black Snake Gang? Very good. I hope you can hold on a little longer. Chapter 28 Sign and Reward, Divine Level Medical Skills. Ever since Qin Feng dealt with the 4 ignorant scouts of the Black Snake Gang as easily as killing a few ants, the top-notch luxury mansion, Hentang Palace, seemed to have returned to its former tranquility. Of course, this is just on the surface. Although the battle that night was suppressed by Qin Yubing and not spread outside, there were still rumors in certain circles the mysterious Mr. Qin in Yunding Palace did not seem to be a soft persimmon that could be easily bullied, but was very tough. Qin Yubing, a beautiful police officer with a strong sense of responsibility, said, "I believe you have the ability to protect yourself," but in fact, she made a phone call almost every day. It was euphemistically called following up the case and understanding potential threats, but in fact 8 out of 10 sentences were hinting at the truth, trying to dig out the layers of secrets in Qin Feng. Qin Feng, tell me the truth, who did you learn your skills from? Have you spotted any suspicious people today? Be careful when you go out. Qin Feng was naturally happy to practice Tai Chi with this somewhat arrogant yet somewhat cute policewoman. With her heavenly voice and emotional intelligence far superior to that of an ordinary person, she could make Officer Qin blush and his heart beat fast with just a few words, but she couldn't find any handle on him. As time went by, the atmosphere between the two became more and more subtle, and it seemed as if the window paper between them could be broken at any time. And Su Qingyue, the perfect iceberg beauty assistant, is like the most efficient precision instrument, managing Qin Feng's daily life and schedule in an orderly manner without any faults. At the same time, she is also fully responsible for the subsequent processing of the priceless glass-type Imperial Green Jadeite. She mobilized the unfathomable network of resources behind her and directly contacted several top jewelry design masters who were internationally renowned and would not easily spend money. She also drew up several preliminary plans, preparing to turn this king of jade into an art treasure worthy of being passed down from generation to generation or even sent to a museum. Its efficiency and skill once again made Qin Feng sigh he had found a treasure. Qin Feng naturally took this as a hands-off decision. He waved his hand and said, "Money is not a problem. You can do whatever you want. You must pull out all the cards." The days passed in this rhythm, surrounded by beauties, with undercurrents surging in a comfortable and cozy atmosphere. That day, Qin Feng slept until he woke up naturally, stretched out in the luxurious bedroom, and habitually communicated with the system in his mind. System, sign in. Ding. Daily sign-in has been refreshed. Current location, top floor mansion of Building A, Yunding Palace. Spiritual energy concentration, weak, feng shui pattern, excellent. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Ding. Yunding Tiangong Mansion sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host, triggering the special attribute bonus of the location, and obtaining a rare reward, God-level medical skills integrating Chinese and Western ancient and modern times, controlling yin and yang, life and death, theory and practice are instantly perfected, can revive the dead, flesh and bones. Divine-level medical skills? And this describes living dead, flesh and bones? Qin Feng's eyes widened instantly, and his breathing became slightly faster. Oh shit. This is so awesome. The previous god-level fighting skills were about violent aesthetics, but this god-level medical skill is simply a bug-level skill that controls life. Although he is young and strong now, and in good health enough to kill a cow, it seems that he will not be able to use it for the time being. But who can guarantee a lifetime of health and safety? Who doesn't have relatives and friends around him? More importantly, if he mastered this miraculous medical skill, wouldn't he become a legendary living god walking the world? Whether it is healing the world, saving the dying and the wounded, accumulating immeasurable merits. Still, the beautiful faces of Qin Yubing, Su Qingyue, Zhang Ruoshi, etc. flashed through my mind involuntarily. Ahem, check up on the beauties and treat some minor ailments. Seems like a good added value? Just as he was daydreaming, an unimaginable, vast torrent of medical knowledge, like a bolt from the blue, instantly flooded into his brain. Western medicine's microanatomy, physiology and pathology, genetic engineering, cutting-edge pharmacology. Chinese medicine includes observation, auscultation, questioning, palpation, yin and yang, the 5 elements, meridian points, acupuncture and massage, ancient prescriptions and elixirs, and even some long-lost ancient witch doctor secrets. Countless theoretical knowledge, clinical cases, surgical techniques, and medication experience. Like an engraving, it was deeply imprinted in the depths of his soul. It was as if he had studied medicine for hundreds of years and experienced countless practices. He instantly transformed from a medical novice into a medical expert who was proficient in both ancient and modern times and integrated the East and West. He even clearly felt that if he wanted, he could now complete the most complicated heart bypass surgery with his eyes closed, with a precision that surpassed any surgeon in the world. He can also determine life or death based on the pulse alone, and prescribe ancient prescriptions that have long been lost but can cure diseases. Anything produced by the system must be top quality. Awesome! Qin Feng couldn't help but admire him deeply in his heart. With this god-level medical skill in hand, I feel like my trump card has become much stronger, and I feel more confident in walking around the world. Just as he was feeling secretly excited about the vast amount of new knowledge in his mind, the cell phone on the bedside table suddenly rang rapidly. I picked up the phone and saw the caller ID was Jiang Ruoshi. That innocent and lovely girl from junior high school? What does she want from me? Qin Feng answered the phone, his voice was naturally polished by the sound of nature, full of reassuring magnetism. Hello, Ruoshi? Senior Qin Feng. On the other end of the line came Jiang Ruoshi's voice with a heavy sobbing tone, panic and helplessness, mixed with the unique noise of the hospital background. Woo-woo. Senior. Can you come to the hospital? Please? My grandma. His words were intermittent and he was obviously crying in anxiety. Ruoshi? What happened to your grandma? Don't cry, talk slowly, I'm listening. Qin Feng's heart suddenly tightened, and he quickly comforted her softly. Wow, my grandma, she had a sudden heart attack and sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. The doctor just issued a critical illness notice saying the condition is extremely dangerous, it could happen at any time. Wow, I'm so scared, I don't know what to do. Jiang Ruoshi burst into tears, her voice filled with despair and fear. Critical illness notice? Qin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. Which hospital? Send me the address. I'll be there right away. Qin Feng's voice instantly became decisive and steady, without the slightest hesitation. Just after acquiring god-level medical skills, you encounter a life-threatening emergency? And she is Jiang Ruoshi's grandmother? Is it really God's will that allows me to use this miraculous medical skill to save people? After quickly asking for the hospital address and the specific floor and room number, Qin Feng hung up the phone and his face instantly became serious. He suddenly jumped up from the bed, quickly changed his clothes, and said to Su Qingyue, who had walked into the bedroom after hearing the noise, Qingyue, prepare the car. Go to the first people's hospital of the city. Quickly. What happened, Mr. Qin? Seeing that he looked so anxious and solemn, Su Qingyue was also startled and asked quickly. Jiang Ruoshi's grandmother had a sudden heart attack and is in critical condition. Her life is at stake. As Qin Feng spoke, he grabbed a coat and walked out with big strides, his steps as fast as the wind. Su Qingyue was very smart and understood the seriousness of the matter instantly. Without asking any more questions, she turned around immediately, took out her cell phone, made quick arrangements, and followed Qin Feng's footsteps closely. A few minutes later, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom drove out of the Hentang Palace like an arrow, the engine making a low roar, ignoring the speed limit on the road, and sped towards the direction of the city's first people's hospital. Inside the car, Qin Feng sat in the back seat, his brows furrowed, his eyes staring sharply at the street scenes passing by outside the window. Although he had never met Grandma Jiang Ruoshi's helpless cry still lingered in his ears. Since his junior high school girl asked for help, he couldn't just sit there and do nothing for both moral and legal reasons. Not to mention, he now possesses god-level medical skills. Maybe it really can turn the tide. I just hope. There is still time for everything. His fingers tapped his knees unconsciously, and an invisible, powerful confidence and control began to gather in him. This time, he is going to wrestle with the god of death. Chapter 29 Hospital Turmoil. The miracle doctor shows his power for the first time. Ever since Qin Feng dealt with the 4 ignorant scouts of the Black Snake Gang as easily as killing a few ants, the top-notch luxury mansion, Hentang Palace, seemed to have returned to its former tranquility. Of course, this is just on the surface. Although the battle that night was suppressed by Qin Yubing and not spread outside, there were still rumors in certain circles the mysterious Mr. Qin in Yunding Palace did not seem to be a soft persimmon that could be easily bullied, but was very tough. Qin Yubing, a beautiful police officer with a strong sense of responsibility, said, "I believe you have the ability to protect yourself," but in fact, she made a phone call almost every day. It was euphemistically called following up the case and understanding potential threats, but in fact 8 out of 10 sentences were hinting at the truth, trying to dig out the layers of secrets in Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, tell me the truth, who did you learn your skills from? Have you spotted any suspicious people today? Be careful when you go out." Qin Feng was naturally happy to practice Tai Chi with this somewhat arrogant yet somewhat cute policewoman. With her heavenly voice and emotional intelligence far superior to that of an ordinary person, she could make Officer Qin blush and his heart beat fast with just a few words, but she couldn't find any handle on him. As time went by, the atmosphere between the two became more and more subtle, and it seemed as if the window paper between them could be broken at any time. And Su Qingyue, the perfect iceberg beauty assistant, is like the most efficient precision instrument, managing Qin Feng's daily life and schedule in an orderly manner without any faults. At the same time, she is also fully responsible for the subsequent processing of the priceless glass-type Imperial Green Jadeite. She mobilized the unfathomable network of resources behind her and directly contacted several top jewelry design masters who were internationally renowned and would not easily spend money. She also drew up several preliminary plans, preparing to turn this king of jade into an art treasure worthy of being passed down from generation to generation or even sent to a museum. Its efficiency and skill once again made Qin Feng sigh he had found a treasure. Qin Feng naturally took this as a hands-off decision. He waved his hand and said, "Money is not a problem. You can do whatever you want. You must pull out all the cards." The days passed in this rhythm surrounded by beauties, with undercurrents surging in a comfortable and cozy atmosphere. That day, Qin Feng slept until he woke up naturally, stretched out in the luxurious bedroom, and habitually communicated with the system in his mind. "System, sign in." Ding. Daily sign-in has been refreshed. Current location, top floor mansion of Building A, Yunding Palace. Spiritual energy concentration, weak, feng shui pattern, excellent. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Ding. Yunding Tiangong Mansion sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host, triggering the special attribute bonus of the location, and obtaining a rare reward, God-level medical skills integrating Chinese and Western ancient and modern times, controlling yin and yang, life and death, theory and practice are instantly perfected, can revive the dead, flesh and bones. Divine-level medical skills? And this describes living dead, flesh and bones? Qin Feng's eyes widened instantly, and his breathing became slightly faster. Oh shit. This is so awesome. The previous God-level fighting skills were about violent aesthetics, but this God-level medical skill is simply a bug-level skill that controls life. Although he is young and strong now, and in good health enough to kill a cow, it seems that he will not be able to use it for the time being. But who can guarantee a lifetime of health and safety? Who doesn't have relatives and friends around him? More importantly, if he mastered this miraculous medical skill, wouldn't he become a legendary living god walking the world? Whether it is healing the world, saving the dying and the wounded, accumulating immeasurable merits. Still, the beautiful faces of Qin Yubing, Su Qingyue, Zhang Ruoshi, etc. flashed through my mind involuntarily. Ahem, check up on the beauties and treat some minor ailments. Seems like a good added value? Just as he was daydreaming, an unimaginable, vast torrent of medical knowledge, like a bolt from the blue, instantly flooded into his brain. Western medicine's microanatomy, physiology and pathology, genetic engineering, cutting-edge pharmacology. Chinese medicine includes observation, auscultation, questioning, palpation, yin and yang, the 5 elements, meridian points, acupuncture and massage, ancient prescriptions and elixirs, and even some long-lost ancient witch doctor secrets. Countless theoretical knowledge, clinical cases, surgical techniques, and medication experience. Like an engraving, it was deeply imprinted in the depths of his soul. It was as if he had studied medicine for hundreds of years and experienced countless practices. He instantly transformed from a medical novice into a medical expert who was proficient in both ancient and modern times and integrated the East and West. He even clearly felt that if he wanted, he could now complete the most complicated heart bypass surgery with his eyes closed, with a precision that surpassed any surgeon in the world. He can also determine life or death based on the pulse alone, and prescribe ancient prescriptions that have long been lost but can cure diseases. Anything produced by the system must be top quality. Awesome. Qin Feng couldn't help but admire him deeply in his heart. With this god-level medical skill in hand, I feel like my trump card has become much stronger, and I feel more confident in walking around the world. Just as he was feeling secretly excited about the vast amount of new knowledge in his mind, the cell phone on the bedside table suddenly rang rapidly. I picked up the phone and saw the caller ID was Jiang Ruoshi. That innocent and lovely girl from junior high school? What does she want from me? Qin Feng answered the phone. His voice was naturally polished by the sound of nature, full of reassuring magnetism. Hello, Ruoshi? Senior Qin Feng. On the other end of the line came Jiang Ruoshi's voice with a heavy sobbing tone, panic and helplessness, mixed with the unique noise of the hospital background. Woo-woo. Senior. Can you come to the hospital? Please? My grandma. His words were intermittent and he was obviously crying in anxiety. Ruoshi? What happened to your grandma? Don't cry, talk slowly, I'm listening. Qin Feng's heart suddenly tightened, and he quickly comforted her softly. Wow, my grandma, she had a sudden heart attack and sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. The doctor just issued a critical illness notice saying the condition is extremely dangerous, it could happen at any time. Wow, I'm so scared, I don't know what to do. Jiang Ruoshi burst into tears, her voice filled with despair and fear. Critical illness notice? Qin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. Which hospital? Send me the address. I'll be there right away. Qin Feng's voice instantly became decisive and steady, without the slightest hesitation. Just after acquiring god-level medical skills, you encounter a life-threatening emergency? And she is Jiang Ruoshi's grandmother? Is it really God's will that allows me to use this miraculous medical skill to save people? After quickly asking for the hospital address and the specific floor and room number, Qin Feng hung up the phone and his face instantly became serious. He suddenly turned over from the bed, quickly changed his clothes, and said to Su Qingyue, who walked into the bedroom after hearing the noise, Qingyue, prepare the car. Go to the first people's hospital of the city. Quickly. What happened, Mr. Qin? Seeing that he looked so anxious and solemn, Su Qingyue was also startled and asked quickly. Jiang Ruoshi's grandmother had a sudden heart attack and is in critical condition. Her life is at stake. As Qin Feng spoke, he grabbed a coat and walked out with big strides, his steps as fast as the wind. Su Qingyue was very smart and understood the seriousness of the matter instantly. Without asking any more questions, she turned around immediately, took out her cell phone, made quick arrangements, and followed Qin Feng's footsteps closely. A few minutes later, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom drove out of the Hentang Palace like an arrow, the engine making a low roar, ignoring the speed limit on the road, and sped towards the direction of the city's first people's hospital. Inside the car, Qin Feng sat in the back seat, his brows furrowed, his eyes staring sharply at the street scenes passing by outside the window. Although he had never met Grandma Jiang Ruoshi's helpless cry still lingered in his ears. Since his junior high school girl asked for help, he couldn't just sit there and do nothing for both moral and legal reasons. Not to mention, he now possesses god-level medical skills. Maybe it really can turn the tide. I just hope. There is still time for everything. His fingers tapped his knees unconsciously, and an invisible, powerful confidence and control began to gather in him. This time, he is going to wrestle with the god of death. Chapter 30, Resurrection from the Dead. Shocking everyone. Shit. The heartbeat has returned. Blood pressure is 60/40 and still rising. Still rising. Oh my god. He's really been saved? How is this possible? In the emergency room, after a brief silence, there was an immediate uproar. Several nurses who were about to give up and were packing up their equipment were now all standing there in a daze, covering their mouths with their hands, their eyes wide open, staring at the waveform on the ECG monitor that was stubbornly arching up from a straight line and gradually becoming regular and strong. What's the waveform there? That is simply the pulse of life, the war drum that smashes the scythe of death. Everyone's eyes suddenly focused on the culprit Qin Feng. This young man just stood there casually, holding a few silver needles as thin as cow hair in his hand, as if he had just flicked the ash instead of pulling back a person who had stepped into the gates of hell. Shock. Awe. Unbelievable. All kinds of complicated emotions intertwined on the faces of these medical staff who were used to seeing life and death back to life. This kind of plot, which could only be heard by blind fortune tellers on the street or written in fantasy novels, was actually happening right in front of them. The attending physician, the middle-aged doctor who had just righteously rejected Qin Feng, was now so excited that his hands and feet were shaking, veins popped out on his forehead, and the way he looked at Qin Feng was no longer like looking at a colleague, it was like looking at a walking god. He has been practicing medicine for more than 20 years. What kind of storms has he not seen? But this scene before him completely and utterly shattered his proud modern medical theories. A few silver needles. Just a few fucking silver needles. Stabbed a few times. A person who was clinically declared dead had his heart start beating again? This is no longer science, this is metaphysics. No, it's theology. However, Qin Feng, who was at the center of the storm, remained unspeakably calm. Although the old man's heartbeat has recovered, it is still very weak, like a candle in the wind, and it may go out again at any time. His eyes were focused, and his fingers gently twisted the ends of several silver needles, as if playing a silent piece of music. A gentle internal force that was imperceptible to ordinary people continuously passed through the silver needles and injected into the old man's almost exhausted body, carefully protecting and stabilizing the vitality that had been rekindled with great difficulty. At the same time, without even turning his head, he gave a clear and steady instruction to the stunned nurse next to him: epinephrine, 0.5 milligrams, intravenous push. Also, prepare dopamine and alamin, ready to raise blood pressure at any time. Although he used methods passed down by his ancestors, the auxiliary support of modern medicine is equally important at this stage. Only by combining Chinese and Western medicine can the effect be maximized. Ah. Oh. Yes. Yes. The young nurse who was closest to him was startled by his shout and came to her senses. She began to look for medicine in a hurry, her voice trembling. Hurry! What are you still standing there for? Do as Mr. Qin says. The attending physician also reacted suddenly. Without even bothering to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, he immediately stepped forward and personally directed the other nurses to perform the operation. His attitude took a 180-degree turn, and the look he gave Qin Feng was full of inquiry and awe. The arrogance he had shown before had long been thrown away. Under the guidance of Qin Feng's mysterious acupuncture techniques and the assistance of modern emergency medicines, the condition of the old man on the hospital bed miraculously improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. The heartbeat became stronger and stronger, the blood pressure readings on the monitor rose steadily, and the face, which had been as gray as a death, gradually showed a hint of healthy redness. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Feng felt the old man's pulse gradually stabilizing, then he breathed a sigh of relief and slowly pulled out the silver needles one by one. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, and he was using up not only his physical strength but also his mysterious internal strength. After receiving the system's divine medical skills, Qin Feng gained some internal strength that could be used to cure diseases and save lives. But for the time being, it won't be used against enemies like in martial arts novels. Qin Feng wiped the sweat off his face with his sleeve, looked at the attending doctor who had been watching him nervously, and said calmly, "It's okay, his life is temporarily saved, but the old man's foundation is too weak, and follow-up conditioning and observation are very important. You guys can take care of the arrangements for the Western medicine." Yes. Yes. Divine Dr. Qin. You, don't worry. The attending physician subconsciously bowed, and even changed his address unconsciously, with an extremely respectful tone: "We will definitely use the best plan, the best medicine, and do our best. No. We will absolutely guarantee the old lady's recovery." He is now completely convinced by Qin Feng, even a little bit of blind worship. Dr. Qin? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, but did not refute the title. He just nodded lightly, turned around and walked out of the emergency room. The door was pushed open with a creaky sound. Outside, Zhang Ruoshi and her parents were like three statues waiting for their husband, and they had been waiting anxiously for a long time. Seeing Qin Feng coming out, the three of them rushed over almost at the same time, moving so fast that they almost bumped into each other. "Senior Qin Feng. How is it?" My grandma. Zhang Ruoshi grabbed Qin Feng's arm, her face turned pale, her voice trembled, even Qin Feng could feel her arm shaking violently, the fear and hope in her eyes were mixed, it made people's hearts soften. Qin Feng looked at her with tears in her eyes and a pitiful look, his heart moved slightly, but a comforting smile appeared on his face. He raised his hand and rubbed her hair habitually, his movements were very natural. "Don't worry, little girl, I told you it's okay. With your senior helping, how could there be any accidents? Grandma has been rescued, she's fine." Really? Jiang Ruoshi suddenly raised her head and looked at Qin Feng with tearful eyes, her tear-swollen eyes full of disbelief. Jiang's father and mother were also shocked. They opened their mouths as if they wanted to ask something, but were too excited to speak. Just now. The doctor just said. At this moment, the attending doctor also came out excitedly, with a flush on his face. He looked at the three members of the Jiang family and his voice was several times louder than when he announced the death just now, full of excitement and disbelief. Congratulations. Congratulations to the three of you. The old lady really came back to life. Her heartbeat and blood pressure have recovered. This is simply a miracle in our hospital. No. It is a miracle in the entire medical community. Wow. After confirming the news, Jiang Ruoshi could no longer hold it in. The pent-up fear, worry, and the ecstasy of regaining what she had lost instantly overwhelmed her tear glands. She suddenly threw herself into Qin Feng's arms, crying harder and more wantonly than before, but this time, her tears were hot and joyful. Thank you. Senior Qin Feng. Thank you. Whoa. Thank you so much. She repeated incoherently, her little head buried tightly in Qin Feng's chest, as if she wanted to pour out all her gratitude and fear. Jiang's father and mother were also in tears, trembling with excitement, and bowed in kowtow to Qin Feng. Qin. Divine Dr. Qin. I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. You are the great benefactor of our Jiang family. You saved my life. Dr. Qin? When Jiang Ruoshi heard her parents' names, she raised her head from Qin Feng's arms with sobs, and looked at him with tearful eyes and a hint of doubt. Qin Feng smiled, gently helped her stand up, and said in a relaxed tone, "It's nothing, uncle and aunt are too excited. I just happen to know a little bit about Qi Huang's art." Understand a little? Before the Jiang family could say anything, the attending doctor next to them started to shout excitedly, looking at Qin Feng with eyes as fanatical as a fan. "Dr. Qin, you are too modest. You don't just know a little bit. That's simply a magical skill. It's a magic trick. Bringing the dead back to life. Acupuncture cures diseases. I, Wang, have been practicing medicine for more than 20 years, and today I have finally opened my eyes. I am convinced. I am completely convinced." He spoke in a loud voice, and there were already some doctors and nurses from other departments gathered at the door of the emergency room. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Feng, full of awe, curiosity, and deep shock. The miraculous scene in the emergency room just now had spread across a small area at an extremely fast speed as if it had wings. Everyone knows that this seemingly ordinary young man in front of them is a miraculous doctor who possesses the ability to change fate and bring the dead back to life. Su Qinyue stood on the outskirts of the crowd, her pretty face still expressionless, but her eyes, as cold as ponds, were barely perceptible, flashing with a strange glow and a hint of pride. This man, as expected. Wherever you go, you are the most dazzling presence. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard, and Director Li of the hospital, along with several administrative staff, also hurried to the scene after hearing the news. Dean Li was an old man with gray hair but vigorous spirit. After seeing Qin Feng and listening to the exaggerated and excited report of the attending physician, this knowledgeable old dean was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. Then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He took 2 steps forward and held Qin Feng's hand tightly. "Qin. Divine Dr. Qin, right? Oh my. He is truly a hero at a young age. No. He is a genius born out of heaven." Dean Li held Qin Feng's hand with amazing strength, as if he was holding not a hand but the hope for the future of the hospital. "Director Wang just told me. This is simply a milestone in medical history. Dr. Qin, your unique skills really make us ashamed and open our eyes." Qin Feng felt a little helpless when he was shaken by him, thinking, "I just got the system not even 2 days ago, how come it has become a milestone?" As expected, Su Qinyue's phone call was very impressive. He pulled his hand away calmly and smiled politely. "President Li, you are too polite. It's just a coincidence that we met. It's just a small favor." "Hey. Dr. Qin, please don't say that. This is not a piece of cake, this is a life-saving grace, a medical miracle." Dean Li was not willing to miss this opportunity. He looked at Qin Feng eagerly, and almost took out the offer letter on the spot. Excuse me, where is Dr. Qin working now? Are you interested in developing in our city's first hospital?" "Li. am willing to offer you the highest standard position of chief expert consultant in our hospital, plus, an annual salary of your choice. As long as you are willing to come, everything can be discussed. Good job. This is poaching on the spot. Upon hearing this, the other doctors around also looked at Qin Feng with great anticipation. If they could really invite such a great person to come to the hospital to take charge, then not only the first hospital in the city, but also the entire province and even the whole country, the reputation and strength of their hospital would soar like a rocket. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Feng, waiting for his answer. Chapter 31, The School Beauty's Love and Repayment. Facing the eager eyes of Director Li, the head of the first hospital of the city, which were almost eager to recruit talents, and the expectant eyes of the doctors and nurses around him, Qin Feng just smiled indifferently and waved his hand. I appreciate Dean Li's kindness, but I'm used to being idle, so I have no plans to join any hospital for the time being. Are you kidding? You have a system in charge and your future is full of stars and sea, but you are just the chief consultant of a municipal hospital? The pattern is small. He doesn't want to be confined to a small world and punch in at work every day in a white coat. The smile on Dean Li's face froze for a moment, and a hint of disappointment that was hard to conceal flashed across the depths of his eyes. This is a miracle doctor who can bring the dead back to life. If we can invite the first municipal hospital, then the status of the hospital. I can't even imagine it. However, he was also a smart man. He quickly adjusted his expression and laughed. Oh, it was Li who was rude. A master like Qin Shini is naturally a free and unrestrained person, not bound by worldly affairs. I understand, I completely understand. Seeing that he was so considerate, Qin Feng was happy to give him face and added, however, Dean Li, meeting his fate. If your hospital really encounters any difficult and complicated diseases that are difficult to solve with modern medical means in the future, you can contact me through Miss Su. Depending on the situation, if it is convenient, I may be able to come and help. This is a very well-spoken statement, as it does not make a final statement, but also leaves a lot of favors and hope. Really? Dean Li's eyes suddenly lit up, and his disappointment disappeared, replaced by uncontrollable surprise. This promise is even more valuable than direct employment. This means that the first hospital of the city will have an unimaginable trump card in the future. That's great. Thank you so much, Dr. Qin. Dean Li was so excited that he shook Qin Feng's hand again. This time Qin Feng was prepared and dodged in time, and quickly took out his mobile phone. Then, Dr. Qin, should we add each other's contact information? No, I'll give you my private number, you can give me instructions at any time. Qin Feng nodded and exchanged contact information with Dean Li. The attending physician and other people nearby were watching this scene with their eyes almost red with envy. If they could get the contact information of such a miracle doctor, it could save lives at the critical moment. After the matter was settled here, old Mrs. Zhang was also properly arranged and transferred to the VIP intensive care unit with the best conditions. She was connected to various advanced instruments and was carefully served by several experienced nurses. Qin Feng was worried, so he followed over to take another look. He quietly activated his wisdom eyes to identify pearls, and saw that the life halo above the old man's head, which was originally dim like a candle in the wind, was still not very strong at this moment, but it had stabilized and was slowly and continuously recovering and growing stronger. Well, it seems to be really stable. Qin Feng pondered in his heart, and then he was completely relieved. The three members of the Zhang family naturally surrounded Qin Feng again, and expressed their gratitude in a lot of words, not knowing how to express it. The way Father and Mother Zhang looked at Qin Feng was no longer like they were looking at a young man, it was as if they were looking at a living bodhisattva, or their reborn parents. Dr. Qin. No, Mr. Qin. Miss Su. Today I really don't know what to say. You two must honor us with your presence. Let us prepare a small feast to express our 1/10,000th gratitude. Father Jiang rubbed his hands, his attitude was extremely sincere, even with a hint of cautious flattery. Qin Feng glanced at the elderly who had just settled down in the ward and shook his head. Uncle and aunt, I appreciate your kindness. But now grandma has just escaped from danger and still needs someone to take care of her. There is no rush for meals. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Hey, this is so embarrassing. Mother Jiang was wiping her tears, feeling that the kindness was too great to be expressed with just a meal. Senior Qin Feng. Zhang Ruoshi, who had been standing silently by the side and whose eyes never left Qin Feng, finally plucked up the courage to speak. She took a small step forward, looking up at her tear-stained but beautiful face, and said in a trembling voice with deep admiration, You saved my grandma. I really don't know how to repay you for this kindness. After experiencing the ups and downs of despair and ecstasy, the young girl's heart, which had just begun to fall in love, was already filled with indescribable feelings for the man in front of her who had saved her loved ones like a god from heaven. He is not only powerful and mysterious, but also so gentle. Sheen Fong looked at her big watery eyes, which were filled with gratitude, admiration, and a hint of shy affection that was unique to young girls and was almost overflowing, and he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This girl is really pure as a blank sheet of paper. He smiled and said in a gentle tone, I told you it was just a piece of cake. We just happened to meet. Don't keep it in your heart. The most important thing for you now is to accompany Grandma and let her rest in peace. How can that be possible? Zhang Ruoshi looked up suddenly as if stimulated by what she heard. Her fair cheeks instantly blushed. As if she had made a great decision, she bit her lower lip and said in a low but very clear voice, Senior, I must repay you for saving my life. Otherwise. Her breathing was a little rapid, her chest rising and falling slightly, and finally, as if she had used up all her strength, she closed her eyes and whispered a few words firmly, How about, Senior? I will pledge myself to you. Buzz. As soon as these words came out, the air seemed to freeze instantly. Sheen Fong? He was stunned on the spot, wondering if he had heard it wrongly. John's father and mother were also confused. They looked at each other and then showed extremely complicated expressions, shock, embarrassment, and a little bit not knowing whether to laugh or cry. My daughter is too. Are you honest? Su Qingyue, who had been standing beside Sheen Fong, as still as an iceberg, narrowed her cold phoenix eyes slightly, frowned almost imperceptibly, and glanced at Zhang Ruoshi as if she were real. Although she quickly looked away, the scrutiny in that moment was full of meaning. Sheen Fong was the first to come back to his senses. Looking at Zhang Ruoshi, whose neck was red with embarrassment and who wished she could find a hole to crawl into, but who still stood up straight stubbornly, waiting for his answer, he felt angry and amused, and a little inexplicably touched. This little girl is really cute and silly. Ahem. Sheen Fong coughed twice, breaking the strange silence, trying to ease the awkwardness, and said in a relaxed tone, Ruoshi, you are joking too much. There is really no need to repay or anything like that. I appreciate your kindness. I'm not kidding. Zhang Ruoshi suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Sheen Fong with an extremely serious look, with a hint of determination. Senior, I am serious. I know that I may not be worthy of such an outstanding person as Senior. I am just an ordinary student. Except myself, I really can't think of anything else that can repay Senior. As she spoke, her eyes turned red again and her voice became choked, as if Sheen Fong looked down on her and despised her if he didn't agree. Now it was Qin Feng's turn to have a headache. Seeing the little girl about to cry, I couldn't say no, but I agreed. That's even more impossible. He pondered for a moment, his mind working quickly, and then he put on a serious expression and looked at Zhang Ruoshi seriously. Ruoshi, I understand your feelings and I am very touched. But, don't mention the words committing yourself to me again in the future, understand? Seeing the light in Zhang Ruoshi's eyes dimming and seeming a little aggrieved, Sheen Fong changed the subject and continued gently, Listen to me. Saving your grandma is really not a difficult task for me. If you really feel that you owe me a favor, you must repay me. He paused, looked at the girl's eyes that had rekindled hope, and smiled slightly, then promise me one thing, study hard and pursue your dreams. Don't you like painting? Then work hard to become the best painter, and use your brush to depict the beauty of this world in the future, and bring warmth and strength to more people. For me, seeing you become excellent and live a wonderful life is the best reward for me. These words, like a stream of clear spring water, instantly washed away the charming yet humble thoughts in Zhang Ruoshi's heart. She stared at Sheen Fong blankly, seeing the sincere encouragement and expectation in his eyes. She never expected that he would say such words. He didn't think her idea was ridiculous like the others did, nor did he treat her perfunctorily, nor did he look down on her as a reward. Instead, are you thinking seriously about her future and encouraging her to pursue her dreams? At this moment, Qin Feng's figure was infinitely elevated in Zhang Ruoshi's heart, and that kind of admiration and affection almost burst through her chest. Yes. Senior. I'll listen to you. I promise you. Zhang Ruoshi nodded vigorously, tears falling again, but this time they were tears of emotion. Her eyes became extremely firm. I will definitely work hard at painting. I will become a great painter like you said. I will never let you down. That's right. Qin Feng smiled with relief and reached out to pat her shoulder gently. Finally, this matter has been exposed. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang beside them also breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of admiration and gratitude. This young man is not only extremely capable, but his character and demeanor are also absolutely one in a million. It is such a blessing for my daughter to know him. But, thinking about it, another strange thought came to Jiang's father's mind. This boy is indeed a good person, but he just pushed away the girl who came to his door. Is he a little silly? Or is there already someone better around him? His eyes unconsciously glanced at Su Qingyue. The matter has come to an end for the time being, and it is time for Qin Feng and Su Qingyue to leave. The three members of the Jiang family insisted on sending them to the hospital gate. Senior Qin Feng, Sister Su, goodbye. Be careful on the road. Jiang Ruoshi stood on the steps, waving her hands vigorously, looking at Qin Feng with sparkling eyes, reluctant to leave. Well, bye, take good care of Grandma. Qin Feng waved at her and got into the low-key and luxurious Rolls-Royce. The car started slowly and drove away from the hospital. In the rearview mirror, Jiang Ruoshi's figure became smaller and smaller, but she still stood there and did not leave for a long time. Her heart seemed to have been completely filled with the figure of Qin Feng, who was as dazzling as the sun. Inside the car, the atmosphere was quiet for a moment. Su Qingyue looked forward for a few seconds, then suddenly spoke without warning. Her voice was still cold, but it seemed to have a subtle hint of coolness. Mr. Qin, you seem to be especially gentle to Miss Jian? Qin Feng was staring out the window in a daze. He was stunned for a moment when he heard the words. He turned his head and met Su Qingyue's eyes, which were as deep as a coal pond. There seemed to be some kind of exploration and scrutiny in them. Yes? Qin Feng subconsciously touched his nose to hide the inexplicable discomfort in his heart. I just felt that the little girl was quite pitiful, and she is your classmate's sister, so I helped her out. It can't be said that I was being gentle, right? Yeah. Su Qingyue responded indifferently, with no emotion in her tone. She stopped asking questions and slowly turned her gaze to the window, leaving Qin Feng with a flawless yet distant profile. Qin Feng looked at her like this and suddenly felt a little uneasy. Su Qingyue's tone. This reaction. Why does it sound so it's like being jealous? Hiss. Could it be that this icy beauty really? Qin Feng was shocked by his bold idea. He quickly shook his head, not daring to think about it any further. He quickly changed the subject. Well, Qingyue, tell me, with my god-level medical skills, can I do anything else besides saving people in the future? Su Qingyue slowly turned her head after hearing this, her eyes refocused on Qin Feng's face, the subtle atmosphere seemed to disappear, and she returned to her professional housekeeper mode, answering in a steady voice, the application potential of divine-level medical skills is endless. In addition to traditional treatment of diseases and healing the wounded, according to the deduction of the system database, if its energy is used properly, it can completely set foot in higher-level fields. She paused, opened her red lips slightly, and uttered a few words that made Qin Feng's breath hitch, for example, improving physical fitness, removing impurities from the body, achieving the effect of maintaining youthfulness and anti-aging, which is commonly known as beauty and beauty. Another example is nourishing vitality, repairing cell damage, and extending healthy lifespan, which is extending life. In theory, if the energy is pure and large enough, it can also stimulate the development of human potential and enhance senses, strength, speed, etc. Beauty and skin care? Longevity? Qin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. It's like lighting up 2 kilowatt headlights in the dark night. Oh shit. These 2 words. For women, that is a nuclear-level temptation. If only we could make this thing. Isn't the money coming in like a ton? Get rich. I'm really going to make a fortune this time. Chapter 32: The Black Snake Gang's Revenge Plan. Just when Qin Feng was in a very good mood because he successfully saved someone and flirted with the school beauty. On the other side of the city, in a basement that never sees the sun, the air seems to be frozen. The air is filled with smoke, mixed with the smell of cheap alcohol and sweat, so oppressive that it makes people breathless. A bald strong man, with his upper body naked, revealing his muscular body and a hideous scar extending from the corner of his eye to his chin, was slumped in a worn leather sofa. He was slowly playing with a sharpened military dagger in his hand. The blade flashed a cold light from time to time under the dim light, and his eyes were as sinister as a poisonous snake. This is the local tyrant of the underground world in the west of the city, Wang Kuei, known as the Black Snake on the Street. In front of him, several of his men stood trembling with fear, with their heads lowered and their eyes submissive, not daring to even breathe. One of them was a tall and thin man with bruises on his face. He was Xiangzi, who had led people to explore the Yunding Palace 2 days ago. He was beaten up by Qin Feng and sent to the police station for tea. Damn it! Trash. A bunch of shit-eating trash. Suddenly, Wang Kuei shook his wrist, and the sharp dagger stabbed into the greasy mahogany coffee table in front of him with a swish sound. The handle of the knife was still shaking, making a buzzing sound. Several of his men were so frightened that they trembled all over and almost peed themselves on the spot. 4 guys. 4 big men with weapons. They couldn't even stop a little bastard who hadn't even grown all his hair yet? He was beaten like a grandson and then sent to the police station. The face of my black snake gang has been thrown to the ground by you sons of bitches. Wang Kuei stood up suddenly and spit all over Xiangzi's face. His scarred face was distorted with anger, making him look even more terrifying. Boss, it's not that we are scared, that kid is so evil. Really evil. Xiangzi had a sad face and his voice was shaking. That skill is simply inhuman. Several of us attacked him together, but we didn't even touch the edge of his clothes before he knocked us down. It's really even more exaggerated than what is shown in the movies. Exaggerate? Wang Kuei grabbed Xiangzi by the collar and pulled him in front of him, staring at him fiercely. Let me ask you, no matter how powerful he is, can he be as fast as a gun? Can he block the bullet? Xiangzi was frightened by the fierce light in his eyes and shook his head repeatedly. No. I don't know, but he is definitely not easy to mess with. Boss. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking like a gentleman spoke cautiously. He was the white paper fan of the Black Snake Gang, responsible for making plans. Xiangzi has some truth in what he said. That guy lives in a place like the Cloud Palace, and drives a Koenigsegg worth tens of millions. The female assistant beside him, TSK, she is also stunning. This kind of person must have a complicated background. Should we find out some information first? Find your mother's bottom. Wang Kuei pushed Xiangzi away and slapped the coffee table hard with his backhand, causing the ashtray on the table to jump up. I don't care if he's a prince or a traitor. If anyone touches anyone from the Black Snake Gang on my territory, he'll pay with his life. He licked his chapped lips, his eyes filled with undisguised greed and desire. What's more, that piece of imperial green. Damn, the quality. I've never seen such good material in my life. It's worth at least 100 million. It must be mine. After a pause, he showed an obscene smile on his face and licked his lips again. And that girl named Su Qingyue. TSK, that figure, that face, that icy temperament. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I'm going to get her too. Boss is awesome. Boss, you are wise. That kid doesn't know how to live or die. He dared to snatch things from you and even touched your woman. The few henchmen below immediately took advantage of the situation and started to flatter him loudly. But, boss. Bai Zhishan adjusted his glasses and said with gritted teeth, that kid's skills are indeed a problem. If we use force, I'm afraid we will lose a lot of brothers. And the security in a place like Yunding Palace is not easy. It will be difficult for our people to sneak in. Huh, can't get in? Wang Kuei's eyes flashed with cunning, and he sat back on the sofa, stroking the rough stubble on his chin. Who said we were going to force our way in? Use your dog brain. Bai Zhishan's eyes lit up, and he asked tentatively, Boss, do you mean to lure him out? You've got some brains. Wang Kuei grinned, revealing his white teeth. Didn't that kid just cut out a precious lump? Such a big piece of imperial green, he must be looking for a place to process it into jewelry or something to sell for money? He looked at the white paper fan and said, Go check for me. Check which jewelry processing factory in our city is the most famous, has the best craftsmanship, and especially the one that keeps secrets strictly. The kind of place that rich people like to go to. Bai Zhishan understood Wang Kuei's intention instantly, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Boss, you are smart. Are you planning to wait for him to deliver the jadeite and then do something to him at the processing factory? That's right. Wang Kuei laughed grimly, his eyes like a poisonous snake choosing its prey. Wait till he delivers the jade green treasure to the processing plant, and it will be mine. Then, I'll catch him in the act. The jade will be mine, and that kid, Humph, I'll make him die a miserable death. Boss is wise and powerful. Besides, Wang Kuei added, his eyes gleaming with lust, that girl named Su. Catch her alive for me. Remember, she must be unharmed. I want to taste it myself. Is this icy beauty also this cold in bed? Yes. I promise to complete the task. Get lost. If you mess up again this time, you can just find a piece of tofu and kill yourself. Don't come back and get in my way. Wang Kuei waved his hand impatiently. Yes, yes, yes. Several subordinates bowed and retreated quickly as if they had been pardoned, fearing that if they were a step slower they would anger this capricious boss. Wang Kuei was the only one left in the dark and damp basement. He picked up the dagger from the coffee table again, brought it close to his eyes, looked at his hideous face reflected on the blade, and a cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qin Feng, huh? An interesting guy. What a pity, you shouldn't have messed with me, Black Snake. If you dare to mess with me, I'll let you know how many strokes there are to the word death. A conspiracy against Qin Feng, full of greed and murderous intent, quietly began in this dirty corner. But at this moment, Qin Feng knew nothing about this. He was sitting in the luxurious restaurant of his own villa, which overlooked half of the city at night, enjoying the delicious love dinner prepared for him by Su Qingyue herself. I was still happily thinking, should I strike while the iron is hot tonight and continue to woo this icy beauty with a more powerful song, or why not first study the beautification and longevity mentioned in the divine medical skills? TSK, what a happy trouble. Chapter 33 Su Qingyue's Arrangements and Reminders. After dinner, the lights came on. As usual, Qin Feng and Su Qingyue were cuddling in the expensive Italian leather sofa in the living room, one of them leisurely browsing his phone, while the other was holding a tablet, apparently working on something. However, the atmosphere tonight seemed a little subtly different from usual. Qin Feng caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and saw that Su Qingyue's pretty brows were slightly furrowed, and her eyes staring at the tablet screen were somewhat solemn. Her fingers moved on the screen, but not as smoothly as usual. This icy beauty, is she worried about something? Qin Feng put down his phone, leaned forward slightly, and asked with some concern, Qingyue, what's wrong? You seem to be a little worried. Is there any trouble at the company? Upon hearing this, Su Qingyue tapped the screen with her fingertips to pause the operation. She raised her head, and her eyes, as cold as autumn water, looked at Qin Feng, with a rare seriousness in them. Mr. Qin, this is not about the company. It's about your Imperial Green Jadeite. She paused, as if choosing her words. I have just screened the information of several top jewelry design studios and carving masters at home and abroad. They are the best in the industry in terms of skills, reputation, and confidentiality. But what? Qin Feng became interested and put down his crossed legs. I'm worried that no matter which company we choose, the movement of this jade will become a huge bait, a trap, for you. Su Qingyue's voice was not loud, but it carried a solemnity that could not be ignored. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard her words, and he instantly understood what she meant. Trap? Are you talking about the bastards of the Black Snake Gang? Su Qingyue nodded slightly, her eyes clear. The news that you spent a fortune at the gambling stone fair and cut out a priceless imperial greenstone must have spread throughout the circle. The desperate gang of the Black Snake Gang would not be indifferent to this priceless treasure. They sent someone to test it last time and failed, and suffered such a big loss. With their style of doing things, they will definitely not give up. She continued to analyze. I've thought about it carefully, and the most likely place for them to start is during the transportation or processing of the jade. After all, such a large piece of raw stone is too obvious a target. Qin Feng leaned back on the sofa, his fingers tapping the armrest unconsciously, his brows furrowed. Su Qingyue's analysis does make sense. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. The value of that piece of imperial green is enough to make any desperate criminal take risks, not to mention the Black Snake Gang, a local gang that makes its fortune by robbing other gangs. Jewelry processing factories or during transportation have a mixed crowd of people and relatively weak security, which is indeed a great opportunity for them to take action. Interesting. Qin Feng sneered. It seems that these guys are still determined to do evil. So in your opinion, what should we do? I have two options. Su Qingyue held up two slender white fingers. Plan 1 is the safest. Keep the jadeite in safekeeping for the time being. After the storm has passed, or the hidden danger of the Black Snake Gang has been completely resolved, consider processing it. But this may take a long time. Option 2. When she said this, a sharp light flashed in her cold eyes, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Take advantage of the enemy's strategy. Oh? You're going to take advantage of their trick? Qin Feng's eyes lit up instantly, and he leaned forward again, looking at her with interest. Tell me in detail. We can take advantage of their greed in return. Su Qingyue spoke steadily and clearly. I deliberately spread the word that you have selected a top processing plant in this city and determined the specific delivery time. I believe that once the Black Snake Gang gets this news, they will come out in full force and try to take action at the time they think is most advantageous. Then, Xin Feng said with excitement in his eyes, we will set up a trap in advance at the place they choose, waiting for them to fall into the trap, and then catch them red-handed and wipe them out at once. That's exactly what I meant. Su Qingyue nodded slightly, and the corners of her mouth seemed to bend upwards in an imperceptible arc. This way, we can eliminate future troubles and let those potential coveters see that Mr. Qin's things are not something that everyone can covet. Pretty. Xin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, looking at Su Qingyue with eyes full of appreciation. As expected of a stunning housekeeper who was rated S level by the system, her brain works so quickly. Not only does she have outstanding abilities, but she is also meticulous and decisive, much better than many men. This plan is quite sinister. So cruel. He likes it. Okay. Let's do it. Xin Feng immediately made the decision. The specific details of the plan will be left to you. If you need manpower or other resources, just tell me directly. Understood, Mr. Qin. Su Qingyue nodded, picked up the tablet again, and her slender fingers danced quickly on the screen. Lines of meticulous plans and alternative plans were generated under her fingertips. Her serious and focused look exuded a different kind of charm. Xin Feng looked at her, feeling relieved and at ease. With such a super assistant with amazing looks and abilities by his side, he can worry less about many things. He is a must-have for traveling at home and showing off. Suddenly, Xin Feng seemed to remember something. A mysterious and complimenting smile appeared on his face. He moved closer and said in a low voice, by the way, Qingyue, I want to tell you something. Su Qingyue raised her eyes to look at him, with a questioning look in her eyes. I signed in again today. Xin Feng chuckled with a bit of pride. I was rewarded with a divine-level medical skill. Didn't I just try it out in the hospital? Awesome, right? What's even more amazing is that this medical skill also has the effect of beautifying and keeping youth. It's all natural and has no side effects, and is 10,000 times better than those extremely expensive cosmetics and skin care products on the market. What do you think? Do you want to be the first to experience it? Su Qingyue's fingers were tapping the screen quickly when they suddenly stopped. She raised her head, with a rare hint of astonishment and surprise in her clear eyes, and repeated, God-level medical skills? Beauty care? Aha! Xin Feng raised his eyebrows, patted his chest, and said confidently, it's genuine. I guarantee immediate results, and will make your skin so good that you can squeeze water out of it, and keep it in the peak state of 18 years old forever. Do you want to give you a set of God-level facial SPA now? Su Qingyue looked at Xin Feng's confident and even slightly arrogant expression, and thought of the incredible abilities he had demonstrated before, as well as the miracle of bringing the dead back to life in the hospital just now. To be honest, she was moved. Which woman can be truly indifferent to beauty and eternal youth? Even Su Qingyue, a woman who is used to arming herself with a cold shell and powerful abilities, still has a desire for beauty deep in her heart. Only. Is it really that magical? Her voice unconsciously became softer, with a hint of anticipation and uncertainty that she herself was not even aware of, and her fair cheeks were quietly stained with an imperceptible blush. Of course. I have to. Xin Feng saw that there was a chance, so he immediately took advantage of the situation and said in a firm tone, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Talking without practice is just a lie. Come on, don't hesitate, I will let you witness the miracle now. Having said that, Xin Feng didn't care whether Su Qingyue agreed or not. He reached out with great interest and grabbed her soft and cool hand. Come on, sit down, relax, leave it to me. Mr. Qin. Su Qingyue was caught off guard by his sudden action and tried to break free, but found that Xin Feng's grip was unexpectedly strong, and the eagerness on his face made it difficult for her to refuse firmly. Before she could even agree, Xin Feng held her shoulders and made her sit upright on the sofa again. At such a close distance, Xin Feng could even smell the faint, cool and unique fragrance on her body, and see her long eyelashes trembling slightly due to nervousness and shyness. Gulp! Xin Feng felt as if his heart skipped a beat and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. If my skin gets better later, then how can we live? He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, cleared his mind of distracting thoughts, and silently recited the key acupuncture tips for beauty and youth and the divine medical skills. He did not use silver needles, but instead used his fingers like swords, mobilizing the weak but pure internal force in his body, and carefully tapped several key acupuncture points on Su Qingyue's face and neck according to specific acupuncture points and meridians. The touch from his fingertips was delicate, warm and elastic, causing Qin Feng's mind to sway again. He quickly gathered his mind and concentrated on guiding his inner energy to slowly flow and penetrate, nourishing the cells under his skin. This process is more mentally exhausting than rescuing people just now. After all, this is a job done on the face of a stunning beauty. The strength, position, and timing must all be just right. The slightest deviation may result in a drastic change in the effect. If you accidentally cause an allergy or redness or swelling, that would be a lot of fun. A layer of fine beads of sweat gradually seeped out of Qin Feng's forehead. It was not because of tiredness, but mostly because of nervousness. After about 10 minutes, Qin Feng felt that it was about time, so he slowly withdrew his fingers and let out a long sigh. Done. He wiped the sweat off his face and smiled, which he thought was very handsome. It's done. Come on, go to the mirror and take a look. Do you feel 10 years younger? Su Qingyue was still a little confused. The places where Qin Feng's fingers had just touched felt warm and comfortable, as if countless tiny warm currents were flowing under her skin, which was very comfortable. She subconsciously raised her hand and gently stroked her cheek. Ha! This touch. Is it really different? Smoother. More delicate. More elastic now? She was startled, and without caring about her modesty, she stood up suddenly and rushed into the bathroom next to her. A few seconds later. Ah! A low cry of extreme surprise and disbelief came from the bathroom. Chapter 34: Beauty and Skin Care, Amazing Results. Su Qingyue almost threw herself in front of the mirror in front of the sink. The moment she saw herself clearly in the mirror, even with her composure to remain calm even when faced with a catastrophe, she couldn't help but gasp. Her cold, moon-like phoenix eyes were instantly filled with unbelievable shock and uncontrollable ecstasy. In the mirror, there is still that stunningly beautiful face that captivates everyone, with facial features as delicate as God's most perfect masterpiece. But something seems to be different. The skin, which was already almost flawless, has now reached an incredible level. That kind of whiteness is not pale, but like the top-grade Heten mutton fat jade, warm, delicate, and with a faint, lustrous luster that seems to be able to squeeze out water. The almost negligible pores and faint marks on her face, which only she knew about, disappeared without a trace at this moment. What's even more amazing is the complexion. In the past, she was beautiful, but she always had a coldness that kept people at a distance, and her face was pale. And now, her cheeks have a healthy and natural pink color, just like peach blossoms blooming on branches in early spring, full of vitality and youthful vigor. The whole person looks as if he is several years younger, and his cool temperament actually has a hint of indescribable charm and gentleness. How can this be considered beauty treatment? This is simply changing fate. It's like going back in time. How many of the world's top skincare products has she used? How many times have you received the so-called lady-level SPA treatments? The money spent is enough to buy a small villa. But all the effects added together are not as good as Qin Feng's casual action just in the short 10 minutes. Divine-level medical skills. These 4 words, at this moment, are as heavy as 1,000 pounds in Su Qingyue's heart. What it represents is not only the miracle of resurrection, but also a fatal temptation for women. Su Qingyue's heart was pounding with excitement. She couldn't help but stretch out her trembling fingers and gently stroke her cheek, which was as smooth as a peeled egg, feeling the unprecedented delicate touch and amazing elasticity, as if to confirm that this was not a dream. After a long while, she forced herself to suppress the turmoil in her heart, took a few deep breaths, and tried to calm her excitement. She carefully tidied her slightly messy hair and collar, making sure she had restored her normal demeanor. Then she turned around and walked out of the bathroom with a still slightly shaky step. In the living room, Qin Feng was sitting with his legs crossed, playing with a lighter in his hand although he didn't smoke, with everything is under control and a little smug smile on his face, looking at her leisurely. "How is it, my assistant Su?" Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and said with a hint of teasing, "Are you satisfied with the effect? Do you feel like you have instantly returned to the age of 18? Is it so beautiful that it has alarmed the party's central committee?" Su Qingyue looked at Qin Feng's handsome face with a smirk. This time, for the first time, her cold eyes revealed her heartfelt gratitude, which even had a hint of burning gratitude. She walked up to Qin Feng, bowed slightly, and her voice was more sincere and gentle than ever before. Mr. Qin. Thank you. This gift is too precious. For a woman, especially a woman like her who stands at the top of the pyramid but still desires to control everything, including her own appearance and youth, what Qin Feng gives her is not only a change in appearance, but also a hope of controlling time and beauty that cannot be measured by money. This can touch her heart more than giving her a mountain of gold. Hey, you're being polite to me? Qin Feng looked at her fair and rosy, delicate and charming face, and his heart was also burning with excitement. However, he waved his hand carelessly. No big deal. From now on, as long as you are obedient and behave well, I will give you a set of Eternal Youth VIP package anytime I am happy. I promise that you will be a beautiful little fairy forever. When Su Qingyue heard his teasing words, her pretty face suddenly turned redder, as if she had been stained with the most gorgeous rouge. She lowered her head shyly and uttered softly. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum, but her heart seemed to be filled with honey, sweet and warm. This time, when she walked over to sit next to Qin Feng, she subconsciously moved much closer and could almost feel the warm breath coming from him. The vague estrangement between the two seemed to have melted away quietly after this beauty spa. The atmosphere became unusually harmonious, even with an indescribable ambiguity. By the way, Mr. Qin. Su Qingyue calmed down, remembered the important matter, and quickly changed the subject to prevent her heart from beating faster. I have already made a preliminary plan to lure the Black Snake Gang. I plan to release the news to the public, saying that after careful consideration, you have decided to send the Imperial Green Jadeite to a jewelry processing factory called Yuyuan Pavilion in the south of the city for segmentation and preliminary design. Yuyuan Pavilion? Qin Feng repeated the name. It sounds a bit unfamiliar. Is this factory reliable? Yuyuan Pavilion is considered a time-honored brand in our city, and has been open for decades. Su Qingyue explained, and at this moment she regained her shrewd and capable character. It's not very large, not as big as those international chain brand studios, but it has a good reputation. The boss's surname is Zhang, and he is a craftsman passed down from generation to generation. It is said that he is honest and only accepts familiar customers and business with connections. The most important point is, a calculating gleam flashed in her eyes. Their security measures are relatively traditional and weak. This is undoubtedly the most tempting target for the Black Snake Gang who are eager for quick results. Yeah, that's interesting. Qin Feng touched his chin and nodded approvingly. It is both logical and can reduce the opponent's vigilance. Not bad, this is it. He paused and asked, when is the specific time? I've tentatively scheduled it for 10 a.m. 3 days from now. Su Qingyue replied, these 3 days are enough for us to spread the news that Mr. Qin has chosen Yuyuan Pavilion to process the Imperial Green through various inadvertent channels, ensuring that it reaches the ears of the Black Snake Gang. At the same time, it also gives them enough time to prepare and mobilize manpower. We will use these 3 days to set up a dragnet in Yuyuan Pavilion and its surroundings to ensure that we can catch them all in one fell swoop, without even a single fish escaping the net. Very good. Qin Feng was completely confident in Su Qingyue's arrangements. He waved his hand and said, just do as you say. If you need any support, just let me know. For the next 3 days, Qin Feng completely became a hands-off boss and lived a very comfortable life. Su Qingyue entered high-speed operation mode, quietly spreading the news to the underground world in wealthy circles, while mobilizing resources and contacting reliable people such as the police resources that Qin Yubing could use, and some of her own secret channels, and began to quietly lay out around Yuyuan Pavilion in the south of the city. As for Qin Feng, he signed in every day without fail and gained various miscellaneous but practical skills and items. In my spare time, I use my God-level learning ability to read various books and enrich myself mainly to have more confidence when showing off in the future. Of course, teasing Assistant Su, who became more beautiful and charming due to the God-level beauty technique but seemed to blush more easily, has also become his daily compulsory course. Occasionally, he would receive calls from Qin Yubing. Hearing this beautiful police officer complain about the hard work while at the same time caring about his safety, and asking about the progress between him and Su Qingyue in a roundabout way, Qin Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. Time passed quickly in this interweaving of leisure for Qin Feng intention for Su Qingyue and the Black Snake Gang. 3 days later. The day of the decisive battle arrived as expected. The sun was shining and the breeze was gentle, which seemed to indicate that today would be a good day for Qin Feng. At 9:30 in the morning, Qin Feng changed into a low-key casual outfit, holding a custom-made password box that looked very valuable which naturally contained the high-quality imitation glass jade prepared by Su Qingyue, which was so lifelike that it could be mistaken for the real thing. Together with Su Qingyue, who was wearing a black professional suit and had a cool temperament with a touch of breathtaking beauty, they got into the familiar Rolls-Royce Phantom, which symbolized wealth and status. Target south of the city, Yuyuan Pavilion. A good show is about to begin. Chapter 35: The Siege of Yuyuan Pavilion. In the south of the city, in a forgotten corner, old factories stand silently on both sides of the dusty streets like aging giants. The air was filled with the stale smell of motor oil and rust, a mixture that is unique to industrial areas. The Yuyuan's jewelry processing factory is hidden behind an inconspicuous storefront in this chaos. The signboard is not big, even a little mottled, exuding the aura of an honest and conscientious craftsman. No one who passes by will even take a second look at it. However, at this moment, this area that seems to have been forgotten by time is actually undercurrent. Around Yuyuan Pavilion, despite the seemingly ordinary scene, a tight net had already been set up. An old man, holding a cigarette in his mouth, was leaning against a telephone pole reading a newspaper, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. A vendor, pushing a fruit stall, was shouting boredly, but his fingers were unconsciously rubbing his waist. A few workers in greasy work clothes were playing cards together, and their eyes never left the entrance of the street amidst the seemingly casual chatting and laughing. These people are the netcast by Su Qingyue and the chess pieces she carefully arranged. Their breathing was steady and their heartbeats were calm, like dormant cheetahs, waiting for the moment their prey stepped into the trap. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the sun was shining brightly, but it could not dispel the old feeling of this area. A low and unique roar of an engine, coming from far away, broke the tranquility of the industrial area. An obsidian black Rolls-Royce Phantom with smooth and domineering body lines formed a strong and even somewhat dazzling contrast with the dilapidated environment around it. It finally stopped steadily in front of the inconspicuous door of Yuyuan Pavilion. The car door opened silently. Qin Feng, who was wearing a well-tailored casual outfit, got out of the car first. He looked indifferent, his eyes casually swept around, with a faint curve at the corner of his mouth. Soon after, Su Qingyue, dressed in an exquisite long dress, also walked down gracefully. She looked around the slightly messy environment, her beautiful brows slightly frowned, but she quickly regained her composure with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Qin Feng was holding a silver metal password box in his hand. The box reflected a cold luster in the sun. It was obvious at a glance that it was worth a lot of money, and the heavy weight also showed the importance of the items inside. Swish! 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 Almost at the moment the two got off the car, the gazes of the disguised people around them focused on them like iron filings attracted by a magnet. The air seemed to stagnate for a moment. Boss, the fish is here. Attention all teams, stay hidden and wait for instructions. The low and suppressed instructions were quickly transmitted through the invisible network through the miniature headset. Qin Feng turned his head and looked at Su Qingyue. A sly smile flashed across Su Qingyue's beautiful eyes. She opened her red lips slightly and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "It seems that our bait is fragrant enough." Qin Feng smiled noncommittally, his eyes deep. "It depends on whether the fish that bites the hook is heavy enough." The two walked side by side, pushed the door and walked into Yuyuan Pavilion. The space inside the store is not big and the lighting is a bit dim. Various processing tools are scattered on the workbench and there is a faint smell of jade dust in the air. An old craftsman with gray hair, reading glasses on his nose, and wearing a blue work jacket, was hunched over his workbench, polishing a jade plaque with a grinding wheel. His movements were focused and skillful. "This is the owner of Yuyuan Pavilion, Master Zhou. Of course, it was the Master Zhou arranged by Su Qingyue in advance." "Master Zhou, are you busy?" Qin Feng's voice broke the silence in the store, with just the right amount of familiarity. "Ouch." Master Zhou seemed startled. He raised his head and looked at the two people through his reading glasses. Then he smiled warmly. "It's Mr. Qin and Ms. Su. Come on, please take a seat. It's messy here. Don't be disgusted." As he spoke, he hurriedly wiped the chair next to him. "Master Zhou, you're welcome." Su Qingyue responded with a smile and looked around the store's furnishings, as if she was really interested in the craftsmanship here. Qin Feng placed the password box in his hand on the slightly greasy workbench with a pop. His movements were quick and decisive. When entering the password, the crisp keystrokes are particularly clear in the quiet store. Click. The lid of the box popped open, revealing something tightly wrapped in thick red velvet. Qin Feng did not rush to untie it completely, but carefully lifted a corner of the red cloth, as if he was treating a rare treasure. A touch of emerald green, so rich that it is almost indissoluble, instantly caught the attention of Master Zhou and any possible prying eyes hidden in the dark. The green is pure, deep, and has a breathtaking beauty. Of course, this is just a piece of high imitation glass that has been carefully cut and polished, but under specific light, it is real enough and even more perfect than the real top-grade jadeite. Master Zhou, please give me some advice. Qin Feng covered the green corner again and said with a hint of expectation and inquiry, I got this piece of material with great difficulty through connections. I would like to ask you to take a look and see what is the most suitable material for it. You are an expert, so give me a definite answer. Okay. You are so polite, Mr. Qin. Master Zhou quickly put down his work, picked up the magnifying glass on the table, and moved closer in a pretentious manner. He carefully lifted a corner of the red cloth again, and looked at it carefully against the light, and exclaimed, Oh my God! This color. This waterhead. Transparent. Too transparent. It's top quality. It's definitely a rare and top quality imperial green. As he watched, he shook his head with an exaggerated expression and great acting skills, as if he was really shocked by this treasure material. Just as Qin Feng, Su Qingyue and Master Zhou were performing the treasure appraisal drama in the store. Outside Yuyuan Pavilion, the situation suddenly changed. Several dilapidated Jinbei vans, like dormant beasts, drove silently from different directions. They braked suddenly, and their tires rubbed against the ground, making a harsh sound, and they were stuck accurately at several key intersections on the street. Crash! The car door was suddenly opened, and a group of burly men wearing uniform black vests or t-shirts with hideous tattoos on their arms jumped out of the car like dumplings. They were holding shiny steel pipes, machetes, and even a few modified shotguns. They all had ferocious looks, and their eyes were full of violence and greed. A rough count revealed that there were as many as 30 or 40 people. The leader was a bald strong man who was nearly 1.9 meters tall. Around his neck hung a gold chain that could be used to tie up a dog. There was a hideous scar across his face, which made him look even more ferocious. He is one of the 4 great kings of the Black Snake Gang, the Mad Dog known for his ruthlessness and willingness to fight to the death. Mad Dog spat out the cigarette but in his mouth, crushed it with his foot, stared at the door of Yuyuan Pavilion, grinned cruelly, waved his hand, and said in a voice like a broken gong, Brothers. The guy is in there. That kid surnamed Qin and the woman from the Su family are also there. Men, beat them to death. Women, catch them alive, the boss will personally love them. That piece of jade must be snatched. Whoever gets it will be rewarded handsomely. Yes. Brother Mad Dog. Go! A group of desperados seemed to be injected with chicken blood, their eyes turned red in an instant, they let out chaotic roars, waved their weapons, and rushed towards the seemingly thin wooden door of Yuyuan Pavilion like a black turbid stream. They were so aggressive that it seemed as if they were going to crush the small shop to pieces in the next second. Seeing this scene, the passers-by, hawkers and workers hiding around all had a hint of cold ridicule in their eyes. It's finally here. We're waiting for you. Just when this group of desperate criminals from the Black Snake Gang were only a dozen meters away from the gate of Yuyuan Pavilion and were about to kick the door open, something strange happened suddenly. Whoa! The shrill sound of sirens suddenly sounded without warning, cutting through the sky above the industrial area. Don't move! Police! Put down your weapons! Put your hands over your head! Get down! Like thunderclaps out of the blue, majestic shouts of orders rang out from all directions. Dozens of special police officers wearing black combat uniforms, helmets, and holding submachine guns or assault rifles suddenly rushed out from the factory gates on both sides of the street, at the corners of alleys, and even from some seemingly abandoned warehouses. They moved swiftly and coordinated well, forming several crossfire points in an instant. The black muzzles of their guns were firmly locked onto the Black Snake Gang members who were rushing in the front. At the same time, those passers-by, hawkers and workers who were previously disguised also took off their disguises. Some people pulled out telescopic batons from under the fruit stall, some took out pistols from a pile of newspapers, and some directly showed their shining police officer ID. Police! Don't move! We are from the Criminal Investigation Division of the Municipal Bureau. In a blink of an eye, the identities of hunter and prey were completely reversed. The members of the Black Snake Gang, who were so aggressive just now, were now completely stunned as if a bucket of ice water was poured over their heads. Their forward steps came to an abrupt halt, with astonishment, fear and disbelief written all over their faces. Ambush? Police? Why are there so many police here? Damn it! Cops? I fell into a trap. FK. Mad Dog's face turned pale instantly, and then turned into a ferocious madness. His eyes turned red and he roared hysterically, "Brothers! Fight them! If you are caught, you will die. Fight these bastards! Kill one and you will get your money back. Kill two and you will make a profit." He knew very well that any few of the crimes he and his men had committed were enough to warrant the death penalty. If they fell into the hands of the police, they would definitely not have a good ending. Since we are going to die anyway, we might as well fight to the death. Maybe we can fight our way out. The instinct for survival and the ferocity of the desperado were instantly aroused. Fight them! Kill! A group of desperate bandits went completely crazy, waving machetes and steel pipes, howling and charging towards the well-equipped special police without any regard for anything. Bang! 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 Day. Ah! Gunshots, hacking sounds, metal colliding, screams from those shot, and the police's angry warnings. In an instant, they became one on this old street. A fierce street fight suddenly broke out. Bullets whizzed, knives flashed, and blood splattered. Inside Yuyuan Pavilion, Qin Feng and Su Qingyue stood in a corner where there was an inconspicuous display screen divided into several screens, clearly broadcasting the fierce conflict taking place on the street outside. Looking at the chaotic scene on the screen with people falling and gunfire bursting, Qin Feng picked up the cup of hot tea that Master Zhou had just poured, blew away the hot steam gently, and raised a faint arc at the corner of his mouth. It seems that Miss Su's luring the snake out of the hole is very effective. We don't even have a chance to warm up. Su Qingyue folded her arms across her chest, leaning against the wall. The fire on the screen was reflected in her beautiful eyes. Her tone was calm and steady. The Municipal Bureau has made up its mind to eradicate the Black Snake Gang this time, so naturally all the elite troops are sent out. Although the mad dogs are fierce, they are just a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of the absolute firepower advantage and well-trained special police. Just as Su Qingyue expected, the battle outside was fierce but one-sided. Although the desperados of the Black Snake Gang were vicious, they were just a mob after all. Faced with the ironclad SWAT defense line and precise point shooting, their counterattacks were like waves hitting reefs and were constantly defeated and disintegrated. However, in just a few minutes, most of the Black Snake Gang members were either injured or captured, and were pinned to the ground, unable to move. Only the Mad Dog leader, relying on his own skills and fearlessness, waved a machete, rushed left and right, and successively injured two policemen who tried to arrest him at close range, and still put up a desperate resistance. Surround them! Watch out for his knife! A leading police officer shouted orders, and several special police formed a circle and carefully dealt with the Mad Dog. At this moment, the door of a black off-road police car that had been parked outside the cordon suddenly opened, and an agile and dashing figure jumped out of the car like a cheetah. She was a young female police officer wearing a fitted police uniform and a high ponytail. She had an upright posture, pretty features, but her eyes were as sharp as a knife. Without any hesitation, she exerted force with her feet and moved at an astonishing speed, like a black lightning. In a few jumps, she broke through the outer defenses and rushed straight towards the Mad Dog in the center of the battle circle. Team Qin! A policeman who knew her exclaimed. The visitor was none other than Qin Yubing, an elite member of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Municipal Bureau, a policewoman known for her sharp skills and quick case-solving abilities. It turned out that Su Qingyue not only contacted the top police officers to set up a dragnet, but also used special channels to transfer this iron-blooded policewoman who seemed to have a close connection with Qin Feng to the front line of this operation. Mad Dog! Put down your weapon! Surrender! Qin Yubing's voice was clear and powerful. Before she arrived, her sweet cry was already there. Before she finished her words, she made a swift side kick, her right leg stretched out like a steel whip, with a sharp sound of breaking wind, sweeping straight at the Mad Dog's lower body. Mad Dog was getting annoyed by being harassed by several special police officers. When he heard the scream, he caught a glimpse of a swift leg approaching from the corner of his eye, and his pupils suddenly shrank. What a fast speed! He didn't have time to think, he roared, suddenly lowered his body, and swung the machete in his hand. Instead of blocking, he chopped hard at Qin Yubing's calf. Exchange injury for injury, even life for life. Snort! Qin Yubing's eyes turned cold, as if she had anticipated the opponent's desperate fighting style. She suddenly changed the move of her right leg, and her toes drew an incredible arc in the air, accurately kicking the wrist of the Mad Dog holding the knife. Clang! A crisp sound. Mad Dog only felt a sharp pain in his wrist, numbness in his palm, and the machete almost flew out of his hand. He staggered back 2 steps, looking at Qin Yubing with eyes full of horror and violence. Bitch! Are you looking for death? He shook his numb wrist, growled again, and swung the machete, rushing towards Qin Yubing like a real mad dog. The knife flashed and a bloody wind blew up. Qin Yubing's eyes were as calm as water. Facing the mad dog's violent attack, her feet were nimble, like a butterfly flying through flowers, calmly dodging the flashes of swords and sabers. At the same time, she calmly observed the opponent's flaws, looking for an opportunity to defeat the enemy with one blow. For a moment, the policewoman fought against the gangster. The two of them immediately started fighting each other. Become the most eye-catching focus in this chaotic battlefield. Chapter 36, A Hero Saves a Beauty? A policewoman in crisis. On the streets at night, police lights are flashing and the air is filled with tension. Mad Dog Li Kuei had bloodshot eyes and was waving a half-meter-long machete, looking like a madman. He was originally a desperado, and at this moment he displayed his ferocious nature to the extreme. Opposite him, Qin Yubing's figure was like a cold plum blossom under the moon, cold and agile. This icy beauty known as the flower of the police force now frowned, but there was no trace of retreat in her cold star-like eyes. She moved her body swiftly, and every time she blocked something, there was a sound of breaking wind. She swung the police baton so tightly that she actually blocked the mad dog's violent attack. "Captain, be careful!" A young policeman nearby shouted nervously, holding his gun tightly in his hand, but he couldn't find the opportunity to intervene. Mad Dog's knife was too fast, and Qin Yubing's movements were equally swift. In the range of the two people's fight, if others rashly intervened, it would only cause more trouble. TSK, this girl is quite interesting. On the second floor of Yuyuan Pavilion, Qin Feng sat leisurely in front of the surveillance screen, his fingertips tapping unconsciously on the mahogany table top. On the screen, Qin Yubing's beautiful face was flushed due to the fierce fight. Sweat wet the few strands of hair on her forehead, sticking to her smooth forehead. Combined with her stubbornness and ruthlessness, she had a unique and thrilling beauty. A playful smile appeared on Qin Feng's lips. This girl is really good looking and has pretty good skills. Her reaction, speed, and techniques are all first-rate. Among ordinary people, she is definitely an expert among experts. Pity. Qin Feng shook his head slightly, a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. Strength and endurance are still a little lacking. If you encounter such a desperate person who doesn't care about his life for a long time, you will suffer. Just as Qin Feng expected, after fighting for nearly 100 moves, Qin Yubing's breathing gradually became rapid, more sweat appeared on his forehead, and his arms began to tremble slightly. Her strength was rapidly depleting and her movements were no longer as swift and sharp as they were at the beginning. "Hey, girl, you're out of energy, right?" Mad Dog Li Kuei grinned fiercely, and he keenly caught Qin Yubing's momentary hesitation. "Chance. Lie down for me." There was a fierce light in the mad dog's eyes, and all the strength in his body burst out. The machete in his hand turned into a cold light, bringing with it a fishy wind, and chopped towards Qin Yubing's right shoulder at an extremely tricky angle. The knife was so fast and fierce that it blocked most of Qin Yubing's space to dodge. Qin Yubing's pupils suddenly shrank, and alarm bells rang in her heart. She twisted her waist and turned sideways, trying to avoid the vital parts. Sizzle! The sound of cloth tearing was piercing. The machete was one step faster after all, and the sharp blade cut through the sleeve of her dark blue police uniform, leaving a bloody mark deep enough to see the bone on her snow-white and delicate arm. Well! Qin Yubing groaned in pain and felt a sharp burning pain in her right arm. Half of her body was numb in an instant. She staggered backwards and her pretty face turned pale in an instant. "Ha ha! Go to hell!" After succeeding in his attack, Mad Dog became even more arrogant, with a cruel smile on his face. He took advantage of the situation and raised the machete again, chopping down Qin Yubing, who had already lost his balance. "It's over." A trace of despair flashed through Qin Yubing's heart. Looking at the blade that was getting closer and closer, he could even smell a faint smell of blood on it. She closed her eyes subconsciously. The surrounding police officers also exclaimed, "Captain!" In the blink of an eye, a figure like a ghost shot out silently from the gate of Yuyuan Pavilion. The speed was so fast that it was beyond imagination, as if teleporting, leaving only a faint afterimage in everyone's eyes. Bang! A muffled sound. The expected severe pain did not come. Qin Yubing opened his eyes in surprise, but saw a tall figure blocking his way. The machete that was about to fall on her head was now firmly grasped by a seemingly ordinary but rock-steady hand. "It's Qin Feng." "Damn it, you dare to touch my people?" A trace of anger flashed through Qin Feng's heart. He couldn't bear to watch this thorny rose wither in front of him. Fuck! Where did it come from? When the mad dog Li Kuei saw Qin Feng suddenly appearing to do something bad, he was stunned at first, then he became furious. He clenched his other hand into a fist and wanted to hit him, while struggling with his wrist to pull the knife back. However, he was horrified to find that his wrist seemed to be clamped tightly by a pair of red-hot iron pliers. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move it at all. That kind of power is simply not something humans can possess. You are looking for death. The mad dog was frightened and angry, and tried to hide his inner fear with harsh words. Noisy. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He grabbed the mad dog's wrist and twisted it violently. Crack! A crisp, hair-raising sound of bones breaking resounded through the silent night sky. Ah! The mad dog's face twisted into a ball in an instant, and he let out a shrill scream like a pig being slaughtered. The severe pain made his whole body spasm, and he could no longer hold the machete in his hand, and it fell to the ground with a clang. But Qin Feng's actions were not over yet. He didn't even look at the mad dog's face, which was distorted by severe pain. As if he was just throwing away a piece of garbage, he raised his leg calmly and kicked the mad dog in the chest seemingly casually. Bang! Another dull thud. The mad dog's huge body, weighing at least 180 kilograms, was like being hit head-on by a high-speed dump truck. It instantly flew off the ground and flew backwards a full 7 or 8 meters, then hit the cold ground with a thump, stirring up a cloud of dust. He struggled twice and spat out a large mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. His head tilted and he fainted, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. One move. Just one move. From the moment Qin Feng appeared to the moment the mad dog fell to the ground, the whole process was so fast that it was dizzying. It only took 2 or 3 seconds. The desperate mad dog who had just been so ferocious and injured several policemen and even nearly seriously injured Qin Yubing, just killed instantly? There was deathly silence all around, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, staring in amazement at Qin Feng, who was standing there with not even the corner of his clothes messed up. The policemen opened their mouths wide enough to fit an egg in, with disbelief written all over their faces. Gudong. A young policeman swallowed hard and said to his companion in a dry voice, Old Zhang, am I dreaming? What was that just now? The old policeman called Lao Zhan was also confused. He rubbed his eyes subconsciously and muttered, Is this a movie? Are they hanging on wires? Qin Yubing also stared blankly at the back in front of him, which was not particularly burly but at this moment was as reliable as a mountain. The thrilling scene just now kept replaying in his mind. How can it be so strong? The power contained in that gentle grab, twist, and kick is beyond imagination. My heart started beating uncontrollably, making a thumping sound as if it was going to jump out of my chest. My cheeks also felt inexplicably hot. Looking at Qin Feng, her eyes were extremely complicated, mixed with relief for surviving the disaster, incredible shock, deep gratitude, and a hint of. Even she herself couldn't explain the throbbing feeling. This man saved her again. Moreover, he was so strong, so domineering, so a reassuring way. Qin Feng then turned around slowly as if he had done something insignificant. When he saw the shocking wound on Qin Yubing's arm, his brows unconsciously frowned. How are you? Are you seriously injured? His eyes fell on her bleeding arm, his tone was filled with unquestionable concern, and a subtle hint of angry. This wound is such an eyesore. I'm fine, just a minor injury, no problem. Qin Yubing subconsciously wanted to show off her strength and bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, but the tingling pain in her arm still made her take a deep breath and her pretty face turned even paler. Qin Feng didn't give her a chance to refuse. He stepped forward and grabbed her uninjured arm without saying a word. The action seemed a bit rough, but it was also cautious and avoided her injuries. Come in with me and treat your wounds. Qin Feng's tone left no room for doubt, and he pulled her towards Yuyuan Pavilion. Hey! You! Qin Yubing was stunned by his domineering behavior and wanted to break free, but when she felt the burning and powerful temperature coming from his palm, her heart suddenly panicked and she followed him as if possessed by a ghost, forgetting even to say a word of resistance. Only a group of policemen were left outside, looking at each other in bewilderment, and the mad dog Li Kuei was lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Chapter 37: Healing and Ambiguity. Inside the Yuyuan Pavilion, next to the antique mahogany round table, Qin Feng casually pulled out a chair and motioned Qin Yubing to sit down, his movements as natural as if this was his living room. Sit. Qin Yubing was still a little dazed by his powerful move just now, and sat down subconsciously. She watched Qin Feng turn around, and before she could react, Su Qingyue, who had been standing quietly beside him, with an insignificant presence like air but so beautiful that no one could ignore her, came over with an exquisite medicine box in her hands and gently placed it on the table. This combination. It's absolutely perfect. Qin Yubing muttered to herself, what is the relationship between these two people? Qin Feng opened the medicine box, which contained all kinds of medical supplies, some of which even looked more professional than those in the police station's emergency room. He skillfully took out the iodine cotton swab and medicine, glanced at the cut on Qin Yubing's snow-white arm that was still bleeding, and frowned slightly. It might be a little irritating, just bear with it. Qin Feng's voice was not loud, but it carried a reassuring power. Qin Yubing responded softly, and her eyes involuntarily fell on Qin Feng's focused profile. Under the light, his eyelashes are very long, his nose is straight, and when he looks serious, he has an indescribable charm. The decisive and fierce killing just now seemed to have never appeared. At this moment, he was more like a caring brother next door. Pooh. What are you thinking about? Qin Yubing quickly shook his head and threw away this strange thought. When the cold iodine cotton swab touched the tender flesh at the edge of the wound, a sharp pain came instantly. Hiss. Qin Yubing was caught off guard and gasped. Her body instinctively trembled slightly, and even her shoulders shrank. Qin Feng stopped his movements immediately, raised his eyes to look at her, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Does it hurt? No, it's okay. Qin Yubing bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, shook her head stubbornly, and swallowed back the cry of pain that was about to come out of her mouth. Are you kidding? She is the captain of the criminal police team. This little injury is nothing. Only. That was indeed quite sudden. Seeing her face turning pale from the pain but still pretending to be tough, Qin Feng felt inexplicably soft in his heart, as if he was gently poked by something. He shook his head helplessly, and his hands became much gentler as he almost carefully cleaned the bloodstains around the wound. While handling the matter, he spoke as if chatting, with a hint of teasing in his voice. Officer Qin, you are a delicate beauty, why do you have to rush to the front and fight with the desperate criminals? Isn't it better to leave this kind of rough work to those big and strong men in your bureau? Who says women are inferior to men? When Qin Yubing heard this, she was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Her eyebrows were raised and she immediately glared and retorted, once I put on this police uniform, I am a police officer. It is my duty to protect the safety of citizens. Not to mention mad dogs, even if they are more ferocious thugs, I cannot back down. Her tone was firm, and there was an almost stubborn light flashing in her beautiful eyes, which was the flame of faith and justice. Qin Feng was slightly startled when he saw her righteous look, and then he burst into laughter. This girl is really quite interesting. This kind of strength in his bones is really admirable. Okay, you're awesome. You're a heroine, Is that okay? Qin Feng raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, with a hint of a smile on his face. However, a female hero must also take care of herself. Be more careful next time and don't get hurt easily, otherwise. He paused, his eyes swept over the wound on her arm, and his tone became more serious. Someone will feel sorry for her. I want you to take care of it. Qin Yubing's heart skipped a beat at his last words, and her pretty face turned red in an instant, as if something had been touched upon. She quickly turned her head away and muttered something in a reproachful tone, but her voice was much softer than before. Qin Feng knew when to stop, smiled, stopped teasing her, lowered his head, and concentrated on dealing with the last bit of blood. Su Qingyue, who was standing aside, was like the perfect backdrop. She stood there quietly, her cold eyes moving between the two of them for a moment, and then quickly regained her calm, as if she had seen and heard nothing, but a barely perceptible glimmer seemed to pass through the depths of her eyes. Soon, the wound was cleaned. Qin Feng picked up the clean gauze and bandage and was about to bandage her. At this moment, a light bulb went off in his head, and he suddenly remembered his extraordinary, God-level medical skills. Yes. This little skin injury is nothing but child's play in the face of God-level medical skills. Not only can it be cured instantly, but it also leaves no scars. This effect. TSK, wouldn't it be possible for me to show off my skills in front of this cold and beautiful police officer and make her look at me with even greater respect? Hey, let's do it. Thinking of this, Qin Feng raised a mysterious smile, stopped what he was doing, looked at Qin Yubing, and said in a pretentious manner, Officer Qin, I actually know a little bit about the art of Qi Huang, which is what you call Chinese medicine massage. For this kind of external injury, it has a miraculous effect of accelerating healing and leaving no scars. Do you want to try it? Chinese massage? Qin Yubing was stunned, her beautiful eyes full of doubt. Massage can also heal knife wounds? You are kidding, right? In her impression, massage is used to relax muscles and joints, and to treat back pain and the like. Of course it's not a joke. Qin Feng raised his chin confidently, his tone was full of unquestionable certainty. Trust me once, I guarantee that the effect will be immediate, and there will definitely be no scars left. No scars? These 3 words, for any girl, especially a beauty like Qin Yubing, are as destructive as a nuclear bomb. She subconsciously looked down at the wound on her arm. Although it was not deep, it would be so ugly to wear short sleeves in summer if it left a scar. A trace of hesitation flashed in her eyes, and finally, she nodded. Well, okay, you give it a try. Rest assured. Qin Feng smiled slightly, with a hint of calmness that said everything is under control in his smile. He stretched out his right hand, put his index and middle fingers together, and gently pressed on several acupoints around Qin Yubing's wound. The next second, Qin Feng secretly activated the mysterious true energy given to him by the divine-level medical skills, and an extremely subtle but extremely pure energy flowed along his fingertips and slowly injected into Qin Yubing's wound. Almost at the moment when Qin Feng's fingers touched the skin, Qin Yubing felt an unusually comfortable warmth spreading from the wound, just like soaking in a hot spring, quickly dispelling the remaining stinging sensation. Then, something even more magical happened. An indescribable tingling and itchiness came from the wound, as if countless invisible little hands were repairing the damaged skin and flesh tissue at an incredible speed. She could even clearly feel that the wound was healing quickly. Qin Yubing couldn't help but widen her eyes and stared at her arm in disbelief. The wound that was originally still bleeding slightly was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flesh on the edge is wriggling and growing. In less than a minute. It really took less than a minute. The wound caused by the machete had actually stopped bleeding completely, and was covered with a thin layer of new tender flesh, which had begun to scab over naturally. The speed is insanely fast. How is this possible? Oh my god. Qin Yubing was completely stunned and couldn't help but exclaim. She suddenly looked up at Qin Feng, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and disbelief, as if she had seen some supernatural phenomenon. How can this be called Chinese medicine massage? This is simply a miracle. Even the special effects in movies don't dare to act like this. I've already said it, the effect is immediate. Qin Feng retracted his fingers at the right time, with a hint of just the right amount of smugness and mysterious smile on his face, as if he had just done something insignificant. Don't worry, your wound will be completely healed by tomorrow morning at the latest, without even a trace left. Qin Yubing was completely speechless and just stared at Qin Feng blankly with an extremely complicated look in her eyes. This guy. Who is it? First, he showed his inhuman skills, killing a mad dog in one move, and now he has shown his miraculous medical skills. The boss of UN Pavilion? Unemployed graduates? Only a fool would believe that. How many secrets are hidden in him? For a moment, Qin Yubing was filled with curiosity, shock, and gratitude towards Qin Feng. All kinds of emotions intertwined together, making her feel confused, but it was undeniable that something called good feeling was quietly growing and becoming stronger and stronger. After several seconds, she finally found her voice. She looked at Qin Feng with an extremely sincere tone, even with a hint of unusual tenderness that she herself had not noticed. Qin Feng, this time, really, thank you. Oh, why are you being so polite to me? Qin Feng waved his hand indifferently and smiled, his eyes inadvertently falling on her pretty face, which was flushed with excitement and shock. Her face was white and rosy, and she looked so beautiful that his heart was slightly moved. When their eyes met, there seemed to be an invisible electric current crackling in the air, and the atmosphere became subtle and ambiguous again. Just as Qin Yubing felt her cheeks getting hotter and her heartbeat was getting faster and faster, Su Qingyue's cold, calm, yet appropriate voice rang out, Mr. Qin, Officer Qin, Captain Wang and his men have already dealt with the matter outside. Just like a stone thrown into a calm lake, the ambiguous atmosphere was instantly broken. Both of them seemed to be awakened and quickly looked away. Qin Yubing's cheeks were red as if they were about to bleed. She stood up in a panic, lowered her head, and didn't dare to look at Qin Feng again. I'll go out and deal with the follow-up work first. Well, go ahead. Qin Feng nodded, looking at her almost fleeing back, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved upwards. Qin Feng didn't retract his gaze until Qin Yubing's figure disappeared at the door. He turned to look at Su Qingyue, who was still calm beside him. He touched his nose and laughed in his heart. Little guy, it seems that my charm is still as good as before. Chapter 38, The Black Snake Gang is destroyed. The policewoman's invitation. The streets outside UUN Pavilion soon returned to calm, leaving only the faint smell of gunpowder in the air and the mess on the ground, silently telling of the fierce battle just now. This time, the Black Snake Gang can be said to have hit the hardest plate of iron. Not only were most of the core thugs sent to snatch the Emperor Green and attempt to kidnap Su Qingyue, including the Mad Dog Li Kuei, one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, killed by Qin Feng alone, but the rest were also caught by the police who arrived later, and not a single one escaped. The controlled knives and guns seized at the scene, although most of them were homemade or smuggled, they were still horrifying enough, as well as the stolen money seized from several core members, piled up in a considerable amount. Xin Yubing endured the pain in her arm, which was no longer painful but still frightened her, and directed her men to investigate the scene, collect evidence, and escort the suspect. She glanced at the closed door of UUN Pavilion with complicated eyes, and the man's figure seemed to still be imprinted on her retina. The interrogation process went unusually smoothly. The psychological defenses of those gang members who had been so ferocious just now had collapsed after seeing how Qin Feng easily dealt with the Mad Dog like crushing an ant. Especially the guys whose wrists were broken by Qin Feng himself. They told everything they knew and didn't know, just to stay away from that evil star. Yes, it's Brother Snake. Brother Snake Wang Kuei asked us to come. He said that UUN Pavilion has a piece of imperial green with a sky-high price, and asked us to grab it. We also need to kidnap the beautiful boss named Su. Brother Snake has taken a fancy to her. Both confessions and physical evidence point directly to the Black Snake Gang boss Wang Kuei. After receiving these key information, the top brass of the Municipal Bureau were furious. Armed robbery and attempted kidnapping in broad daylight is simply lawless. Xin Yubing immediately asked for instructions, mobilized elite police forces overnight, and formulated a detailed arrest plan. This time, the police were no longer restrained. With the opportunity and solid evidence provided by Qin Feng, the action was launched like thunder. That night, dozens of police cars rushed towards the Black Snake Gang's several secret strongholds and headquarters in the suburbs, a den disguised as an entertainment club. The Black Snake Gang was caught off guard. The Black Snake Gang, which has been entrenched in Jiangzhou City for many years and has committed numerous crimes and has a complex network of relationships, almost collapsed like a house of cards under the long brewing thunder strike by the police. Gang boss, Brother Black Snake Wang Kuei, was in his luxurious office, hugging 2 internet celebrity-looking beauties and preparing to exercise when he was pinned to the ground by special police who broke into the office, with an expression of surprise and disbelief still on his face. All the other core members were arrested one by one. This cancer hanging over the heads of Jiangzhou people was finally uprooted and destroyed overnight. The news was reported through official channels and media the next day, and the entire Jiangzhou city was in an uproar. Countless citizens spread the news and applauded, and some even spontaneously ran to the city police station to present banners to thank the police for eliminating this evil. Behind this brilliant victory, the young man Qin Feng, who took action at the critical moment, shocked the whole audience, and may even have magical skills, naturally became a mysterious key man in the hearts of the Municipal Bureau, especially the senior executives involved in the operation and core police officers such as Qin Yubing. In order to protect Qin Feng, or perhaps out of some tacit understanding, the police cleverly concealed Qin Feng's existence when they announced the case to the public, saying only that the police had made careful arrangements and smashed the case in one fell swoop. But in the eyes of those in the know, Qin Feng's image has become unfathomable. Especially Qin Yubing, in her mind she would always unconsciously replay Qin Feng's domineering way of killing the Mad Dog in 1 second, as well as his concentration and that magical medical skill that is almost mysterious. This man seemed to be shrouded in a thick fog, which made her unable to restrain her desire to explore and understand him. The next morning, the weather was sunny and windy. Hentang Palace, Villa No. 1, on the terrace with a wide view. Qin Feng was wearing a comfortable silk bathrobe, reclining on a rattan lounge chair, holding a cup of steaming hot premium pre-rain Longjing tea in his hand, which was brewed by Su Qingyue herself, and the heat was just right. The sunshine shone on him, making him feel warm and indescribably comfortable. The local news was being broadcast on the LCD TV hanging nearby. The female anchor was reporting the great news about the demise of the Black Snake Gang in an impassioned tone, praising the bravery and efficiency of the police. Qin Feng looked at the suspects with mosaics on the TV screen, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's finally quiet. Although the process was a little troublesome, the result was satisfactory. At least, no one will dare to target UUN Pavilion and Su Qingyue anymore. At this moment, his cell phone, which was placed on the small table next to him, began to vibrate. When I picked it up, the caller ID showed Iceberg Policewoman. Chin Feng raised his eyebrows and pressed the answer button. Hello? Hello? Master Chin? Or should I call you Master Dr. Chin? Xin Yubing's voice was clearly smiling from the other end of the line. It was clear and pleasant, and seemed to be mixed with a hint of ridicule and easy? She sounded like she was in a pretty good mood. Oh? Officer Chin called in person. I'm flattered. Chin Feng also smiled and leaned back in his chair lazily. Why, now that the case is solved, are you planning to give me an honorary citizen banner? Go to hell. Stop talking nonsense. Xin Yubing said something in a scolding tone, but her tone was not angry at all, but rather a bit girlish and coquettish. I don't have a banner, but... She seemed to pause for a moment, coughed lightly, and then continued, to thank you for, standing up and helping me last night. I will treat you to a private meal. I wonder if Boss Chin will honor you. A private dinner? Chin Feng was slightly startled, and then a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. This cold and beautiful policewoman actually took the initiative to ask me out for dinner? Interesting. If a beautiful police officer invites you, you have to go even if it's a hongmen banquet. Chin Feng immediately agreed. Time? Place? Let's do it tonight, at 6:30, at the Jiangnanyun private restaurant. I've booked a private room. Xin Yubing reported the time and place. Jiangnan style? Chin Feng raised his eyebrows. The average per capita consumption in that place is not low. Did Officer Chin spend a lot of money this time? He had heard of some of the high-end restaurants in Jiangzhou. Humph, you look so rich, who else should I kill if not you? Xin Yubing snorted and said half jokingly and half seriously. Well. Chin Feng pretended to be hesitant. From what I heard, it's not you who's treating us. Of course it's my treat. Xin Yubing chuckled on the other end, with a hint of cunning, but, I'm treating you, you pay. Why, Boss Chin doesn't want to. I am most happy to serve a beautiful lady. Chin Feng laughed. The two chatted casually for a few more sentences, and then Xin Yubing seemed to hear someone calling her, so she hung up the phone in a hurry. Chin Feng put down his phone, picked up the teacup and took a sip, feeling quite good. It seems that my relationship with this thorny rose has taken a big step forward. In the shade not far away, Su Qingyue stood quietly, like a fairy in a painting, taking in everything that had just happened. A barely perceptible ripple seemed to pass through the depths of her cold eyes, and then she returned to her calm state. 6 o'clock in the evening. Chin Feng took a shower and changed into a well-tailored Armani casual suit, which set off his tall figure and outstanding temperament. Mr. Chin, do you need me to prepare a car to take you there? Su Qingyue walked forward and asked softly. Chin Feng thought about it, shook his head, and smiled. No, I'll drive there myself. You stay at home, Officer Chin, and let's talk about some business. Are you kidding? How can you bring a stunning light bulb like Su Qingyue to a private date with a beautiful policewoman? Su Qingyue was very smart and naturally understood what he meant. She nodded slightly and didn't ask any more questions. Okay, then Mr. Chin, be careful on the road. Chin Feng nodded, picked up the car keys, walked to the garage alone, started his low-key and luxurious King of the Night a customized Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The engine let out a dull roar and sped towards the direction of Jiangnanyun private restaurant. Chapter 39. A date at a private restaurant. The night quietly enveloped the bustling city, and the neon lights began to compete with each other in beauty. Jiangnanyun private restaurant is like a classical beauty kept in seclusion, quietly hidden deep in an ordinary alley in the city center. Different from the hustle and bustle around it, this place is a world of its own, with blue bricks, black tiles, flying eaves and pointed corners. The air seems to be filled with the faint scent of ink and the fragrance of food. It's impossible to get into this place without some connections or identity. It is said that those who come and go are wealthy people who come here for the quiet, elegant, and absolute privacy. A low and powerful engine roar broke the tranquility of the alley, and then returned to silence. A super sports car with smooth lines and ink black color, which seemed to blend into the night itself, King of the Night, was parked steadily in an inconspicuous parking space nearby. Anyone who knows the business can tell at a glance that this car is worth a lot of money. Ordinary people may not be able to touch the steering wheel even if they work hard all their lives. The car door opened and Chin Feng stepped out. He was dressed casually today, a simple t-shirt and jeans, but it couldn't hide his tall and straight figure and innate calm demeanor. He glanced at the low-key and luxurious storefront of Jiangnanyun and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hello, sir, do you have a reservation? The receptionist at the door, who was wearing a cheongsam and had a slim figure, bowed slightly. Her voice was sweet, but her eyes contained just the right amount of scrutiny. Those who can come here are either rich or noble, so she naturally dare not neglect them. Shin Yubing reserved the seat. Shin Feng gave the name calmly. The professional smile on the receptionist's face instantly became warm and respectful, even with a hint of barely perceptible awe. So you are Miss Chin's friend. Miss Chin has arrived, in the listening to the rain by the window private room. Please come this way, sir. She immediately led the way herself, with a swaying waist and light steps, and her attitude was more than 3 times more attentive than before. Shin Feng followed her through the winding corridor, the bluestone slabs under his feet polished smooth and warm by time. The door of the private room is of a simple wooden structure with intricate carvings. The receptionist knocked on the door gently, and after getting a response, she pushed it open carefully, stepped aside to let Shin Feng in, and then closed the door silently, blocking out the last bit of noise from the outside world. In the private room, warm lights shine softly. With just one glance, Shin Feng's breathing paused almost imperceptibly. Shin Yubing was indeed already there. She was sitting by the window, and outside the window was a small, carefully tended bamboo forest. The shadows were hazy in the night, creating a unique artistic conception. And she by the window is more charming than the scenery outside. This girl obviously went all out today and spent a lot of money on dressing up. She took off her heroic police uniform and did not wear her usual casual clothes for easy movement. Instead, she changed into a well-tailored lavender dress. The soft color makes her skin look whiter than snow, and the design of the skirt perfectly outlines her graceful curves that make countless men jealous and women envy, especially her slender waist and perky hips, which are simply a masterpiece of the creator. The carefully applied light makeup on her pretty face not only did not conceal her natural beauty, but instead served as the finishing touch, making her facial features even more brilliant and charming. Her long hair, which was usually tied up for convenience, now fell smoothly on her shoulders like a black waterfall, swaying slightly with her slight movements, rippling with a charming luster. At this moment, she has shed the sharpness and boldness of a policewoman, and instead has the softness and charm of a woman, quietly blooming like a carefully cared-for flower, exuding a breathtaking charm. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Shin Yubing turned around and saw that it was Shin Feng. A gleam of surprise suddenly appeared in her beautiful eyes, which were usually as sharp as an eagle, and her cheeks seemed to have a barely noticeable blush. She stood up quickly, her voice filled with a hint of joy that she herself didn't even notice. You're finally here. I thought the busy man was going to stand me up. Even if the policewoman Shin personally sent an invitation, we would have to brave mountains of swords and seas of fire, let alone such an elegant place. Shin Feng sneered, strode over, sat down opposite her without any hesitation, and glanced at her inconspicuously, praising in his heart, "Wow, this girl is really lethal when she dresses up seriously." Smooth talk. Shin Yubing rolled her eyes at him coquettishly, but there was an obvious smile in her eyes, and it was obvious that she was very pleased with his compliment. She sat down again, her movements showing a rare elegance. At this time, the waiter brought out a beautifully crafted menu, like an ancient book. Shin Yubing didn't look at it herself, but pushed the menu directly in front of Shin Feng, and said generously, "Here, take a look at what you want to eat. Don't be polite with me. I agreed that I will treat you today, so it's considered, thank you." At the end, his voice lowered slightly. "Okay, then I'll be a gigolo for once and eat the rich man's food." Shin Feng was not pretentious. He took the menu and pointed at a few signature dishes that looked expensive. "These are the ones I'll give you. And a pot of bilyuokun." He ordered the dishes casually and familiarly, as if going to such high-end places was a common occurrence for him. Shin Yubing looked at his calm and composed appearance, and for no reason she felt a hint of curiosity in her heart. How many secrets did this guy have? The waiter took note of it respectfully, bowed and left, and the private room returned to peace again. Only 2 people were left sitting opposite each other, and there seemed to be a faint sense of ambiguity floating in the air. After a moment of silence, Shin Feng picked up the freshly brewed tea in front of him, took a sip, and his eyes fell on Shin Yubing's exposed arms. He asked casually, "By the way, is your arm okay?" "Ah." Shin Yubing subconsciously raised her hand and touched her injured arm, her face instantly filled with surprise and disbelief. She even pinched it gently, feeling the smooth and delicate touch, and said excitedly, "It's done. It's completely healed. Shin Feng, look." She couldn't help but stretch her arm in front of Shin Feng. Her white arm glowed with health under the light. "There's no scar at all. Really, you can't even see it at all. Your medical skills are too amazing, right? It's simply amazing." The look in her eyes when she looked at Qin Feng was full of amazement and undisguised admiration. I've already told you that I only know the basics. Qin Feng smiled slightly, picked up the teacup, and concealed the understanding in his eyes. The medical skills provided by the system are not as simple as just knowing a little bit. Humph, you're playing secretive with me again. Qin Yubing pouted, obviously not believing his words, but looking at her intact arm, the gratitude and joy in her heart were real. She retracted her arm, her expression became serious, and her tone was sincere. Qin Feng, you have made great contributions to the Black Snake Gang being uprooted this time. I have thanked you on behalf of the Municipal Bureau before. Now, I solemnly thank you again in my own name. As she spoke, she picked up the teacup in front of her, held it in both hands, and said to Qin Feng in a very serious manner, "This cup of tea, I toast you. Officer Qin is too polite. I just did it to protect myself." Seeing how serious she was, Qin Feng put away his joking expression, picked up his teacup, and gently clinked it against her cup, making a crisp sound. Bite. No matter what you say, we wouldn't be doing so well without you. Qin Yubing put down the teacup, staring at Qin Feng with her big watery eyes, not hiding her curiosity and inquiry. Qin Feng, I'm really very curious. Who are you? Why do you seem to know everything? You are so good at fighting, and your medical skills are so amazing. You always say you are an ordinary person, but I don't know any ordinary people like you. Here we go again. Qin Feng laughed secretly in his heart, knowing that this girl couldn't hold it in. He pretended to be silent, tapped his fingers on the table, and then smiled half seriously. I told you, I'm just an ordinary, enthusiastic citizen, Mr. Qin. I'm just a little bit luckier than others. When I was young, I didn't know much, I ran around aimlessly, and encountered some, well, more interesting adventures. An unexpected encounter? Qin Yubing frowned slightly, obviously skeptical of this statement. What kind of adventure can make a person reborn like this? She leaned forward slightly, as if trying to see something from Qin Feng's expression. Besides, didn't you just graduate not long ago? Why are you still talking so old-fashioned? Well. Qin Feng dragged out his voice. Seeing Qin Yubing's curious look, he felt like playing a prank and lowered his voice mysteriously. The Buddha said, "It cannot be said, it cannot be said." Cut. Qin Yubing was so angry at his pretentiousness that she rolled her eyes cutely and said unhappily, "Forget it. You stingy guy." Having said that, she did not ask any further questions. She vaguely felt that there was a layer of fog shrouding Qin Feng. This fog might be dangerous, but it damn well attracted her. He didn't want to talk, and pressing him further would only backfire. Just at this time, the waiters began to serve the dishes one after another. The dishes at Jiangnan Yun are indeed worthy of their reputation. Each one is as exquisite as a work of art, with great color, aroma, and taste. Try this, squirrel mandarin fish, their signature dish. Qin Yubing took the initiative to pick up a piece of fish for Qin Feng with chopsticks. Her movements were natural. Yeah, not bad. Qin Feng took a bite and nodded in approval. With delicious food in front of us, the atmosphere becomes relaxed and lively. The two of them ate and chatted, and the topic gradually became more open. Qin Yubing seemed to have completely let go of her daily burdens. When she talked about interesting things at work, such as the ridiculous operation of a stupid thief, she could not help laughing so hard that her eyes curved into beautiful crescents. When she talked about her favorite suspense film director, she became very excited and analyzed it very well, with wisdom flashing in her eyes. She even made a face secretly when complaining about the stingy deputy director in the bureau who always liked to take advantage of others, revealing the innocence and cunningness of a little girl. You didn't see it. Old Li's face turned green, as if it was painted. Ha ha ha. Qin Yubing was so excited that she laughed so hard that she even shed a few tears from the corners of her eyes. Qin Feng looked at her lively expression and listened to her clear and pleasant laughter. He felt that the woman in front of him seemed to have countless levels, and each side was so real and attractive. This is completely different from the policewoman Qin who was decisive and serious at the crime scene. The good impression that arose in his heart due to the amazement at the first sight, quietly grew and spread like a vine in such a relaxed and happy atmosphere. Qin Yubing was also secretly sizing up the man opposite her. She discovered that Qin Feng not only possessed mysterious and powerful strength, but also had maturity and knowledge far beyond his peers. This was of course due to his inhuman god-level learning ability. Whether it is the international situation, economic trends, or strange things happening in the streets, he seems to be able to talk about it eloquently, and he can always come up with some unique and interesting insights. Chatting with him will never be a dull moment. Instead, you will always be amused by him or attracted by the deep gaze he occasionally reveals. Being with him, I feel very comfortable, very safe, even heart pounding. As soon as this thought came to her mind, Shin Yubing's cheeks felt slightly hot, and she quickly lowered her head and drank a sip of tea to cover up her gaffe. Before we knew it, most of the dishes on the table had been eaten and the meal lasted more than an hour. The atmosphere in the private room had long since changed from the initial slightly restrained and tentative state to an extremely harmonious one. There was even a hint of inexplicable ambiguity in the air, like fine wine, quietly fermenting. It's getting late, and we've almost finished our meal. Should I take you home? Shin Feng looked at the night scene outside the window and took the initiative to speak up. Yeah. Okay. Shin Yubing's heart skipped a beat for unknown reason. She hesitated for a few tenths of a second, but finally nodded slightly, her voice a little softer than usual. The two men stood up, and Shin Feng naturally walked to the outside. I pushed open the door of the private room and was about to go to the front desk to check out. However, at this moment, bang! The door of a private room nearby named Zuowending was suddenly pushed open, and several men, drunken with unsteady steps, walked out, arm in arm, shouting and yelling. The leader was a fat man wearing a floral shirt and a thick gold chain around his neck. He staggered towards Shin Yubing as if he had no eyes. Ouch! Shin Yubing was caught off guard and was hit by the huge force from the fat man. She screamed, staggered, and was about to fall backwards. In a flash, Shin Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold, and almost as an instinctive reaction, he stretched out his long arms, as fast as lightning, and grasped Shin Yubing's soft and slender waist, bringing her steadily into his arms. She was so soft and fragrant that he held her tightly in his arms in an instant. The tip of my nose was filled with the faint fragrance from her hair and body, mixed with a hint of the aroma of the food at the banquet and her unique, soothing body odor. Under my palms, I felt the smooth fabric of her dress, and the amazing softness and elasticity beneath it. Shin Feng's heart suddenly shook, and an indescribable heat instantly spread throughout his body. Chapter 40, Ambiguity Escalates, Trouble Again? Careful! Shin Feng was quick-witted and quick-handed. When the drunk fat man staggered towards him, he stretched out his long arms and directly pulled Shin Yubing into his arms, preventing her from being hit. The soft and warm body hit him in the embrace, and the tip of his nose was instantly filled with a faint, refreshing and elegant fragrance, mixed with the girl's unique body temperature. Shin Feng's heart was slightly moved, and he subconsciously held her slender yet resilient waist. Shin Yubing slammed into Shin Feng's broad, solid chest, with her cheek almost touching his shirt. A strong and pleasant masculine scent instantly enveloped her, causing her brain to go blank for a moment. Then, the scorching heat from the big hand on her waist made her heart skip a beat. Her pretty face turned red in an instant, like a ripe apple, and even her ears were stained with an attractive pink color. She could clearly feel the hardness of his chest, the strength of his arms, and even that steady, powerful heartbeat. Ouch! I'm sorry. The drunk fat man who bumped into the person finally managed to steady himself and apologized incoherently. But when he raised his blurry drunken eyes and saw the bright and charming face of Shin Yubing, who was protected in Shin Feng's arms, and whose face was even more charming because of her shyness, his eyes instantly glowed green, and his tone became greasy and frivolous. Oh! What a pretty girl! TSK, I'm so sorry, did I hurt you? Do you want me to rub it for you? I promise it will be comfortable. This fat guy was obsessed with sex, and while he was talking, his greasy hand actually touched Shin Yubing's delicate face without knowing the consequences. Shin Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold. Court death. He slightly tightened his arms around Shin Yubing's waist, holding her more firmly in his arms, almost hiding half of her body behind him. At the same time, the other hand was as fast as lightning. It arrived first and with a snap it grabbed the fat wrist of the fat man with incredible precision. The force coming from my wrist was like being clamped tightly by a red-hot iron clamp. Ouch! The fat man felt that his wrist bone was about to break and the pain was excruciating. He couldn't help but scream like a pig being slaughtered. Keep your mouth shut and don't stretch your hands around, or I don't mind helping you destroy it. Shin Feng's voice was not loud, but it was icy cold, and his eyes were as sharp as a knife, sweeping across the fat man's face that was twisted in pain. Fuck! How dare you touch my brother Bin? Boy! Are you tired of living? The fat man's companions behind him were obviously hooligans of the same kind. They immediately got angry when they saw this and surrounded him. They rolled up their sleeves and glared at Shin Feng ferociously. The leader was a young man wearing a fancy shirt and a thick gold chain around his neck. He pointed at Qin Feng's nose and shouted viciously, "Boy! Let Brother Bin go immediately. Make this girl kowtow to Brother Bin and apologize. Otherwise, I'll make you get out of Jiangnanyan today." Qin Feng looked at these ignorant little scoundrels, with a hint of cold sneer on his lips. "We just wiped out the Black Snake Gang, and now a few blind flies jump out?" My good mood of dating with the beautiful policewoman was disturbed and I was a little unhappy. It was not bad to use these idiots to relax my muscles. Xin Yubing had now come back to her senses from her initial embarrassment and astonishment. She struggled hard to free herself and stood up from Qin Feng's arms. Although her cheeks were still flushed, anger was already burning in her beautiful eyes. She took a step forward and stood beside Qin Feng. Her pretty face was filled with anger as she stared coldly at the drunks. "Who are you? You're drinking and making trouble, and you want to hurt people? Do you still have the law in your eyes?" It was obvious that this group of people were not good people, and she subconsciously wanted to touch the ID card on her waist. Although she was wearing casual clothes today, her professional habits made her alert at all times. "King's law? Ha ha ha." The young man in the flowered shirt looked at Qin Yubing from head to toe as if he had heard a huge joke. His eyes became even more unscrupulous. "Beauty, have you drunk too much? You still want the law? You're talking about the law with us brothers? Do you think you're a police officer? Even if you are, we brothers will punish you today." He obviously didn't take Qin Yubing's warning seriously, thinking it was just a beautiful woman with a bit of temper who was bluffing. "Why waste your time talking to this brat? He's still holding Brother Bin's hand. Fuck him." A thug with a shaved skin and a face full of flesh next to him couldn't wait any longer. He let out a strange cry and punched Qin Feng in the face with his fist as big as a casserole, making a sound like wind. His moves were brutal and fierce, and he was obviously an old hand at fighting. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, and the aura around him instantly became dangerous. He was about to teach these ignorant people a lesson they would never forget. "Stop. Stop it right there." At this critical moment, a sharp voice filled with extreme panic and fear, like a drake's voice, exploded from the door of a luxurious box next to it. I saw a middle-aged man wearing a brand-name suit, with a big belly and shiny hair, almost crawling out of the box, with sweat pouring down his face and a look of extreme panic. He immediately saw the fat man who was grimacing in pain as Qin Feng pinched his wrist, the gangsters who were surrounding Qin Feng aggressively, and Qin Yubing stood next to Qin Feng with a cold face. Then, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng's calm and indifferent face, which instantly frightened him to death. Plop! Without any hesitation, Wang Hai, the general manager of Brilliant Real Estate, who is a well-known figure in the city's real estate industry and has a net worth of hundreds of millions, actually knelt down in front of Qin Feng with his knees weakened in front of everyone. Mr. Qin. Show mercy. Please show mercy." Wang Hai hugged Qin Feng's thighs, tears streaming down his face, his voice changing tone. "Mr. Qin. I didn't recognize a great man. I didn't teach my son well. My son drank too much and offended you and this lady. I beg you to be magnanimous and treat him like a piece of shit. No, treat him like an ignorant beast and forgive him this time. I kowtow to you. Dong dong dong." As he said this, he actually started banging his head on the smooth marble floor. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Especially the man in the flowered shirt and those thugs, their eyes were almost popping out. Wang Hai. Mr. Wang from Brilliant Real Estate. A big boss with considerable power in this city. It turns out, he actually knelt down and kowtowed to this ordinary-looking young man? And you still claim that you can't recognize the real thing? Oh shit. What kind of god is this young man? Kicked the steel plate? No. Did he kick an atomic bomb? The fat man Wang Bin, whose wrist was grabbed by Qin Feng, was so frightened that he sobered up instantly. He looked at his father's humble appearance as if he wanted to smash his head into pieces, and then met Qin Feng's eyes that were calm but seemed to be able to see through everything. A terrifying figure buried deep in his memory that made him shiver all over every time he thought of it, finally overlapped with the face in front of him. Yes. It's him. He was the super rich man who drove a ghostly sports car, beat him to death on the winding mountain road, and could easily take out tens of millions of bets. He is the one that even a ruthless person like Brother Biao has to respect. Dad, he. Wang Bin's face turned pale as paper in an instant, his lips trembled, and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. He just felt his legs go weak, and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Xin Feng then looked down with interest at Wang Hai, who was kneeling on the ground and kowtowed like crazy, and glanced at Wang Bin, who was so scared that he almost peed his pants, with a hint of a smile on his lips. It turned out to be this kid. It's true that enemies often meet in a narrow road. It seems that I didn't remember the lesson from last time. He loosened his hand that was pinching Wang Bin's wrist, leaving a circle of clear bruises on it. Boss Wang, the ground is cold, please get up and talk. Xin Feng's tone was indifferent, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. It seems that your son's memory is really not very good. Yes. He deserves to be beaten. This rebellious son. He deserves to be beaten. Wang Hai got up from the ground as if he had been pardoned. He didn't even bother to wipe the blood and cold sweat off his forehead. He turned around and attacked Wang Bin, who hadn't come to his senses yet, with his left and right hands. Pa! 2 loud slaps were given. You lawless beast! You are blind! Why don't you kneel down and apologize to Mr. Qin and this lady? Wang Hai was so angry that he was shaking all over, and he used all his strength in those 2 slaps. Wang Bin was slapped so hard that stars appeared in his eyes and his cheeks were burning with pain, but how could he dare to complain at this moment? He knelt down with a plop, and kowtowed desperately to Qin Feng and Qin Yubing, his voice filled with tears. Mr. Qin. Aunt. No. Fairy sister. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I didn't recognize the real man. I was drunk and acted crazy. I'm not a human. I beg you to forgive me and just let me go. The man in the flowered shirt and those thugs were so frightened that they dared not stand there. He also knelt down on the ground with a plop, not daring to breathe. Qin Yubing stood aside, watching this dramatic scene with twists and turns, and was completely stunned. Of course she knew Wang Hai, the president of Huihuang Real Estate. He was a well-connected figure in the city and always acted arrogantly in various occasions. But now, is he actually so afraid of Qin Feng? He even knelt down in public and begged for mercy, leaving behind all his dignity? Qin Feng. Who is he? What on earth had he done to Wang Hai to scare this old fox so much? For a moment, Qin Yubing looked at Qin Feng with eyes filled with even stronger curiosity and exploration, as if she wanted to see through him from inside out. Qin Feng was too lazy to waste time with these jumping clowns. He just wanted to continue the date that had just been interrupted with the increasingly attractive cold policewoman beside him. He waved his hands impatiently at Wang Hai and the others who were kneeling on the ground. Okay, take your precious son and get out of here. Don't get in my way here. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your kindness. When Wang Hai heard this, it was like hearing the sound of nature. He stood up, tumbling and crawling, and grabbed the still trembling Wang Bin, and shouted at his equally frightened friends, "Why are you still kneeling? Get out! Get out!" A group of people fled the scene as if they had been pardoned, scrambling and pissing, without even bothering to pick up their cell phones and wallets that had fallen on the ground. A conflict that was about to escalate disappeared as Wang Hai dramatically knelt down and begged for mercy. Qin Feng then turned his head and looked at Qin Yubing, who was looking at him with a very complicated look. There was shock, confusion, curiosity, and a hint of an indescribable brilliance. Qin Feng, you. Qin Yubing was just about to ask something. There are too many people here, it's not a place to talk. Qin Feng didn't wait for her to finish her question. He naturally reached out and held her soft and slightly cool little hand again. The touch was delicate and tender, which made his heart move again. Let's leave here first. Qin Yubing's hand was wrapped in his warm big hand, and a warm current seemed to flow along her arm to her heart. She subconsciously tried to break free, but this time, her body somehow did not move. Feeling the strength and warmth from his palms, looking into his deep eyes, she nodded inexplicably, letting him lead her, and followed his steps. The two walked out of the gate of Jiangnan Yun side by side. The bright moonlight sprinkled down, stretching their shadows very long on the bluestone road. No one spoke, but a subtle and warm atmosphere quietly grew in the silence and slowly spread between the two of them.